that it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts on Hanukkah. So part of me wants to think that this is clearly post-Aharonic, that we have gotten to such a level of specificity and detail that we can produce these massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something as prosaic as eating donuts. And it remains to be seen what's next. I mean, what are the post-Acharonim like? I don't know how long this can last. That I have a feeling there's some great thing on the horizon, but we'll just have to wait and see. At any rate, I hope you found this brief lecture useful. If you did, please consider subscribing or getting involved in the channel. It's really nice to see so many people really interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, the southpaw thing is always so confusing to people because if you ever box before, you're so accustomed to that left hand forward, right? And all of a sudden everything's reversed. Now you're thinking, right? And if you don't have a lot of southpaws you train with on a regular basis, things aren't automatic anymore.
And one of the things that George used to talk to me about all the time was angles. That, if you're standing in front of another man, you're confronting him, you're trying to deliver and stop delivering angles.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. I'd like to take a few minutes following up on our discussion of the Acharonim to look at a period of Jewish history that I find, like most periods of Jewish history, absolutely fascinating. And that is the incredible explosion of spiritual and literary religious activity that occurred in the northern Israel city of Safed, pronounced in Hebrew Tzfat or Tzfat. This is a remarkable period of spiritual effervescence that emerged in the 1500s in the wake of the Spanish expulsion, and in fact, in many ways, was related directly to the Spanish expulsion. So let's have a look at it and some of the major thinkers that lived there and why this was so unusual. As we have seen on many different occasions, the rupture that occurred in Jewish history as a result of the Spanish expulsion and the subsequent Portuguese forced conversion and a slower migration under tremendous duress from Portugal created this huge ripple effect in which the implications of that upheaval reverberated throughout the entire world, really, because at this point, Jews were not only extending throughout the Mediterranean basin and into Europe, but also across the Atlantic into the Americas. One particular group of refugees from Spain and Portugal made their way all the way back to Israel, which you would think is a fairly logical location, but we should recall that in the 1500s, Israel was still largely denuded of Jews. There was a very, very small, tiny Jewish population there. The Rabbi and Nachmanides had arrived in the late 13th century and had begun to revive the very, very tiny community that was there, and so there was remarkably few Jews living in Israel. And when they lived there, they were especially concentrated in the big city like Jerusalem. That was one of the major centers after the Ramban began to revive the population. Much less well known was this tiny town in Tzfat. It's a fairly high mountainous town with beautiful surroundings looking over the Galilee, but it received a huge burst of population as a result not of Jewish activity, but of the Ottoman Empire activity. Here you can see a beautiful map of the Ottoman Empire at its height, and the region of Israel was only recently conquered, and the Turks wanted to settle it with people who would be amenable to developing the economy. Jews were a very logical choice. The Ottomans openly welcomed the refugees from Spain and from Portugal, and in fact even mocked the monarchs of the Iberian Peninsula for giving up what the Ottomans felt was such a valuable human resource. And so there were tax breaks that were built into the newly settled areas in Israel, and in particular in Tzfat, connected with the textile trade in particular. So a lot of Jews were attracted to Tzfat for business purposes, and then related to that, there was kind of an unusual sort of spiritual tourism that took place in Tzfat because of the large number of graves from the Mishnaic and especially the early Talmudic period that were found in the region and attracted a lot of Jews wishing to visit the graves of these holy sites. So this is in the 1500s. There is more and more Jews who are coming to Tzfat. They're coming not only for economic activities, they're coming because they have been displaced as a result of the Spanish expulsion, and they're coming also because of spiritual reasons in order to be near the ethereal atmosphere of Tzfat. And it is in this region where you have this explosion of interest in Kabbalah. Now, we should just take a few minutes to talk about what is Kabbalah. The term itself means, can be translated as tradition. Literally, it comes from the verb lekabel, to receive, meaning in the sense of something which is handed down, teacher to student, something which is received, as opposed to something which is kind of like logically developed. The roots of Kabbalah go back to the distant past. There are some mystical passages in the oldest parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures. There are some fascinating early Kabbalistic mystical treatises that were written already in the ancient period, and we find some interesting experimentation with some of these mystical ideas, for example, in the Qumran community in the Dead Sea region. But one of the most fascinating and important works of the Kabbalah only emerged in the 13th century to public view. That is the famous Zohar. The Zohar is a huge work of Kabbalah, capitalizing on earlier works, and there is a certain amount of dispute, particularly between certain religious scholars and certain academic scholars as to the dating of this text. It is attributed to Rabbi Bar Yochai, which would put it already in the 2nd century of the Common Era, although most academic scholars and universities place it in the 13th century, being composed in Spain by a man named Rabbi Leon. There are some interesting arguments for both perspectives, but what is known for certain is that the Zohar did not begin to circulate publicly in a known and outward fashion until the late 13th century. And it inspired a lot of thinkers in Spain and in Provence in particular, south of France, to develop new ideas of mystical approach of God and the universe. One of the sort of elements that derives from it, perhaps most systematically, is this tree of life, or Eitz Chaim. Here is the diagram shown here in a inspired by the model that is described by the Zohar, which essentially describes a series of 10 sephirot. The term sephirah is hard to translate into English. It may be related to the word saphir, which means like sapphire, like the gem. It may be related somehow to the word sphere that we have in English, something which is round on all sides. But basically what it refers to is a series of emanations of godliness descending, as it were, from the Ein Sof, the infinite, meaning God, into the finite world in which we live. I hope to discuss in a minute different ways in which Kabbalists have approached that. But basically, this is sort of like the architecture of the universe as it is understood as the mediation of God's infinity to the finite world in which we live. The terms all have various characteristics that are assigned to it. Keter means the crown. Chachma Bina means wisdom, understanding, and you can translate these into English in different ways. But basically, Kabbalists were very interested in how the universe was structured, the impact this had on the human soul, what the human soul was all about. And to a certain degree, Kabbalists were also interested in what's called theurgic Kabbalah. That is, well, once we have this theoretical knowledge, is there something we can do with it? Like, for example, can we perhaps bring the Messiah closer? Can we accelerate the period of time under which the world remains unredeemed? There are also fascinating kind of popular magic associations with Kabbalah as well. Spells, amulets, and so on that go back well into the ancient world. Now, the Tree of Life is not the only representation of this kind of architecture of the universe. You see here, for example, this is a classic Cordoveran description of it, in which all of those spheres are kind of like nestled one within the other. If you look carefully, you'll see that each of these different colors and symbols represents a different letter of the alphabet that is represented in the 10 spherot that I showed you a moment ago. But we're not going to get into the essence of theoretical Kabbalah in this short video, but just giving you a sense of what it is that they talked about when they talked about Kabbalah. So in Tzfat, you had a remarkable gathering in a very short period of time of all kinds of people who were deeply, deeply involved in Kabbalah. Here, for example, is the famous grave of several of them located in Tzfat. You can see at the top here, you have Rabbi Shlomo Arkabetz, the author, among other things, of Lecha Dodi, the famous hymn that's sung on Friday nights in synagogue. He was one of the earliest of the Kabbalists that came to this region. And then you have his son-in-law and his greatest pupil, the Ramah, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who hails from Portuguese refugees in Tzfat. And then the Ramak student, the saintly Arizal, known as the Holy Lion, or Rabbi Isaac Luria Ashkenazi, who came from Egypt in order to study under the Ramak. They only lived a very brief time together, and then the Ramak passed away. The Ari would pass away not much later after that. One of the tragic aspects of the lives of Kabbalists is that they tend to die very young. But at any rate, so many of them are concentrated within this short period of time, really about half a century in the middle of the 1500s, in this one region, and they are involved in a tremendous amount of activity related to Kabbalah. One of the key distinctions that I will mention between the Kabbalah of the Ramah and the Kabbalah of the Ari is that the two of them, the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and the student, Rabbi Isaac Luria, had a difference of opinion as to how the universe came to be the way it is, specifically with regards to the question of why does evil exist. For the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, evil was, as it were, built into the system, that it is a natural consequence of the way the spherot are designed. Whereas for the Ari, evil was created as a result of some kind of early cataclysm, which he termed the Shvirat HaKelim, the bursting of the vessels. Put very briefly, when the universe was created and divine influence was poured into the metaphor, the clay containers of the Spirot, they could not handle the overwhelming nature of godliness and the shadows. And the earth, as it were, absorbed the combination of godliness and the actual clay that held the outside of the vessels. I know this sounds confusing, but basically that's where the material world comes from, according to the Kabbalah of the Ari. That, everything that we have, like my phone or this book or my desk that I'm sitting at, they all have a mixture of godliness, which is somehow buried in the physicality of it and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is this shell, a klipa, that is formed from the original vessels that were intended to create the contain godliness. And one of the major ideas that emerges from the Kabbalah of the Ari, which really energized much of the later Hasidim, who borrowed much more heavily from the Ari than from the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, was the idea that humans have an extremely important role to play in rescuing those sparks of holiness that are buried within the physical universe. That it is the goal of Jews in particular and of humanity as a whole to raise up the holiness that is buried in physicality, and that is really kind of like the driving dynamism behind Hasidism in particular, related to the vision of Kabbalah according to the Ali. Fascinating material, all kinds. There's so many other figures who are active at this time, but let's just turn very briefly in conclusion to one other fascinating thing that occurs, and that is the debate over the renewal of smicha. This image is from a movie that had a tremendous impact on me when I was a very young child. The Ten Commandments, great movie, directed by Cecil B. DeMille. This is a picture of Joshua, the biblical Joshua. One of the few pictures that I could find online in which he's wearing a shirt. And Joshua was, of course, Moses' deputy. And at a key point in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority onto Joshua through a process which is known in Hebrew as smicha, or ordination is the way it's translated to English, but literally means the laying on of hands. You put your hands on a person's head and you put your weight on them and you transfer your authority to them. There's a lot of interesting discussions of this in the Talmud as well. Now, in ancient times, the spiritual lineage of Moses to Joshua, Joshua to the elders to the prophets, and so on, is something that was preserved in Pirkei Avot and many other literary creations from the time, but it was lost as a result of the depredations of exile from the ancient period up until the 1500s, where we're looking at the Jews in Tzfat. But an individual named Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, wait a second, we have the greatest minds of the Jewish people, all concentrated here in this northern Israel spot, including, by the way, the great elder sage Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we discussed in the last video, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the author of the Beit Yosef. He was in Tzfat as well. So Rabbi Beirav said, you know what? We should all get together. We should all agree that, for example, Rabbi Yosef Karo is the greatest sage of the Jewish people, and there was very good arguments to be made for that. And then we will collectively proclaim him Rabbi, like not in the sense of just a throwaway title, but an actual rabbi like Joshua was a rabbi because Moses gave him smicha. And then once he has that authority, then he will give others smicha, including Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, including Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, including Rabbi Yaakov Beirav. By the way, it was probably not Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because he was incredibly young at this time, but nevertheless, there was a small group of people, about half a dozen, that were to get this new smicha. And Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, and in so doing, we will reestablish the great authority of the rabbinic tradition all the way back from Moses. It was a fascinating idea, and it created a certain amount of interest in the Jewish world, but there were many rabbis outside of Tzfat, in Jerusalem in particular, said, wait a second. And unfortunately, as a result of much controversy, this particular idea did not go very far. But nevertheless, it was indicative of the great excitement around Torah and Kabbalah that was happening in Tzfat in the 1500s. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this very brief discussion. I have lots more videos online that deal in particular with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because I spent quite a bit of time studying his work. But if you like this video, please subscribe. It is really nice to see the numbers increasing. I love knowing that there's so many people enjoy studying Jewish history as I do, and I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you for watching.
John the Beast Mugami.
Rewatch that Mugami Hacker fight that day.
What a great fight. What a great fight.
What a fight. What a fight. Hagler was my hero when I was a kid. And
so you're probably, so I'm sure you're an advocate with regard to what I call the #1 elevator fight of all time. That's what Hagler was. But no, which one? The #1 elevator fight of all time. And an elevator fight is a fight where...
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled in Roman characters with the Polish spelling. making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, a very large loss of life, and a significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Ilya Repin, very important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe. It shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place on the Dnipro River where the Ukrainian Cossacks would gather. Cossacks, the term is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when you get to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in a very different way. Sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Kozake, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs and created these pretty much all-male settlements in fairly remote places such as the rapids on the Dnipro River. And there they engaged in, some kind of I'm not sure what the right word for it is, sort of like nationalistic piracy, where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the great national awakening of the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and were overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, worshiping Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. And we'll get to that in just a second, and regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorossiane, or Little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around, but that's outside of the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time, and they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising would emerge. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising and specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they are concentrating in this region, which we should call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from Poles and Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we have also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards the Krim or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhian Sea, where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in this region, a very fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for good reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. The arenda is essentially a type of tax farming. We've seen that before in the medieval period, where the nobility, which would actually own not only the land, but own the town and own, the bread mill and own the bridges and own the orchards in the forest and all kinds of things, they would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us now recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more. The Jews have to go back and try and find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, a type of corvée, which was called ROTHSCHILD at that time. Or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendator was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing that Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Pirati. The so-called krechma, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinatia, and so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit, but it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage in the main. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews being in more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. And this man, shown here, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered them together and in a proto-nationalist movement led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of the Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain. The Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s, some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been, the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression. They nevertheless were the people who were close by, and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued for a few more years, is called the Decree of Tachletat, Gzeras Tachletat. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil decree of Tachletat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms, really like kind of the archetypical pogroms of Eastern Europe, for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew, Yevon Sula, a quote from the Book of Psalms, translated as the abyss of despair. This is available in English translation, and it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of the impact, and in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Shaul Stampfer in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence had all subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many, many accounts from Gluckel of Hamon to the important commentator on the Shulchan Aruch, the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly bruited about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, but certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well, and one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919, and the, one may argue, even elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. And but for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5-hryvnia note from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews, who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezalezhnyst in Kyiv today, a monument to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and it was erected in the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously pointing first authorities, which really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the original version of this rather heroic-looking statue, the original draft actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find out on the web, but in the original draft, and this is a casting of it, behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky's horse, there's a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated, if this draft were to have been accepted for the final version, that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the 100 years remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe, and many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something you'd like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching.
Opening on camera for the show. He gets a little more cautious, and he pulls it back to, there you are. That's yeah, look at you. Hair parted on the right. We'll get to that in a moment. He pulls it back, and when we do it live on camera, he says Mike will knock him out in the first round. Was it 33 seconds or 31 seconds? I think it was 33 seconds. And
hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish History Lab series. Today I'd like to spend some time with you looking at the false messiahship of one Shabbatai Tzvi. Very dramatic series of events that took place in the 1660s primarily. And, this is not the first time that false messiahs have made their appearance in Jewish history, but this happens to be, without doubt, one of the most consequential, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity was felt both geographically broad, meaning far away as England, in particular Amsterdam, was affected by his activities, and also chronologically, because over the next 200 years there would be continuing reverberations of the challenge that he posed to conventional Jewish thought. So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly who was Shabbatai Tzvi and what did he teach and what actually happened to him and his followers. Let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's really much more ready communications. The print media, of course, has been circulating widely, and the idea of the Jews enthusiastically adopting a potential Messiah is something of great interest to Christian readers as well. So there's actually quite a good number of newspaper articles, the contemporary equivalent of newspapers like broadsheets and things like that, and a lot of popular publications that explain to non-Jews exactly what was going on with Shabbatai Tzvi, and this tended to circulate back into the Jewish community as well, where many Jews who were followers of Shabbatai Tzvi would actually bring copies of these broadsheets to their gatherings and so on. We have a wide variety of them. This is an example you're seeing on the screen right here from Germany in 1666, right at the height of the activities. And he's portrayed here as some kind of an emperor, on a prancing horse. One would see this kind of pose with, Louis XV or something like that in France. Certainly one of the Austrian emperors, even Napoleon appears like this, because, many people weren't exactly sure what to make of Shabbatai Tzvi. The political context is, of course, very, very significant. In the previous video, we discussed the impact of the Khmelnytsky rebellion on Eastern European Jewry in particular. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had a similar kind of repercussions on the northern communities in Eastern Europe, and it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval as there were a lot of migrant Jewish populations who ran away to flee the violence. We see an example of it in none other than the journals of Glickl of Hameln, a woman who lived in German territories, who writes about the era in the sense that even my own grandparents took in orphans from the Holocaust, displaced people, and they were, one in particular was raised alongside my father. He should rest in peace, like a brother. So we're talking about a post-Holocaust kind of era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion and depression and anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways an eager anticipation of a Messianic future. There's also, into this mix, the very heady broth of Kabbalistic thought, which is emanating from Tzfat, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that is circulating in the name of the Arizal, of Rabbi Isaac Luria, which really poses a kind of an apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final tikkun, in the final repair of a broken universe. That implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought upon the fabric of society through acts of good deeds and study of Torah and pious activity. So this very, very heady apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also, reeling from the huge losses and the displaced populations of the Khmelnytsky rebellion. And finally, it's really important that we not overlook the technological change that's happening in society. In many ways, not at all unlike the period that we live in today, there is a radical expansion of the circulation of information through the increasingly available print media. There's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we had when we had precious hand-copied manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with regards to gender, because books are a much more accessible way to gain information than classrooms, and women often have much more access to printed information than they might have had to closed, educational circles like in the yeshiva. And this may be actually one of the areas in which Shabtai Tzvi's impact is felt with the greatest resonance in the modern era. So let's come to that shortly. Shabtai Tzvi was born in 1626 in Smyrna. He spent quite a bit of time in his youth in Greece, and he was widely regarded as something of a talented, intellectual young man. His good looks were noted. He had a very sweet singing voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, he was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were never consummated. Later, he was engaged in a few other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll. That's right, not to a human being, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest lasting marriage would be to a woman named Sarah that we'll discuss momentarily. At any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars, looking backwards, tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic depressive cycle, in which he would have at sometimes these moments of great miraculous activity, such as levitation. We call these periods illuminations, in which he would engage in some name of God aloud, something which was only pronounced in ancient times by the high priest in the temple on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur. And he would claim to be able to levitate and all kinds of other things. And he would alternate that with periods of apparent depression, of solitude, and of silence, and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended period of time, and there were other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the rails in terms of his behavior. For the most part, these eccentric behaviors were sort of written off, and he was regarded as something of perhaps a holy fool. His mastery of Talmud and of Kabbalah and his, otherwise very genial nature tended to stand him in good stead, and people tended to ignore the rather bizarre behaviors. On occasion, he actually ascribed to himself a messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, who's shown here in this image, shown leading the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back to resume the Messianic era under Shabtai Tzvi. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity, and he became essentially Shabtai Tzvi's #1 propagandist, and broadcast far and wide the notion that Shabtai Tzvi was in fact the Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabtai Tzvi's mental health, tended to enable the worst aspects of his mental illness, and encouraged him to explore further and further his delusions of grandeur. So what were the characteristics of the things that Shabtai Tzvi was talking about? Well, first of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself the Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles, King of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates. He would demand of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involved antinomian behavior. And antinomianism, we should really define it here. This is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and the most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, nomos meaning law in Greek. And he would take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism, and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar. He once celebrated the three pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week, as they're spread out throughout the year. He would regularly, as I mentioned, pronounce the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways, and these were quite alarming to traditionalists. But people who saw him as the Messiah would read into these behaviors a type of new evaluation of the laws, in particular things like taking the fast day of Tisha B'Av, the ninth day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destructions of the temple. But there are prophetic teachings that say that that particular day will be Zion. Shabtai Tzvi also, by the way, claimed to have been born on Tisha B'Av, which was very convenient, perhaps intentionally so. So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people and was in line with his claims to be the Messiah. Perhaps the most tempting and certainly salacious aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argument that traditional rules of sexuality no longer applied in the Messianic era. And there was quite a bit of free love happening in Shabtai Tzvi's community with the exchange of spouses, and he himself, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, who was a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently an orphan from the Khmelnytsky massacres that we discussed last week, and she had quite a broad kind of range of experience. But Shabtai Tzvi saw in Sarah his opportunity to fulfill yet another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married a woman of ill repute, so he too would marry Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right through to the very end. So this kind of licentious behavior and the challenge to traditional norms was something that was really very controversial. When he was at his most manic, he actually would, in one occasion in Smyrna, he took an axe and strove to break down the locked door of the synagogue because he had been barred from praying communally with them. And when he came in, he insisted on, rather than from the traditional scroll, he actually invited his friends to come up, and they had to read the Torah from the text. He actually invited women up for an aliyah, which is not controversial today in many non-Orthodox synagogues, but you can imagine how much of a, landmine that was in the 17th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs in which he believed there was lots of Kabbalistic information encoded while he's in synagogue leading the Sabbath services. So in many ways he was really bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life. But this tended to, enamor him to his followers. This idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of Eve from women, was something that actually might have engendered still more interest among followers. And in fact, this seemed to have had a significant impact later through the Frankist movement in particular, and perhaps even through proto-feminism. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from a printed book, very open to new ideas of technology and how this was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic era. So what ended up happening to him? What's the whole story? Here's one broadsheet that was printed in Germany that gives you a little sense of what happened. In the 1665 and 1666, what ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship before the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and to claim Jerusalem and initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt, seeing that there really was quite a groundswell of support for him. He didn't want to make Shabtai Tzvi into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously, he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself the Messiah and demanding a major chunk of Ottoman territory. So when Shabtai Tzvi came to the Sultan, he was intercepted at sea and held offshore for quite some time, and then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly, who, according to some accounts, actually listened in from a high alcove, and his demands were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, but if he liked, he could remain alive so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this counteroffer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because of a major fire that destroyed the archives from this period, but some accounts indicate that he approached this counteroffer with a certain amount of passivity and perhaps even going into one of his depressive moods. But ultimately what happened was he was duly converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan, who once again didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his Jewish followers. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200 to 300 families who were ardent supporters of Shabtai Tzvi assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam, that that's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the Dunmen. They exist really right up until the 20th century in particular. His wife Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam and joined him. By the way, this is an interesting image. You can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion in science fiction films. Here's Natalie Portman as Queen Amidala, and you can see she got exactly the same hairstyle. Just saying. At any rate, what happened to Shabtai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further and further away, eventually ultimately jailed him. Shabtai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his own followers, now the Dunme, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier Jewish attitude. He was known to still participate in the reading of Psalms and of engaging in prayer. And in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book so that he could recite the Yom Kippur liturgy himself. Looking beyond Shabtai Tzvi's short but eventful life, the Dunme actually are small but significant role, particularly in Turkey. Here's an interesting image of a mosque built in Greece by the Dunme. He also had a significant impact on later antinomian quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than Islamic bent. And perhaps the most significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish history more narrowly, the charge of Sabbateanism continued to reverberate throughout Europe for the next 200 years. Major figures, including Jonathan Eibishter, shown here, even the great Ramchal, the Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, author of Mesilat Yeshayaim, were accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. They were definitely Sabbatean circles, sometimes openly admiring Shabtai Tzvi, much more commonly, however, kind of secretly purporting to circulate his doctrines and anticipating even his resurrection as the Messiah, which is a distinctly Christian idea that nevertheless found expression among some of his later followers. So that's a quick look at Shabtai Tzvi's career. I do have a few other longer lectures on this if you're interested in learning more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please do subscribe. It really is nice to see that the number of people who are interested in Jewish history is significant, and thank you very much for watching.
And, a lot of the boxing people recognize that was a knockdown, but forever in the history books, it's not a knockdown. When you take a punch to the face and then you take a knee, that is a fucking knockdown. Period. End of story. I don't care if you got your hair fucking perm stuff.
It's like a literary idiosyncrasy, okay? And both of our sports, boxing and MMA, throughout their history.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my online lectures. I hope you continue to find them of interest. Today I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in the Jewish History Lab series. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right, and so to that end, I've created an online course that's going to be massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded, so you can get a sense of how well you've absorbed the material, some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class, and I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it, so when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input, so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what lacunae you observe in the work that maybe I should add in some more details, what areas may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so you'll give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume. That is Biblical Jewish History. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile and the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages from that ancient period, the Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really a fantastic outline. If I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's produced below, and I would love to have you in this course with me. I hope you enjoy the lectures, and take care. Thank you very much for listening.
In boxing and certainly in MMA, there's a certain amount of years where a fighter can keep the RPMs up. And when they're in the red line, and there's some people subscribe to the idea of 9 years. There's 9 years is the most that an elite fighter in MMA has performed at their prime. I think that's a bullshit number, because I think it's entirely dependent upon lifestyle, nutrition, discipline, physical attributes. There's a lot of factors.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. I wish I lived in a time when people still use the words like mendacity. At any rate, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself liked to, use Jewish phrases from time to time, and to have some kind of buried, coded, mysterious thing in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of bury coded things in his writings that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Louis de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his crew, one Louis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, Europeans that is setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now, it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba liked to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. At any rate, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of the New World. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarna, and he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country, it was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedoms associated with the expansion of the Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto-Jews pretending to be Christian living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century. It was a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constitute 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a communal settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidish, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish one school and two synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, one synagogue to pray in and one synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial region, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. We recall that the Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was the result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debts. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam's Jews on Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually population in London began to develop, which was very significant. Of course, would have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were, isolated individuals that, came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauns, who was a metallurgist and an engineer, was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he didn't leave much of an impression in Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not post bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community developing until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine landing in New York City Harbor, in New Amsterdam. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So small group of bedraggled, penniless refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population here. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Stuyvesant, who, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke that the guy is wearing, right? And I have to say, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps they're, faith-based or some even fashion statements, but speaking for myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. You know what I mean? At any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was the son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church. And he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony, which only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have nothing to do with them. But ultimately, Stuyvesant lost to market forces. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins, that the Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
That's what makes for great fighters. And also the ability to objectively analyze your skills, and you recognize where you need to advance and what you need to do differently.
So you have a trainer to help you with that. Yeah. But you don't have coaches per se, the way you do in organized team sports and stuff like that. At the end of the day, you're the one. You got to figure this out.
And you can have an idea of what's effective, but until you
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple of centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York, and it's under the British, and there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we've discussed. Also Newport, Rhode Island, where the Touro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia in the south, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is a very important community. Trois-Rivières is also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic Rite. a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population derived more from Ashkenazic lands. This is kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces and centripetal force. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition over generations. Here's another way to look at that migration from Eli Barnavi's Historical Atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retake the formerly Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and even from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast, and you can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans by the time you get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. There's a lot of reason why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So there are a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of whom have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here. This is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame, who take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have a different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this German migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it's estimated there were about 6,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 15,000, and by 1860 to 150,000. Really a dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive in these shores, they look for some kind of occupation, and the only thing that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales. Or, as often happened when they moved out west, and is also the case incidentally with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area, and you kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants, and there'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that is developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, a much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and keeping kosher and things like that. And they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore states. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I don't know, it could be a guess here, but this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized country to the north, 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa, and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East, in Israel, of course. And then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Eviatar Friesel's really fascinating Atlas of Modern Jewish History, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly evenly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800. And that's all the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, let's say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase. And much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews living in the U.S. and Canada, with over 1 million by the time you get to the year 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we will spend much more time later on talking about that last migration, but for now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe. And otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching.
They've seen more of the sport than other people. They know what they're watching. Richard was never again introduced in Las Vegas before a fight without the crowd booing. He was subjected to boos every time he was introduced, which shows you that a majority of the fans in that particular boxing capital agree with me that it was a bad stoppage. Imagine what that did to his psyche.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is an extremely important movement, had tremendous impact on religious history, social history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers, it's the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic Revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to the more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historiography of Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who we've spoken about many times, he took a very dim view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean, Kabbalistic movement that was associated with the poorly educated Jews of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, the great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued, in fact, that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignoramuses. It represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to kind of transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Ben Zion Dinor, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you the sense that, the views of what is Hasidism and what is its significance, what is its etiology, have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand it within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the chaotic political context of that time, which you recall the region was devastated by the Khmelnytsky uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure, as in 1772 the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors. And in fact, a large chunk of Jews living in this area would be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Judenrein. It was free of Jews because they had been banned since 1479, and all of a sudden Catherine II said, oh my gosh, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where lands Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale of Settlement. And exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow, but this Pale of Settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. There's a lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Podolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in Lithuania to the north. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army as Kantonisten, or by destroying their internal structures. The Kehila was officially banned in 1844, leaving it only small functions, especially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. And we'll return to that in a couple of lectures. At any rate, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region, and one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You'll find it in the Hebrew scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness. The word chesed is, of course, kindness. And a Hasid is understood to mean someone who goes beyond what is naturally required, someone who does extra. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and the peyot and things like that, but those are kind of like, levushim or clothing. That's things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism are emphasis on devekut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the pre-Hasidic groups, who would later become known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents. We'll talk about them in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or connection with others through fellowship. They also believed in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary people could study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that is actually a desideratum. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who is a Tehillim Zogger, someone who just recites psalms, rather than just going through the book, reading the words, as opposed to having deep insights into their meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often, given those positions because they could essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decaying elements of the Jewish community under the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders who did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare, and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who are not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere, and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who was known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime. but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part in particular who were known as Balei Shem, which means literally masters of the name. The name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague, Professor Yochanan Petrovsky Stern of Northwestern, shown here in his youth when we first met in Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Vernadsky Library there of 18th century Pinkasim or communal record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Baal Shem, who were like, these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel Ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shem who were not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar-Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book on the early biography of the Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources. He found indeed tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in Medjugorje, which gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have dug this well that still provides clear, clean water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records and elsewhere that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss a little further in the next lecture. Okay, thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe, because I love seeing the numbers of students of Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet-based relationship. Have an excellent day. Thanks for listening.
I said, what do you want me to do in Birmingham? He said, well, there's a quarterback there named George Myra. He's now with the Birmingham American Sub. I think it was World Football League. He's already been busted out of the NFL, the AFL, Canada. This is his last shot as a pro football quarterback, and we think it's an interesting story, and we want you to go interview him. So, of course.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter-reaction. And this is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim or Mitnagdim, and the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Right? Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they will also be defined by the Hasidism as well, as we shall see. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and Misnagdim. And, there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmo culture, right? Get it? Yarmulke? Yarmo culture. But 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, if you look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology, and practice is placed first because in many ways practice is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, four really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, or that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. And when I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews, or Jews call themselves Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. The Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, hey, do you believe in 613? The Mitnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which has to deal with intimate relations? They would say for sure. This refers to the use of the mikvah and ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, in these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with keeping kosher. How exactly must one slaughter an animal to make it kosher? Or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes. But like 95% of things, they are in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is Dov Ber, known as the Maggid of Mezrich. And he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shner Zalman of Liadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called the Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. And you can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Dwodzinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid of Mezrich passed away, and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that in many ways the Mitnagdim, who called themselves opponents, they had nothing to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, well, what is it that we believe that is possibly different from the Misnagdim? The most significant, the king of the Misnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by the Misnagdim was none other than the Vilna Gaon, a great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Misnagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, that the argument was the Hasidim were separatists. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, who would want to go to a corrupt ignoramus rabbi? You'd rather go to a genuine rabbi. You'd rather hang out with someone who really cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer times. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that Judaism has boundaries. And in fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that the Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements or that the Misnagdim don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, there's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times that you have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer? It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari, meaning they follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There was a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure, and both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which had economic implications. This has been Zion Dinor's primary contribution to the historiography, is saying that, hey, the debate between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that, if you create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argue that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than, oh my gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation with intention of like, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians, really looked down upon. And finally, the accusation that some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halacha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi, who we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually, kind of like a front for a Sabbatean movement, and that it had to really be extirpated now before it further infected the Jewish body politic. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Vitebsk, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to seek an audience with him to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They were not granted an audience. In fact, the Misnagdim counterreacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll even consign making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales would just... At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book burnings. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with the very strong conflict between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, the Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Yeshiva of Volozhin, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. What the Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely. You better believe it. We are going to be super attached to text. We're going to spend even more energy in the Talmud. And in fact, that's what the Lithuanians are known for more than anything else, is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the Misnagdic tradition was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah. Before you study Torah's Nister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions that the Hasidim were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself. They were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, associated with the yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah for Misnagdim. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Becher, who was a guide for me in those early years of my yeshiva study. And he said, how's it going? I said, well, it's going okay. I'm enjoying yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos. It has a problem in it. We figure out the problem, and then I come home. But I said to him, Rabbi, I had to admit that, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles or every day, because I was like finding intellectual problems and then solving them and then going home for dinner, right? So he said, okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChaim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day. And so I said, okay, I'll do it. So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChaim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. And many, many times I simply couldn't put it down. And I looked up, and I'd already gone way past my yeshiva stop, and I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had just gotten so lost in the tremendous writings of Rabbi Chaim Volozhin. And it really changed the way that I went back and studied those Tosfos as well. It made the Tosfos kind of like jump off the page as, this is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means, because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. Wow. So if you're having that problem, read Nefesh HaChaim. Okay, sorry for that little discourse. Finally, One of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Misnagdim had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called a tzaddik, sometimes called a Rebbe, to an inappropriate extent. That in some cases they even regarded the Rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Misnagdim certainly criticized this idea of like having an intermediary, and they refused to regard even very learned and holy people as being those intermediaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight and power, associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a Misnagdic reflection of Hasidism in reaction, but also in admiration of what the Hasidic movement stood for. Okay, while the Hasidim and Misnagdim are fighting bitterly at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're so moved, hit the subscribe button, because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group. And let's return and look at the challenge that both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim faced in the Haskalah. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century. And then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Misnagdic territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Misnagdic movement, would endure to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism and humanism that swept across much of Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it, for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Azaria del Rossi, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, at an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara. He was forced out of doors like everybody in Ferrara, and while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussions, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, and the outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. It's a very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world. How does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all? Del Rossi's insight was something that it was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up in the 16th century and says, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, in Maimonides, who writes in the 8 chapters that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where Jews have a much more kind of like open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of like internal, inward focus perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of like vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who, you will recall, were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of these Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought in general. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Maskilim. Certainly the most important of them, the king of the Maskilim, was Moses Mendelssohn, a self-taught genius who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in the study of the Talmud. But the vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like, it's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even, in where I grew up, the Joual, the Quebecois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They can almost not understand each other. So it was like very similar in syntax, and the vocabulary had huge overlaps. But, speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backward and things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they tease out, the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew. And note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He's still observing Shabbat and Kashrut and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be considered second-class citizens. In fact, they weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also, promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early maskilim. Oh, by the way, maskil is like the singular noun form of haskalah. Haskalah is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of the enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, who unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey, and in fact, he even visited the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, and things like that. So, whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of Haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, no, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time do you show up for minyan, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that Maskilim actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs like this one you see here of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody could be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because it, really, this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, my gosh, this is horrible if there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely. Maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and articulate a statement that will be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues where issues of science and Torah and the tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights upon Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But, the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some maskilim, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was, valuable on a religious level, but, he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in German society, essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda, or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. And you see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx would have they would have their children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, argued that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Raphael Hirsch was way too modern. It was way too, he gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed with a little bit heavier beard like this to make him look a little bit more traditional. Now, these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, a population that was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration, and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, there's a heavy lean towards assimilation. Didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, and an adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, and so on. But let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience and human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism or Jewish socialism. We'll discuss those as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a movement that emphasized, really abandonment of Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidim and Misnagdim as well. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within a dire political context in Eastern Europe. We mentioned a couple lectures ago Tsar Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 25 years. Noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was the notorious Cantonist movement that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools called Canton schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they would simply never return to their families. They would end up, assimilating into the Russian society. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was Jews could attend the so-called crown schools, which were Russian-approved schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max Lilienthal, who believed that perhaps this is a way that the Haskalah could offer, enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations. But in reality, they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts, and even Lilienthal left in disgust. He ended up here in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Misnagdim had to be viewed. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Eliezer Tzeifel, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom al Yisrael, Peace Upon Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, that of course would be the Vilna Gaon, the leaders of the Misnagdim, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. That's like shepherd number one. Shepherd number two, the Hasidim in Volhynia, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. Right, the Hasidim with their ideals of devekut and closeness to God and so on. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, a leader of the Misnagdim, who of course was himself observant, as we mentioned earlier, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Tzvifel that, all three of these shepherds, the leader of the Misnagdim, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Maskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate. But it is worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, the Misnagdim, and the Maskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it means to be a Jew in the modern world. Whew, okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it and talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who you think would like it, because one of my increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of pre-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, or the granting of equal rights to Jews throughout Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. Now, it's really important for us to just take a second to think about what does this word emancipation actually mean. It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred with the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term, so we'll go with it. The Jews prior to their emancipation were not slaves. It's not the same thing as the African Americans experience. They were largely, living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to try to find a word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th and 19th century. So by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that, if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. You have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs, who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even the rights of marriage and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights and groups of people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large, farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guilds and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which was another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi camerae regis. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending, and a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate their serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50 odd years later. And people were like moving into cities. Industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence, to move wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated more Judaico, this kind of medieval oath where, because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were, making an oath in court. Like they had to stand on a pigskin, sometimes with their chest bared, holding on to a Sefer Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to, generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in a previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents, political movement. It was saying that, if Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let us not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly, but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews. This is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these peoples were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America. And in 19th century as well, they were not quite in the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. So Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who are also generally Catholic. So there's a lot of hesitation to giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, America fought a war over that, but also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There was questions about whether or not they could hold public office, some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787 and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791 clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was removed. That was applying specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It was not really that difficult to actually make that big step and emancipate them. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected Sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath, that he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So in other words, we have the situation where, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always a him. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, it decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens, things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Gouze actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? And so she composed a Declaration for the Rights of Woman and Citizen, and the word citizen, of course, in French can be declined either as a male or as a female, but the French government at the time was not willing to accept that. They were really only thinking about men. Honestly, it says man, and they meant man, but that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was legal change that precipitated social change, almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately, the Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader, economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures, tends to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. And so what happened in France is, in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in, whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had, a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerate, They were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and, undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically grand kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do, Catholics? And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period. But they haven't met in 1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, I'm Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the assembly of Jewish notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to, what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability. Is that a word? The assimilability of the Jew. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationship to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables and the later Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of maskilim, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint of what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. And they said, well, not exactly, wouldn't it precisely be recognized, but, and they knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided him with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrins, or the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort. They would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and there's an absolutely amazing hat here. I mean, I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. A commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues within France, but I'm going to leave it at this point because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because, rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote-unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back. The constitution was abrogated. And then slow kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Chassam Sofer, a very important Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand. And he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights because that's really a very important tool that the Jews used to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to the Jews as well. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to the Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation well before it was actually granted, in Germany you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, who wrote very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Gretz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune, and he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler, and he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be rolled back, and of course the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that we see appearing in the late 19th century. Now obviously that seems ridiculously late in the sense that, as long as there have been more than one Jew, there have been politics, right? It's just part of the nature of the Jewish experience, I think, and possibly of the human experience in general. But what I'm going to be focusing in on in this context is the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy begins to make its impact on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of population that resides in Eastern Europe, where there's so many more Jews to create that critical mass to move political agendas along. And prior to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent when it came to political activity. They largely trusted their leadership to have any kind of interface with the secular authorities. And so really it was a matter of more kind of like feudal relationships where the Stadlan, the intercessor that would be hired by the head of the Kehillah, would be the one that would be interacting with the nobleman or the king or whatever on behalf of the entire community. And the idea of a group of Jews breaking away from the central authorities was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition before the modern era. In the modern era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews begin to look at more contemporary ways of organizing themselves and not necessarily in conformity with the will of the rabbinic and communal leadership, and that's where we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major important turning point in the development of modern Jewish politics to 1881. That is the date upon which Tsar Alexander II was assassinated, shown here with his son and with his wife. He was a very popular Tsar in Eastern Europe. He was the great Tsar liberator because it was on his watch that the serfs were liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution like the emancipation of Africans in America. It was not a funded emancipation, like they went from one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties, but nevertheless, the Russian populace as a whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who did not, in particular, were the revolutionaries, the early socialist movements that were burgeoning in the 1870s. And in 1881, a group of them, organized under the name Narodnya Volia, the People's Will, tossed a bomb at his carriage and killed him, as you can see in these contemporary newspaper accounts of that act of violence. The rumor went out throughout the empire that the new emperor, his son, Alexander III, gave the populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. Now, for a long time, Jewish historiography basically took this as some kind of face value, and if you've seen Fiddler on the Roof, there's a famous scene where Tevye is approached by a policeman who wants to give him some kind of heads up that a pogrom is coming. But it seems like this is not an accurate depiction of what happened in Russia. In reality, the pogroms went way out of control. The Russian Empire and the government were certainly not the architects of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. The entire administration, the police force, was exposed as being, inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond to this rapid movement of violence that essentially followed the newly laid rail lines that were connecting many communities. And the pogroms went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years, till 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia was no longer capable of maintaining itself as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a country governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that the Jews as a minority fear tremendously. So it is the violence that erupted in 1881 and extended for a few years that really triggered the rethinking by Jews of their political status, or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles in Ukrainian territory and vice versa, things like that. And it was something that really just got way out of hand for the Russians. Now, this map and the few charts that I'd like to show you right now come from really interesting articles published in 2019 by Irena Grosfeld, Sekun Sorkan-Sakali, and Ekaterina Zhuravskaya that point out something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one else, to my knowledge, has really made these correlations. The pogroms, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we can tie it to, certain church teachings and certain economic practices of the Jews, and the long-term resentment that goes back to the Khmelnytsky rebellion, the Haidamach rebellion, and so on. But Jews basically lived in relative peace alongside their Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Russian neighbors, with only a few significant punctuations of violence, like under Khmelnytsky in the 17th century and under Honta in the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history in the Pale Settlement was relatively peaceful, not necessarily loving, but one of coexistence. So why all these pogroms all of a sudden? So have a look at these charts. Let me just move over to the other side of the screen here. So this is a chart that shows the number of pogroms in the years 1800 to 1928. And I'm a little bit suspicious of the last number because I always thought there was a much bigger surge in 1919. But let's take it at face value for now because the conclusions are going to be really useful. Here is the number of pogroms correlated with years of crop failure. And as you can see, yes, pogroms do correlate with certain periods of crop failure, but by no means all periods of crop failure. There are some periods when, terrible crop situation, especially from before 1881, that do not result in anti-Jewish violence. And in fact, there's a rather extended period before the Russian Revolution in 1917 where there's no violence to speak of. So what's going on there? Then if you look at a different kind of factor, political turmoil, the same kind of thing holds. Yes, those periods of violence against Jews in 1881 and in 1904-05, of course, the Kishinev pogrom and the Civil War pogroms, they coincided with significant political upheaval, but lots of periods where you had political upheaval and no violence against Jews. So what's going on? So what the authors of this study did, which is very clever, is they put together both of those variables with violence against Jews, and this is the money chart right here. Wow, look at this. The purple lines demonstrate that when there is a combination of political turmoil and crop failure, that is a disastrous time for anti-Jewish violence. Meaning those two factors joined together have a direct correlation with violence against Jews. And I think this says a lot about the fundamental working pieces that motivate people to attack their neighbors in this circumstance. Okay, let's go to the political thing. So under these circumstances, right, you've got 3 years of chaos in the former Russian Empire, and Jews are basically saying, nothing's working here. We've been relying on our traditional leadership for a long time. We're very disappointed with how they handled, among other things, the Cantonisten crisis that we discussed in a previous video. We have to do something different. And so basically, Jews decided en masse that they were going to use 5 distinct strategies to meet the moment. Here they are. The first is actually the most traditional of all, that is emigration. Right? That historically, when conditions are growing increasingly poor for Jews in a particular region, and they see no easy way to change it, so they pick up and they move somewhere else. This is a 2,000-year-old tested strategy that has worked fairly well. And so you can see from this map, which we've looked at in other contexts, a large outpouring of Jews from the Pale of Settlement to America, to Canada, the United States of America, to Canada, to South America, Quaternary to Western Europe, significant significant numbers of Jews to the land of Israel and to South Africa, and a small number going Algeria. Ultimately doesn't solve the problem, it just hopes that it will be better somewhere else, and it could in fact become worse, as we shall see as we move into the 20th century in Western Europe in particular. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country, we're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, in particular during this time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 Wildcat strike that ultimately forced the Russian government to change its way of operation. It's called the 1905 Revolution. It really wasn't a revolution because the Tsar was still in power, but he had to cede more authority to a revised parliament. What is not as well known about Trotsky's personal problems with the Russian Empire is that in 1905 it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire. So anyways, Jewish socialism. This was something that was antithetical to traditional Jewish values, primarily because socialism, following the ideas of Karl Marx, who was himself born Jewish and baptized as a child by his parents, was rather anti-Semitic himself, a self-hating Jew, and he had lots of terrible things to say about religion in particular, and Jews as well. So the socialists tend to have a very anti-religious, anti-clerical position, and so it did not represent the mass of the Jewish population, but there was definitely a segment of the younger population who felt like socialism, although represented a radical break from Jewish culture and thought and so on, nevertheless represented the way forward for a more enlightened society. We'll continue with this in the next video. Thirdly, rather than saying let's emigrate and hope it gets better someplace else, rather than saying let's not emigrate, let's try and change the country here, the third strategy is Zionism, saying let's emigrate, but we'll emigrate for the last time. We will emigrate back to our national homeland in the land of Israel, and we will there reestablish a Jewish polity, a Jewish state, a Jewish army, a Jewish flag, Jewish passports, and so on. And this would be representative of some kind of secular messianic ideal where it will represent the end of time, because Jews will no longer wander from one place to another. Here is an image of the first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, with the large picture of Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism in the background, proclaiming the independence of Israel in 1948. So this was also a very, very popular option that many young Jews in particular gravitated to, even though, like socialism, most of the traditional rabbinate and leadership opposed it, saying that it was kind of like a chutzpah, an act of insolence towards God, in the sense that, returning to Israel is part of the messianic future, and by, forcing God's hand, by moving to Israel and trying to establish a state before the Messiah arrived, that was considered, almost heretical to some rabbis, and therefore this also represented a break from tradition. The fourth option was the least popular, but nevertheless had a significant impact ideologically. This is the notion of diaspora nationalism. That said essentially, okay, we're not going to leave, no immigration. We're not going to change this society to become socialist. That's such a radical change. We're not going to do that. We're also not going to move to Israel, which actually, according to the diaspora nationalists, sort of represented a step backwards in terms of the evolution of the Jewish people, because as the founding ideologue of diaspora nationalism argued, the Jews had sort of advanced beyond the stage of needing a political state to constitute their own identity. The Jews were capable of perpetuating their culture and thought as a minority scattered throughout the world. So to go and say, we want to create a state somewhere, whether it's in Israel or Uganda or anywhere, that represents looking backwards for the diaspora nationalists. And where they had a limited amount of impact in Eastern Europe, their ideas were actually implemented very briefly in Ukraine, and then for slightly longer periods in the interwar states of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, everything came to a crashing halt with World War II. A version of diaspora nationalism, however, survives in the institution of the Jewish Federation, which is kind of like this loose agglomeration of Jewish groups around the country to collectively raise money for charity, to represent Jewish interests before democratic governments, and so on. The huge difference between the way the diaspora nationalists envision their thought of how to deal with modernity and the way the Jewish Federation works is that the Jewish Federation is entirely voluntary. Meaning a person can choose to identify as a Jew, affiliate with the community, or not. That's, modernity doesn't really demand that you have to fit into a particular box. The diaspora nationalists had a vision where Jews would actually be in a fixed group. They would pay a certain amount of communal taxes to their own leadership. They would have the rights as a group to draw on state resources for communal practices. They would have a certain amount of protection in terms of, not having elections on Shabbat and things like that. But it was a much more kind of like well-structured organization than the Jewish Federation, which is essentially a volunteer organization. However powerful and effective it is, it ultimately depends on people wanting to belong to it, which is not the case with diaspora nationalists. And finally, the last national strategy to deal with the evolution of Jewish life in a modern democratic area are the so-called by me anyways, renewed traditionalists. These are Jews who really are still, in many ways, thinking to the pre-modern era of traditional Torah leadership, definitely very much an orthodox kind of way of thinking. And they're saying, wait a minute, why are Jews organizing politically? We should be investing much more energy in our religious activities. We should be focusing on things we need as religious Jews. However, given the rapid advance of democratizing movements in Europe and the promise of a democratic Russian empire, which turned out not to work out that way, but at least not in the 20th century, at least not the beginning of the 20th century. We'll talk about that later as well. They said, you know what? If we don't organize politically, like these other non-religious movements, then we will lose an opportunity to express the voice of religious Jewry, which represents a very large proportion over the overall Jewish public. And so the renewed traditionalists, with parties like Agudas Yisrael, Agudas Achim, and several other groups, they essentially tried to promote a religious agenda, that really demanded things specifically for religious observance within this new democratic or proto-democratic environment. Okay? Those are the 5 basic strategies that Jews chose from. There are lots of shadings in between them. Let's just have a look at what they look like on a political spectrum. And essentially, I'm going to be reviewing the material in the last group of slides, but we would be putting it in a graphic format so it's a little bit easier to understand. So here you go. Here's a typical political spectrum, the way we would study it in American political science and things like that. You have a line, and on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism, right? If you think about American politics, at least until recent years, you could say that Democrats would be just slightly left of center, Republicans would be just slightly right of center, but basically they're really close to the middle. Jewish politics are not like that. You can have really wide ranges of extremes between them. But Jewish politics is not so simple that we could all live on just one spectrum. In fact, a second axis has to be added, and this relates to the question of doakeit, which means basically here-ness. Do we believe, political parties or political organizations would argue, in developing Jewish life here, in the diaspora, or do we believe in doing it over there, meaning in Israel? Are we more Zionist inclined than diaspora inclined? So every party has to fit on both of these X and Y axes. If we look in the lower left quadrant, where you have socialism and doakeit, most important party is the General Jewish Workers' Bund, BUND, that was actually one of the earliest parties to form illegally in the Russian Empire in 1897. It actually claimed a very large number of followers. It was essentially a very leftist agenda that was exercised in the Yiddish language, largely because there was a significant population of blue-collar workers in northern Polish settlement, Lithuania in particular, that were very receptive to socialist thinking. And so the Bund really relied on the Jewish proletariat, which was quite significant, particularly in the more industrialized north. By the time you get to the 1917 revolution, there were 30,000 card-carrying members of the Bund. Now, backing up, what about in the quadrant to the lower right? You see that we have this man, Shimon Dubno, who represents the diaspora nationalists, right? They were definitely very big in Dorite. They did not favor the idea of moving to Israel, but they didn't think that the country had to be so radically changed on a socialist agenda. So they were really more interested within a capitalist economic framework. Now, if we go up to the top right quadrant, we have, of course, a very important group, the Zionists. And there are many, many shades of Zionist interpretations, but the most significant one was the group that was founded by Theodor Herzl, shown here, the father of modern political Zionism, who in 1897, same year as the Bund, had the General World Zionist Congress. And the movement that he was associated with called the Allgemeine Zionism, the General Zionists. It was more of a big tent, large umbrella kind of Zionism. This is contrasted from the revisionists, who are up here, sort of like more extreme Israel, more extreme, not necessarily capitalist economically, but definitely in a kind of political sense. Vladimir Jabotinsky is the most important thinker and activist among the revisionists, and they essentially believed that Herzl was far too diplomatic, that he was far too trusting in the goodwill of the nations that surrounded Israel or the great powers. They felt that Herzl's approach, which was basically a kind of shuttle diplomacy, go here, talk to this important leader, go there, talk to that important leader, and eventually you'll negotiate through and we'll get Israel. Jabotinsky and his followers felt that no, Jews must be much more aggressive, they must be much more militarily trained, they should have more of a kind of a right-wing outlook. These two approaches of Herzl and Jabotinsky essentially formed the core of the political party Likud later when Israel became a state. Finally, if we move over here to the upper left quadrant, you have a very important movement, the Poalei Zion, the workers of Zion, who were definitely very aggressively Zionist, but they felt that it would be a shame if Israel would just be a reproduction of some Western European state. They wanted Israel to be established on socialist principles. They invested heavily in kibbutzim, collective farms, the sort of ideal of the Israeli-born Sabra, who has a rifle on his back and is hoeing the land and is draining the swamps and things like that. That's kind of like the ideal of Poalei Zion, and this movement is primarily responsible for the core of the Labour Party that dominated much of early Israeli politics. So if you think this is complicated so far, we're not even finished yet, because Jews are not satisfied with two political axes. We have to have a third axis, right? We have X, we have Y, and now we have Z, which is kind of like a third dimension. I'll draw that with sort of like this curved green line, and this represents the religious parties. Because up until now, all of these groups have been either anti-religious or neutral on religion. That leaves out a huge number of Jews who still held religious values, and traditional Judaism was sacred to them, and they did not want to, abandon its dictates. So the first group we'll look at are the so-called Mizrahi. These are Orthodox Jews who believe that, contrary to the dominant rabbinic opinion, that somehow working alongside secular Zionists to establish a modern state represented an abrogation of divine will, maybe that was precisely what God wanted. That maybe the coming together of secular Jews for the holy purpose of rebuilding Israel, in fact represented the gradual unfolding of the Messianic ideal. They followed in large part the teachings of this individual, Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, was a brilliant scholar who lived in Israel and was a very profound Zionist. Although he was not specifically politically motivated, he didn't lead the party or anything like that, but he was kind of like the ideological founder of many of the ideas that were encapsulated in this rock. And then finally, and I'm actually saying finally for real right now, we also have those traditionalist Jews, the renewed traditionalists, who did not agree that Zionism should be embraced by religious Jews, and furthermore, they certainly disagreed with everybody on the left side of the spectrum who were anti-religion or at least neutral on religion. They wanted to embrace religion. So these were the groups, like the Agudat Yisrael, that basically decided to organize themselves in order to defend the rights and opinions of religious Jews. Among their many great achievements are the Siyum Hashas, the Daf Yomi program, which I'm very proud to participate in myself. I do give a little 2 to 5 minute class on every single page of the Talmud, 2,711 folios that over the course of a 7-year cycle, the students of the Talmud complete the entire corpus of the Babylonian Talmud. This is the most recent celebration of the completion of another cycle that was held all over the world. This happens to be a meeting at the MetLife Stadium. I was actually present at this particular celebration. So that's kind of like the things that Agudat Yisrael does. They think about, what do yeshiva students need, what do kollel families need, and they're all sort of like working in politics in order to defend that sort of tradition. So that's a graphic representation of how these political orientations develop and relate to each other. It's complicated, I know, but as my father, Oliver Shalom, would always say, Henry, it just gets rich. Okay, I hope you found this enjoyable and enlightening. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. It's really nice to see that lots more people are interested in studying Jewish history. And if you don't want to miss a lecture, make sure you click on the little bell button on your YouTube so that it'll give you a notification. Hey, a new video is happening or a new premiere is happening where we can actually communicate in real time with the chat. And of course, we have other levels of membership which give you access to other lectures and live events and things like that. But I'm really happy that you're with me for this video, and I look forward to speaking to you in the next. Thanks very much for watching.
I just know that he takes it, and now I take it, and it really, really does. Dude, I tried it once. My girl wants to start a new show, but I took one of these. Your boy fell asleep so fast on it. And you stay asleep. And more importantly is you don't wake up groggy, man. You take when I was traveling, I took some sleep pills.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Live. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by 3 large empires. Moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These 3 large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these 3 great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these 3 regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria-Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once, this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by Admiral Horthy, and as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself, however. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm showing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's city, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100-odd years ago that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German, right? Berg is a German suffix, meaning city. So the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day. which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important date that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that we do. It's not really what important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire, you have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights, and they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews that were located here. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarish Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin, at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see the various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat. And typically there's a waistcoat there and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is, not so thinly veiled, disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local, groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been recorded as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of White Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The White Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the Socialist International. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with their labels on the top as to whose reference here. Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got payos. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what I'm going to talk about next. Thank you very much for watching.
Turn the show on. Really? Come on, man. That is weak. And that's the reason LeBron didn't win. Is because it was the great sports talk show, or because some Rogan experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Same old phone. Unexpected, but over a period of time, we just got closer and closer and closer, very brotherly. And the last public appearance Emmanuel ever made was my wedding in September of 2012. And that night, wedding was at our house in Del Mar, California. That night, his girlfriend came to me and said, "We have to leave early. Emmanuel's having stomach pains." He was in oncology by the next week. He was gone by 3 weeks later. So, very touching to me and, deeply symbolic of my love for him and thus the Cronkite.
Yeah, what a classic gem. And he was one of the first guys to realize that if you crank the heat up, it actually gives guys better conditioning.
He realized a lot of things. Emmanuel was a genius in a lot of ways. And there were a lot of sort of time-honored rules and techniques in boxing that he quietly upended.
Yes.
Because he was more advanced in his point of view and thought process.
And then everybody else sort of followed his lead
Once they understood what he was doing. Once you saw the McCrorys and Tommy and those guys, why wouldn't you imitate, right?
Exactly. Yeah, no, he
And he did it at both the amateur and pro level, too.
And he was always fantastic, too, as a commentator, because he would give insight that you're really not going to get from someone that's not, like, with these fighters day in, day out through an entire camp. Really
but when you consider the privilege I had, the expert commentators I worked with, starting with Ray.
Yes.
That's one perspective. Then gravitating through George Foreman and Roy Jones. Emmanuel's in there. And to me, he was the best. I agree with you. public responded more to Roy and Ray,
Of course.
famous guys because of their stardom, etc. But
And they were really good, too.
and they were good. But Emmanuel taught me more, because he was totally well-rounded as a human being as well as a boxing trainer.
I was very pleased to hear you back on the microphone for that Times Square event.
Thank you.
Because it's been so long.
6+ years.
God, I was like, that's crazy. It didn't make any sense. You were the best in the business. HBO was the best in the business. And when they stepped away from boxing, I was really heartbroken.
Well, if you look at what happened, we go from a situation where the television networks have the authority and the self-belief to choose the commentators the way they want to. And you get into a more subdivided and widely disparate marketplace. And now the star promoters have a great deal more influence than you would have thought before. And now the star promoters start getting involved in influencing who's on the air. So BBC, Mayweather was never a fan. We got along, but he
was the famous thing with Larry.
Well, and I guess he associated me with Larry, which makes all the sense in the world.
Kind of, but you weren't nearly as critical.
I was just a blow-by-blow guy. I'm not an expert commentator. So I tried very hard, not always easy, but I tried very hard never to go over the line into doing what the experts were supposed to do.
No, you were excellent at that. It didn't make any sense to me that, and Kellerman, he's also excellent.
And now he's back.
Yes, it's nice. And Andre Ward, he's another excellent guy.
Totally.
It just, the good thing about boxing was that HBO was completely independent from these promoters.
And the bad thing about boxing is that the fighters don't get paid as much on the undercard fights and don't get paid as much coming up, as is the case in the more broadly organized UFC universe, right?
Yeah, there is a difference. Yeah, there's a giant difference in the undercard pay. But
I learned that from Joe Rogan.
Yeah, well, the UFC treats the entire card as an enormous event. So they have elite fighters fight in the entire card. It's not top heavy. Like one of the problems with boxing is you would just say, when's the main event? When is Canelo fighting? And you didn't, the other stuff is just nonsense. Whereas the UFC, you look at it like, oh, look who's fighting first fight of pay-per-view. There's 5 fights on pay-per-view. First fight of pay-per-view is a banger. And the seats are packed and everybody's excited to see it. Whereas everybody starts shuffling in about 20 minutes before Canelo fights in one of these big boxing events. That, I think, is kind of unfortunate.
I totally agree.
And a little bit short-sighted.
I accede to your point of view because, and I've made this point before, I'm not a UFC expert. Any comment I make about UFC is atmospheric, but it's not expertly informed. I didn't have the bandwidth for that. I was trying to be knowledgeable about every single tributary and every single meaningless pocket in the boxing world. And that's a lot. It's a lot to follow. It took time. And frankly, I decided it would be distracting to me to try to keep up with 2 combat sports at once. This is the one where I make my living. This is the one where the audience identifies me. This is the one that's on HBO. And I know that Dana, in particular, is said by some to have been quite upset that he had a deal with HBO and the deal with HBO went away. If that's the case, and I don't know, I'm very sorry to hear it, because I think it would have been good for both if UFC had been on HBO.
I think so as well. I mean, HBO at that time was the premier network for combat sports. The work that you guys had done in boxing was the top of the food chain. It was the best.
Well, Larry Merchant, Ray Leonard, George Foreman, Roy Jones, Emmanuel Stewart,
everything was on point. It was just so well-honed.
Good production.
Yes, it was just a well-polished machine. One of the issues is they wanted to replace the commentators. HBO did.
Was it good?
Yeah, so if we can have them over there as well.
Well, really, yeah, because HBO is always about their own producer autonomy.
Yes. So they wanted to have
We don't want anybody telling us what to do.
Exactly. The problem with that is in mixed martial arts, there's a very small pool of people who have a deep understanding of the entire history of the sport. You can't just hire a regular sports guy to take that part. They're not going to be able to get it.
Well, going back to the developmental stages, and I try very hard not to use the word unique. It's massively overused in American society. Sports media have beaten it to death. It means only one like this on the whole planet. But you were unique in those days because you had the full knowledge of UFC, and you also knew some stuff about boxing. So I think you were not just unusual, but unique.
Well, all I was doing was just following my interests. I've always been a huge boxing fan. From the time I was a child.
Do you remember what your first fight was?
The first fight I watched, my parents watched it, which was crazy because my parents were hippies. And they were really interested in Ali's rematch with Leon Spinks. Because
New Orleans.
when Leon had beat Muhammad Ali, because Muhammad Ali was a cultural icon as much as he was a sports fan.
Oh, yeah. And like, multiply that by 100 to get to where he was.
He was very, very unique. And his opposition to the Vietnam War made him a hero to many Americans.
Well, I always say, he was my childhood hero. And he was my childhood hero as Cassius Clay. The very first live prize fight I ever attended was Cassius Clay versus Sonny Liston, February 25, 1964, in Miami Beach.
Oh, you were there for the first fight.
I saved lawn mowing and car washing money for months to buy the ticket that in my memory was $100, but I don't really know for sure what the cost of that ticket was. I didn't say that it would be worth millions now. My mother took me over from our crappy Southwest Miami tract house rental and dropped me off at the Miami Beach Convention Center, and then came and picked me up afterward. I went in alone, and that was the first time. I was 14. 14 was the first live prize fight I had ever attended. It was all about my hero worship for Cassius Clay. 2 days later, he stands on Brickell Avenue in Miami and tells two reporters that he's a follower of the Nation of Islam, and now his name is Muhammad Ali. And I'm in shock. Okay, what do you mean? You're Cassius Clay. You can't. And so nowadays I say the lesson he taught me then was a man's identity is his own. And it does not matter how much I love him or cherish him or feel connected to him. He has the right to say who he is. I mean, back in those days, Islam, right? You know, I had no clue, but you know, he got over with me on that when I understood it was his right. Then he taught me my stance on the Vietnam War. My mother was double widow of two United States military heroes. I grew up with a basement filled to the gills with memorabilia from their tours of duty as B-17, B-24, and B-29 pilots in World War II. So there was nationalistic and patriotic material all over my household. And when Ali said what he said about Vietnam, that moved the meter for me in that regard. And I understood. And eventually my mother said, "You'll go to Canada before I'll ever allow you to accede to being drafted into the Army and go up to Vietnam," because her thought was that it was a pointless war.
Yeah, she was correct. Yeah,
she was right.
Yeah, and they took 3 years of his prime. That's what's crazy. I always point to the Cleveland Big Cat Williams fight.
That was his best. You're totally right. That was his number one performance, and he was never 100% the same after that. But he still had his mind.
Yes, but he didn't train for 3 years. That's part of the problem. Of course, and, you know, at 30 years old, in that day and age, it was just a different world. You don't train for 3 years.
Not as much knowledge of nutrition,
Right.
not as much knowledge of training techniques,
Yeah.
you know, the old-fashioned stuff in Deer Lake, Pennsylvania, not the same as no hyperbaric chamber,
Right.
et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, they just robbed him. They robbed us too, because he became back. He's a different fighter then. He was much more easy to hit. You know, he became, he relied on his chin more, and he didn't have the fleet of foot movement that he had before then.
But he found a way to rise to the top.
Yes, he did. Wow,
Yeah.
the championship mind was always there.
That's 100% correct.
But as a fan of boxing, it drives me crazy. Because you imagine what we could have seen in those 3 years if Ali had never been robbed, never took his title away, and allowed him to fight all those guys like Joe Frazier, George Foreman, all those guys with keeping the same skills that he had when he was younger.
But, and I think you're 100% correct, Joe. But isn't it, in a perverse way, a part of his mystique?
Yeah.
The fact that he was able to come back from those 3.5 years off, the fact that he was able to rise to the top again, the fact that he was able to beat Foreman the way he beat Foreman, and beat Frazier in the third fight in the kind of fight you would never have imagined him being in.
Right.
All these things combined to create the unique mystique of Muhammad Ali.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And then also the tragedy of, the staying in too long, too many beatings. Seeing him at the end of his life was just so horrible. And we all know that was trauma-induced. We all know that. It was just sad to see.
We haven't seen that yet in MMA, right?
No, not quite. But you're seeing some damage. You're seeing some guys that are really struggling. They're not as public, so you're not seeing it from George St. Pierre or someone like that. George is one of the very unique former champions who has all his wits, his faculties, retired as champion, very healthy.
Roy Jones.
Roy Jones is a good example. And Roy famously, after Gerald McClellan was hurt in the Nigel Benn fight, he was really concerned because Gerald McClellan was the guy that a lot of people thought was a giant threat to Roy.
For a long period of time when Roy and I were working together, he was providing helpful financial support to McClellan's sisters who were caring for Gerald and, keeping him alive on a daily basis. I think in Illinois or Ohio, someplace like that. But, Roy loved all other fighters, and he did what he could to help with McClellan.
I know that loss that McClellan had and the subsequent medical issues and stroke and the aneurysm, all that stuff really disturbed Roy and made him think, about getting out early.
100%. Yeah, because Roy was nothing if not smart. Roy was brilliant, okay? And Roy very assertively fought in a style that would limit harm. He didn't want to get hurt.
His gifts. I mean, what a guy. Like, who else in recent memory?
There's heavyweight boxing and there's weight class boxing. Ali is the unique physical specimen in heavyweight boxing. Roy is the unique physical specimen in weight class boxing. And
so much so that he actually won the heavyweight title.
Well, which is exactly right. Whatever he wanted to do, if he put his mind to it, he could do that. And a part of the ongoing cliche was he could play any sport. He could be great in football, basketball, baseball, etc., etc. And of course, he did go through the theatrics of playing a basketball game on the same day that he fought the fight, which was so crazy. It was insane. It was so crazy. But that was, his talent was insane.
But it was also like he was just showing people he was kind of playing with his food. He's like, I'm going to play a basketball game and then go and easily win a fight the same night.
It's interesting to use the phrase playing with his food. And I like it. Roy liked to play with his food. At a certain level. Sometimes you do things because you can. He knew what he could do.
Right.
So,
his speed was so preposterous. When he would forego the jab to lead with left hooks, which was just so crazy.
When he stood against the ropes in Miami against Glenn Kelly, and put both hands behind his back and made Kelly miss, and then hit him with one straight hand and knocked him out.
Yes.
That's Roy Jones.
Oh, incredible. How would the Pazienza fight when he didn't get hit for the entire round. The only round in combat box history where someone never got hit. Yeah, it was crazy.
And I was with Roy at the International Boxing Hall of Fame induction ceremony a few weeks ago, and we were talking about exactly that. Talking about Pazienza. He said, "Is he the guy that you shut out for a round?" He said, "Yeah." And I did it just because I wanted to do it.
This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. Ditch the weak coffee. Black Rifle Coffee is bold, fresh, and roasted right here in the USA. No bitter aftertaste, no BS. They've got it all. Whole bean, ground, K-Cups, ready to drink. Even killer merch doesn't suck. Every order supports veterans and first responders, so your caffeine fix actually does some good. Hit up blackriflecoffee.com/Joe Rogan. Use the code Rogan, get 30% off. Black Rifle Coffee, America's coffee. Yeah, well, he was just so far above so many guys that he fought. They just had no business being there.
Then he had to create competition by doing stuff like
He had to have fun. He had to play with his food.
Well said.
Yeah, no, he was spectacular. He was one of those guys that's a unique, once-in-a-lifetime talent. That, unfortunately, though, his mistake was going up to heavyweight and then trying to go down to 175, which is unbelievably grueling. Because when he was 200 pounds at heavyweight, he was 200 lean, muscular, fast pounds. Those aren't like fat to lose. And so to starve himself to get down to 175, like he was diminished. And you saw that in that Tarver fight.
I'm not here to feather your nest, but you're brilliant. That's 100% correct. And he lamented it afterward because he understood how he had penalized himself that way.
25 pounds is so much weight to lose.
Well,
Muscle.
and you made the point. When it's muscle, if it's fat, you can go into the steam room and sweat it off. But once it's muscle, it's there. It's a part of the structure. It's a part of the building. How are you going to rip it out?
Not only that, it diminishes his endurance, it diminishes durability, gets compromised because he can't take a punch as well because he cut so much weight.
It gets to his confidence.
Yeah.
And his confidence was unshakable.
Right, it was everything. When you go into the fight fatigued, you're feeling fatigued. And then you've got a guy like Tarver who's infinitely talented and has legitimate knockout power and is talking shit to you right before the fight. Got any excuses tonight, Roy? Remember that? And then he knocks him out like, holy shit.
With a brilliant straight left hand against the ropes, I can see it in my mind. And it just worked with Tarver a few weeks ago when you mentioned the Times Square card.
Yes.
And Tarver was my expert commentator on the Times Square card. So energetic.
Yeah, Tarver's great.
So lively. Really good. Yeah, I was thrilled.
And he's another guy that with his boxing skill went all the way up to heavyweight. He was just so much better.
Well, how many southpaw heavyweights?
Very few. Michael Moore.
Yeah.
He was southpaw. But again, another
Won the championship.
another light heavyweight
And lost it to my man.
George Foreman had one punch. Yeah, that was crazy.
And thus the title of my book. Thank you so much, George. The reason why my book is titled It Happened, or where I came up with It Happened. So, he was the expert commentator in the weeks leading to his fight with Moore. He and I together had called Moore against Holyfield when Moore won the championship. And in the weeks before he fought Moore, I would pull him aside at crew meals and fighter meetings, other occasions when I could get a minute with him. 3-4 times I asked him, George, how are you going to beat Moore? He's a southpaw. He's a mover. He has great feet. Holyfield couldn't find him. Holyfield was much faster than you. And every time I said it, George would fix me with that implacable George Foreman gaze and say, Jim, you watch. There will come a moment late in the fight. He will come and stand in front of me and let me knock him out. Always the same words. He will come and stand in front of me and let me knock him out. Wow. So now as Moore is on the canvas, Joe Cortez is 6th, 7th, 8th. And I'm thinking, what am I going to say about this? How in the world do you establish this without being self-glorified? I've got to say something that's meaningful, but I want it to be about him. And I thought about what he had said to me. And what came out spontaneously was, it happened. It happened. It's really me talking to George, saying to him, okay, I get it. You told me it was going to happen. And it happened.
Well, do you remember when George came back and he was 300 pounds and everybody was laughing at him? And he was in his late 30s, I believe. Was he 34, 35?
Something like that.
When he made his comeback, he hadn't fought in 10 years. Everyone dismissed him. Like, what is he doing? He was very overweight.
And he started the Bum of the Month tour. You know, I mean, and that's not a fair way to say it. There were bums, but they were people that he knew he could beat to build a dossier toward what he really wanted
And get in shape.
Yeah.
And no one believed him. No one. I remember me, as a boxing fan, watching that comeback being sad. Like, oh, George Foreman's coming back and he's all fat now. This is sad.
Well, I'm sure you've known a lot of people like this, Joe. You want to see George do something? Tell him he can't do it.
Right.
Challenge his will, you know, because he's a self-constructed person. You're talking about a guy who, as a teenager, 17 or 18 years old, says to himself, I want to get out of the Fifth Ward of Houston. I don't want this life as a gangster or a laborer or whatever I'm going to get by living in the Fifth Ward of Houston. I want something else. So he goes to the Job Corps in Hayward, California, and enrolls in the Job Corps. And that's where he learned to box. That's what set him up a year and a half later to win his Olympic gold medal in Mexico City. And then go on to his storied professional boxing career. But, you know, he was, in his own mind, proving he could do something that other people didn't think he could do, even at that point. He told me that when he first got to Hayward, he befriended one of the other people in the Job Corps, who was a white kid. And he said, you know, they're talking about things that they like. And the guy talks about Bob Dylan, how much he likes Bob Dylan. So George got the first 2 or 3 Bob Dylan albums and listened, wanted to hear what this is all about, and absorbed the lyrics and paid attention. And when George told me this story, I said, George, you, Bob Dylan, you know, how am I supposed to process all this? And he began quoting the lyrics for me. Wow, okay? From Blowin' in the Wind, from Don't Think Twice, It's All Right, etc. From early Bob Dylan songs. Yes, he knew about Hurricane. Yes. So he was just an amazing person, you know, so broad-based, you know, and I think that was part of what burned in him, was that everybody, myself included, gave Ali credit for all that. George wanted, in his own way, for people to see, hey, I'm not that different than that, you know? And I mean, one thing he said to me was, you can't win the heavyweight championship of the world without being smart, okay? A stupid person couldn't do this, you know? True. Yeah. So, he respected Moore's intelligence, but he also understood something that I didn't understand. He'll come and stand in front of me late in the fight and let me knock him out.
Crazy that he predicted it that way, because that's exactly how it played
Oh,
out.
yeah, go to YouTube. You know, if you haven't seen it, it's uncanny. It really is.
Giant Michael Moore fan when he was a light heavyweight. I think a lot of people forgot how dangerous he was at light heavyweight. He was one of the great light heavyweights.
No question. Because of the southpaw punching power. You know, I don't know if it's true in UFC as it is in boxing, but you don't see southpaw punchers very often. Southpaws are technical, they box, they take advantage of their foot skills and their hand speed, and they beat you with boxing skills. You're not often going to run into a southpaw who's going to knock you out. But we've already talked about Tarver. And Gora was another one who had punching power. And it's, you know, kind of, he was a southpaw with punching power. It's kind of doubly effective if you've got that, because you're worried about the technical issues with a southpaw, and now he brings a cannon.
Right. Yeah, the southpaw thing was always so confusing to me, because if you ever boxed before, you're so accustomed to that left hand being forward, right? And all of a sudden everything's reversed, and now you're thinking.
Right.
And if you don't have a lot of southpaws that you train with on a regular basis, things aren't automatic anymore.
And one of the things that George used to talk to me about all the time was angles. That, if you're standing in front of another man, you're confronting him, you're trying to deliver and stop delivering. Angles. It's all about where does it come from and where is it going and how can I deal with that. Now, I was never a fighter, so I can't empathize, but I can sympathize when I listen to that.
Well, you can see it, right? And I think the greatest at angles of all time is Lomachenko. Nobody.
The greatest footwork, the greatest hand skills, the most effective training by his father.
Yeah, what a genius move to take him out of boxing for 2 years to study Ukrainian dance.
And brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And by the way, he had an effect on the national team for several years. And what culture in the world has had more accomplishments and surprising new stars in boxing, other than Ukraine?
Right, and Usyk, who's basically like a giant Lomachenko, just not quite as effective.
That's a really great phrase that I had never conjured before this moment. Thank you, Joe. A giant Lomachenko. That's exactly what it is.
You can't quite move that well when you're 220 pounds. You're just dealing with gravity and mass.
But you're still creating unique angles. You're coming at them from unique approaches, etc. They're hard for your opponent to figure out. And Usyk is impossible.
And constant motion.
Constant motion, constantly cutting off the ring with his feet, and hammers you to the body as often as he can.
Yeah. Lomachenko in his prime was just a magical thing to watch. It was like you were just watching poetry.
I had the privilege of calling those fights. It was an extreme privilege.
Yeah. It was amazing watching him just do something where you'd seen so many different versions of boxers. And you watch him do it, you're like, oh my God, he put a new thing on this.
That's why I can't understand at this moment, can't really figure out what's up with Teofimo Lopez. How do you beat Vasily Lomachenko? And then wind up, with somewhat indifferent results since that time. He fought better than the other guys in Times Square. And I give him credit for upholding the card. But still, there's nothing since the Lomachenko win. I mean, you lose to George Kambosos.
I think the Kambosos fight was, he was just a little overconfident. He got caught, and then that really rocked him. That really shocked him. He got dropped early in the fight. Remember that?
It's a bad sport to be overconfident in. It's the worst sport. Whether you're talking UFC or boxing.
Yeah, any combat sport, when you don't appreciate the potential that your opponent has to do damage.
Well, I used to say to people all the time, these are fine margins of competition. You think you see a lot of wipeouts in boxing because you see a second round knockout or third round knockout. You think that means there's a huge talent gap between the two fighters? No, it means one fighter made a mistake. Okay? 90% of the time, it means one fighter made a mistake. And if he thinks about it and trains against it, he won't make that mistake again.
So, like perfect examples, Juan Manuel Marquez versus Pacquiao.
100%.
They have 3 insane fights that are very close. Marquez lands one bomb and starches Pacquiao. This one error. You got a little overconfident, a little too.
Greatest counter-puncher of his era.
And power.
Yeah, with power. The straight-ahead power from the shoulder. Marcus was a gifted fighter.
Very gifted. It's just like that one moment. Like if that had happened in the first fight, we would look at the whole thing very differently.
100%.
Yeah. It's just like the margins, as you're saying, are so small for victory that when you see like a spectacular result, you do automatically assume, oh, that person's just that much better. Sometimes it's just one error.
It's a moment in time. Right? If it's a knockout, if somebody gets knocked down 6 times, then you're talking about something different. But one knockdown that leads to a 10 count, that was a momentary mistake. And that's, again, it goes to the fine margins of competition. You can't make the one mistake.
And then, it's also how do you bounce back from it. Like some people, in one moment, even if just a knockdown, they don't have the capacity to correct and stay safe and then regroup. Like they get shook. And then now they're fighting from this position, this defensive position, where they're a little bit gun shy.
So Mark has exposed the difficulties that Pacquiao could have against a great counterpuncher. And now we get ready for Mayweather-Pacquiao.
Right. And Mayweather just did such a smart thing, but also a devious thing. Waiting until Pacquiao was older, waiting until he slowed down, and then
Devious is not illegal in boxing. It's encouraged. Yeah. In any entrepreneurial sport, devious is not illegal.
No.
Devious can be asset.
that's how you retire with a
I give Floyd credit for brilliance. Okay. Floyd wasn't just a smart fighter. Floyd was a brilliant fighter. He was on his own level. And so much so, in any matchup between the great counterpuncher and the great attacker, you know that the counterpuncher has the advantage. He's got more options. He's got more ways of winning. The attacker has to break through the walls, so to speak. So in the years before Mayweather-Pacquiao, people would run up to me on the street, run up to me in the shopping center in Vegas, run up to me in a hotel. When am I going to see Mayweather-Pacquiao? And I would say, well, we don't know, but what exactly is it you think you're going to see? Oh, I can't wait. It's going to be such a great fight. No, it's not going to be a great fight. It's going to be watching somebody pluck the legs off a spider. All right? At a step-by-step method. And you're going to watch Mayweather pluck the legs off the spider that is Pacquiao. And it's going to be pretty easy for him. And it's not going to be wildly entertaining. But it is going to be one-sided victory. So why are you so excited about the fight? Oh, no, I don't think that's the case. Da-da-da-da-da. But if you do Floyd, Floyd was only about winning the fight. He'll make fans other way on the web. I call him the first great social media genius.
Yeah, he was great at talking shit. He got everybody upset at him so badly that they wanted to see him lose, and that would sell tons of pay-per-views.
He realized you could build an audience with negativity. Yes, you didn't have to be an omnibus character. You didn't have to be somebody everybody loved. You could be totally negative, and that would build a following too.
Yeah, when he shifted from Pretty Boy Floyd to Money Mayweather, changed the whole thing.
He knew what he was doing.
He definitely did. But look, and it would have been an interesting fight had he fought Pacquiao when he was younger, in his prime. It would have been a very different,
a more interesting fight.
Much different.
Because any go-forward physical warrior like Pacquiao is going to wear down.
Right.
And any brilliant counterpuncher like Floyd is going to retain more.
Yeah.
So he did.
Yeah, it would have been much more interesting when they were younger. Also, the fact that Pacquiao fought him with a bomb shoulder. That was a disaster, too.
Money talks.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess he was faced with this thing, legacy, it was the biggest pay-per-view of all time in boxing, correct?
I believe so.
And I think it was like 4 million buys or something crazy like that.
It was huge.
So, what if
It was
that?
massive.
Yeah, just lured Pacquiao.
All those people who had run up to me on the street corners for years finally got the chance to see what they wanted to see.
Yeah, give him a cortisone shot and throw him out there. Yeah, unfortunately. This is an advertisement from BetterHelp. Stress in the workplace is becoming an issue around the world. Did you know that 60% of the global workforce is reported experiencing higher than normal levels of stress? So it's more important than ever that we learn to take some time for ourselves. Plan a nice long holiday this summer, go hiking, read a book, play video games. I found that even a few minutes of meditation can help. Another great option is therapy. Everyone can benefit from it, and it's arguably one of the better long-term solutions to stress. Therapy can teach you how to positively cope and manage anxiety while improving your self-confidence and self-awareness. It can be very empowering, and thanks to BetterHelp, therapy is becoming more and more convenient. All it takes is a few clicks to join a session. You can also join from anywhere, whether you're at the beach, on your vacation, or at home after a grueling day of work. Plus, as the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's betterhelp.com/JRE. Unfortunately, I remember there was like a class action lawsuit. A lot of people were upset that Pacquiao fought injured. A lot of the gamblers.
I never talked to Freddie about that. But, at the end of the day, the fighter makes the decision.
Well, the money. Yeah,
The money.
Yeah. That happens a lot in the UFC. There's a lot of fighters that fight injured.
I was with Manny 3 weeks ago, less than a month ago, at the Hall of Fame inductions in Canastota, New York. He was being inducted into the Hall of Fame. And on the night before the induction ceremony, there's a big banquet and a banquet hall at the Turning Down Casino. And I'm sitting up on the dais between Roy and Ross Greenberg, my former boss at HBO, and right across to the left of us behind the podium is Manny. And several people spoke. I didn't know that I was going to speak. I was asked to get up and speak. I did. Roy did a speech, etc., etc. Eventually, Manny got up and made a speech. Now, I met Manny Pacquiao 24 years ago in a fighter meeting room in Las Vegas before his fight against Leshanola Latwaba, which was his first appearance in the United States. What class was that? He was a kind of a throw-in opponent. But what class was that? Yeah. So that would have been 22. And Larry and I were 100% convinced that Latwaba was the best 122-pound fighter in the world. We had seen him on the undercard of Louis Rockman in Johannesburg, South Africa. There's nobody who could possibly be better than grace, style, hand skills, all the stuff. And I meet Manny in that room. He can't put 3 or 4 words of English together. I learned his backstory, that he survived by selling stolen cigarettes on the streets of General Santos City in the Philippines. I get and understand that his big activity outside of the gym is to go play pool. Yeah, he's a pool player in professional level. In barrooms, exactly. Yeah, he plays professional level pool player, etc. All of that. And then fast forward 24 years, and he's being inducted at the Hall of Fame. And without warning, he's asked to speak that night. And he stands up and makes a 15-minute speech, maybe 12 minutes, but it was more than 10. All in English, all perfect, all more or less off the top of his head, unedited. It was brilliant. And I went to him afterward, hugged him, told him how much I loved him, and I said, Manny, I first met you 24 years ago when you couldn't put 3 words of English together. And I know that politics had something to do with this. And he said, yes, but a lot of my political speeches were Tagalog. And I said, well, some of them were in English. He said, yes, some. And I said, I don't think there's any sport other than boxing where somebody could have achieved the kind of personal transformation that you have achieved. This is the only one. He said, well, it sure will. That's for sure. Now, you probably know the story about Muhammad Ali graduating from high school in Louisville. Yes. Okay, so just for our listeners and consumers, Ali had very bad grades, and in his senior year, he was flunking the math course. And in order to graduate, he had to pass the math course. He was nowhere near it. And the math teacher went to the principal of the high school and said, I'm going to give him a passing grade, even though he has not performed on any of the tests and he doesn't do the homework and stuff like that. And the principal was like, why would you do this for this kid? Why would you give him a passing grade when he hasn't earned it? And the teacher said, you have to understand, he's going to be the most famous man in the world. And we cannot be the high school that denied a diploma to the most famous man in the world. That's such a crazy statement. I wonder if it's true. I wonder if it's true too, but it seems like it's a fun story to tell. And of course, it's secondhand. You're exactly right. It is. It's so I don't know the teacher and I don't know the principal. I just know the story. And I know Ali's primary biographer, Tom Housen. So maybe I got it from Tom. Yeah, I'd like to believe that that's true. I'd like to believe it's true too. Let's make them back and believe it's true. The thing about Pacquiao that's so extraordinary is that he kept his power through 8 weight classes. That is just wild. Like, what other fighter can you name that went through 8 different weight classes? I can't. World champion. I can't. None. No, obviously. What I did learn that may relate to that is Foreman was at great pains to explain to me and explained a couple of times that Power punching is not a physical gift. Power punching is a science. Power punching is the product of real technical knowledge. Power punching is about footwork, weight shift, the angle in which you deliver the punch, all sorts of things not directly related to your strength or power. And George was a disciplined and knowledgeable scientist about stuff like that. And he explained it all to me one time. And of course, if you watch the War knockout, he lands the first one too, right on the button. And then, having War where he wants him, he puts a little more mustard on the second one too, and we're out of there.
But there are physical gifts that they're just God-given gifts of power.
Big hands,
Big hands are
the shoulders, all that.
There's just certain guys, though, that just have extraordinary power. Like, you remember Julian Jackson in his prime?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Extraordinary power.
At some moment or another, he's going to get you.
Yeah, it was just disturbing. Like how hard he hit. It was just different than everybody else. And it looked like he was doing the same thing, but the results were so much different.
How about Andy Lee? Skinny. Not somebody you would expect to have, heavy hands, knocking everybody out from the left hand.
Wow.
Yeah, another one.
A 209-pound heavyweight, right? That's flattening people. If 209 pounds when he fights Tyson Fury the first time.
Some of it is a bravery to commit. Can you push your weight forward in a way that might leave you open to the counter, and believe that you're going to get the better of that exchange. If you believe you're going to get the better of the exchange, go ahead, go forward, and that enhances your chance of knocking someone out.
There's physical gifts that you are just God-given. Some people have them, and these are the extraordinary outliers. The Deontay Wilders, the Julian Jacksons, the John Mugabe's. Remember Mugabe?
John the Beast Mugabe.
We watched that Mugabe Hagler fight the other day.
What a great fight. What a great fight.
What a fight. What a fight. Hagler was my hero when I was a kid. And
so I'm sure you're an advocate with regard to what I call the number one elevator fight of all time. That's Hagler was the winner. No, which one? The number one elevator fight of all time. And an elevator fight is the fight where you're Jim Lampley or you're Joe Rogan or you're any combat sports expert, etc. And you step onto an elevator with six people and somebody turns around and says, "Who won Leonard Hagler?" Okay. The debate about the decision, Yes. And, I'm sure you say Hagler beat Ray. And of course, we all know that Ray partially won the judges and the crowd with showbiz, with the way that he threw his arms up at the end of every round and, called attention to himself. And he was quite aware of what he was doing. And he was quite aware also that it would get under Hagler's skin. So, there was an element of genius in Ray, as we talked about already, that went to more than just his spectacular physical gifts.
Right. Yeah, no, he gamed the system. He figured out how to flurry at the end of the rounds and make a big impression in the judges' eyes. That was a very close fight, but that fight always bothered me. And one of the things that bothered me is I felt like there were moments where Hagler could have turned it up and didn't. And then when he retired after that fight and went to Italy and became a giant movie star in Italy, the conspiratorial part of my brain was always like one of those deals where everybody assumed that Hagler was doing it. Hagler was a destroyer. Hagler had knocked out Tommy Hearns. Hagler had beaten everybody in the division, knocked out Mugabe. He was the man,
You fought, right?
Yeah.
So you fought. I didn't. I mean, I've only talked. But because you fought, you probably have an even stronger sense than I do of how difficult the sport is.
Yes.
The training is difficult. The fear factor is certainly part of it. The level of concentration and devotion that it takes, it's not easy. Team sports are easy. And so, I'm thinking that every fighter reaches a point where enough.
Yes.
And they might reach that point without really cognitively knowing that they've reached that point where it's enough. Hagler went to Italy, as you said.
Yeah.
Maybe he had already reached something like enough before he fought Ray in that fight.
Well, he had accomplished so much, and also his training camps were the stuff of legend. I mean, he would spar 100 rounds a week sometimes. Which is just insane. Hagler was a monster. I mean, his conditioning, his drive, and his will, and his discipline. He was a monster. He would scare the shit out of everybody just from his work ethic. I remember I told the story, there was a news piece when he was training on the Cape, and it was in the middle of the winter, and he was fighting Mustafa Hamsho, and he was running down the sand dunes screaming war with combat boots on in the winter. And I remember thinking, war. You're disciplined, you think you're driven, you think, you're special, and you see a guy like that. So he's what my friend David Goggins calls uncommon amongst uncommon men.
Great line. So where does Hagler Hearns rank among your all-time favorites?
One of the greatest of all time. One of the greatest fights of all time. Because Hagler just threw caution to the wind. Fuck all this boxing. Just jumped out.
So did Tommy.
Tommy
didn't go in with a self-protective
approach. He tried to box. Remember, after he broke his hand, he tried just throwing the jab out there. You could tell early on in the first round when he broke his hand.
Yes.
Because from then on, he's moving, but he's already endured so much damage. I mean, they have just thrown each other into the wood chipper. Both guys were just blasting away.
I hope a lot of people are going to listen to this and go watch Hagler Hearns on their web attachment, because it's as great as anything has ever been.
It was insane. I remember being in my living room when Hearns went down. Just wow. I can't believe it. And this was after Hearns had knocked out Duran. And I thought nobody could knock out Duran. When Hearns flatlined Duran, I was like, good Lord. Like, to see Duran face down the canvas, was like, you have to check your eyes. Like, is this real?
Well, did Tommy break his hand with that right hand in the first round against Hagler?
Yes. Yeah.
There you go. You've lost your primary weapon.
He has one knockdown attributed to him in his career, and it's bullshit. The Juan Roldan fight. Bullshit. Not really a knockdown.
And now we deal with Canelo, who has had one knockdown attributed to him in his career, and in my view, it was bullshit.
Which fight was that?
So it was Miguel Cotto's little brother, Jose Cotto. It was the first time we had Canelo on HBO. I believe it was an undercard of a top-ranked pay-per-view. I'm not 100% certain about that. And Cotto's little brother, Jose, caught Canelo with a right-hand body punch to the chest. And Canelo hit the ropes behind him and bounced off the ropes, kind of unbalanced. He didn't go down, but he came off the ropes, ungainly, unbalanced, etc. Now, the referee, and I can't remember which referee stepped in, and very technically ruled that the ropes had held him up. So that's the only official knockdown in Canelo's career, and he didn't touch the canvas.
That's crazy.
Nobody has ever put him on the canvas. And this is part of what Terrence is facing as he gets ready to fight him in September. Is you're fighting a guy who, up to this moment in his career, has been utterly knockout proof. Knockdown proof.
Well, even against a guy like Bivol, who's huge.
Yeah, exactly.
A huge light heavyweight.
Yeah, but Bivol is, I'm going to say, at least 50-50 backup counterpuncher. And they don't muster exactly the same power as a go-forward attacker. True. You notice that he hasn't fought Beterbiev. And I'm not sure that Beterbiev would be the right matchup. But
for Canelo.
Yeah, for Canelo.
I think that would be a nightmare matchup. Beterbiev, especially, even though he's almost 40 now, right? Is he 40? He might be 40.
He might be 40. But he's still in shape, and he still comes forward, and he's naturally heavy hands. Big hitter.
one of the scariest of all time at 175. He's another one of those guys. It's just like, but with him, it's volume. It's not one shot, but it's this budding volume that never ends. This constant attack,
which is
never
what
ends.
has made his two fights with Bivol so spectacular to watch, because Bivol is not a big fire fighter.
Right.
He's a natural counterpuncher.
Right.
But if you insist on making the fire, and you're strong enough to make the fire, then Bivol has to fight, which he's done twice against Rabbi.
Well, he made brilliant adjustments in the second fight. Brilliant adjustments.
He's a brilliant guy.
Yeah, I mean, he really made the proper adjustments and the counter strikes. And he was just much better in the second fight.
It's another country with very good boxing training.
Oh, phenomenal. Do you think that are they having a rubber match?
I don't know.
Third?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't talk to promoters anymore, so I'm not sure about that. I hope they do. Yeah, I think it's a fantastic idea.
I think Riyadh Season was trying to put that together. I think they're trying to put together a third fight. I really hope they do make that fight.
Go turkey.
Yeah, you kind of have to do it now before Beterbiev is just. He's probably past his prime.
41, 42, etc. These numbers sound forbidding. Yes, it's fine.
Even as a guy.
Remember, Foreman was 45.
Right.
What did he still have? Power.
Right. Okay. But then skill. The skill thing. Like, here's the best example there, Bernard Hopkins. Who has maintained their skill deep into their 40s? In fact, at a world-class level, at 49 years old, beating, like, top contenders at 49 years old.
One of the smartest men I've ever met. Okay. Bernard Hopkins is smart beyond smart. He has PhD type intelligence. He really does. And he was also a very critical and thoughtful self-examiner. So those two things help Bernard to sustain long into, antiquity and an extremely disciplined personal life.
Yes, that's a big one.
He kept his prison tattoo on his arm. And he kept that number on his arm to remind him that he was never going to go back. And I asked him one time, I said, what's the hardest thing you've ever done? He said, well, the hardest thing I've ever done was to walk off 9 in the neighborhood in which I grew up. I said, what do you mean, walk off 9? 9 years of probation. 9 years of living on and in the same streets where I was, the king of the streets when I was on the other side of the law. 9 years of reminding myself that I could never go back, that my behavior had to change completely. That's what he called walking off 9. What a phrase, huh?
Yeah, what a phrase.
What a guy.
Yeah.
Really, what a guy.
I remember when he was middleweight champion and he wasn't getting the credit that he felt like he deserved. He was, squabbling with promoters. They kept him on the shelf. Like, my God, he's like wasting away in the prime of his life. And I felt like we're gonna miss out on the prime of his life. And then here he gets into the Felix Trinidad fight, and I was like, this is crazy. Watching this guy completely outclass Tito Trinidad. I'm like, this is nuts.
Of all the fighters I've ever known, if you were to ask me, who is the one most likely to still be holding every dollar he ever made? That's Bernard. Right. Okay. He gives nothing away. And he protects himself, he protects his family, he protects everything about his experience in an extremely devoted way. Why? Walking off 9. Never wants to go back.
Well, those are the stories that are so inspiring about boxing, right? The people that have used boxing as a vehicle to get out of their circumstances.
Totally. Yeah, Bernard's one of the greatest examples imaginable. I love him. I had him on my show, The Fight Game on HBO. I had him do technical pieces because he was better than anybody at explaining footwork, technique, etc. Andre Ward could have done it too, but Andre was still fighting at that period of time.
Yeah, that was a great show. That was another bummer when HBO stopped doing boxing.
Well, look, I'd say for them. I like to say this: it wasn't HBO. Okay, the minute that Time Warner was bought by a bunch of cell phone salesmen from Dallas, AT&T, the character of the operation changed, and the first thing that went away was boxing. It's in my book. You'll read it. There's an anecdote about me at a post-Emmy Awards or post-Golden Globe Awards event in Hollywood shortly after AT&T had purchased HBO. And I was seated at a table of Richard Plepler, the longtime brilliant chairman of HBO, my beloved boss. And Plepler said, "See that guy over there in the gray suit?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "That's your new boss. That's John Stankey, the CEO of AT&T. I think you ought to go say hello. I think you ought to go meet him and just spend a little time with him." So I took his advice. I went over and had a 10-minute discussion with Stankey. Very nice. Very cordial. Fun. And I walked back to Plepler's table and he said, "So what do you think?" I said, "I think boxing is dead." He said, "I agree with you. I just wanted to be sure that we were on the same page." Oh, God. Yeah, so it was clear. It was clear from that moment that they were not interested in going forward with something as...
Why did you think boxing was dead? Why did you say that?
Well, I could just tell from the way in which he spoke to me and
So you weren't saying it basically your personal
diffident replies to questions like, "Are we going to do this fight? What do you think about that?" and stuff like that. It was abundantly clear that they saw it as a negative rather than a positive.
And public perception or profitability?
Profitability.
Really?
Many unpredictables in boxing. You schedule a show, somebody gets hurt, etc. I think they didn't want that kind of real life upheaval, and also they saw it as unsavory, or at least it felt that way to me. So
Yeah. Well,
this goes to the fact, and you know this as well as I do, or maybe better. People from outside combat sports don't understand combat sports. You're either in the culture and you get it, or you're not.
right.
And when I first started calling fights, I was assigned to call boxing at ABC Sports by an incoming new president of the sports department who wanted to get rid of me, and who thought that I would be such a misfit in boxing that if he assigned me to boxing, the audience would reject me. Really? If they would see me as the successor to Cosell, that would cut my throat. And then I would walk away from my contract, which is what he wanted me to do. He thought my contract was absurd, too lucrative, he didn't like the guarantees relative to exposure, and he told my agent flat out, he said, I'm going to get rid of you. I'm going to make him walk away. And his first method for doing it was boxing. So, of course, that means he didn't know that the very first sports event my mother ever sat me down to watch when I was 6 years old after my father died when I was 5 was Sugar Ray Robinson versus Bubba Olson for the middleweight championship on Gillette Friday Night Fights that I had grown up all through my childhood and teenage years watching Gillette Friday Night Fights. And later, people would say to me, "Who's the voice in the back of your mind when you're calling fights? Is it Cosell?" I said, "Oh, hell no. I would never try to emulate that. Don Dumpy, crisp, precise, factual, on point. That's who I'm hearing in the back of my head when I call fights."
Interesting.
Yeah, so he thought he could get rid of me by assigning me to boxing. And he also did not seem to be paying much attention to the fact that his division, with leadership of a guy named Alex Wallow, who was a boxing freak, had just signed a get-acquainted look-see contract with a 19-year-old heavyweight from upstate New York, whose name was Mike Tyson. So the first fight I ever called on TV was Mike Tyson versus Jesse Ferguson in Glens Falls, New York. And this is the famous drive his nose bone into his brain fight. Alex went to do post-fight interview after Tyson had obliterated Jesse's nose with an uppercut. There was blood all over the ring. And Alex said, "Mike, tell me about the uppercut." And Mike said, "My father taught me that the purpose of the uppercut is to drive the opponent's nose bone into his brain. I was trying to drive his nose bone into his brain." And I'm standing on the other side of the ring, listening to this, headset on. And I thought to myself, "Oh my God, look at what I've stumbled into here. This kid is not only going to be the biggest attraction in boxing, he's going to be the biggest attraction in American culture if he can keep coming up with quotes like that." everybody's got a plan until you hit them. All the things that D'Amato had taught him, which he memorized and then reproduced in his media contacts.
One of my favorite TV fights was him versus Marcus Frazier. Because it was such a terrifying execution.
I'm giving away too much of the book, Joe. I mean, my publisher would say, wait, don't tell them all.
Come on, people can fight anyway. Don't worry about that.
So Alex Wallow and I lived 5 blocks apart on Upper Fifth Avenue in New York. And when we went to upstate New York for the Tyson fights, of which there were several, we would always ride up in his green Jaguar, and he knew the route. He would play me his esoteric rock music. You ever heard of cock rock? Try him out sometime. And so all the way up to Albany for the Marcus Frazier fight, Alex is saying to me, you know, I'm thinking of saying in the opening on camera that Mike will knock him out in the first round. Do you think that's too audacious? And I said, well, Alex, you're the expert. You know, I'm just a throw-in, blow-by-blow guy who's trying to get my feet wet here. I'm the last person who's going to tell you what it is you should say. So if you believe Mike is going to knock him out in the first round, and you're confident saying that, first of all, no one's going to penalize you on Monday if you're wrong. Nobody's going to print some big headline that says Wallow was crazy or something like that. It goes into the wash at that point. And second of all, if you're right, you will get credit for it. If you're right, Rudy Martzke will say so in USA Today. And so that's our position for 2/3 of the trip to Albany. And now in the last 40 or 50 miles, he starts saying, what if I said he's going to knock him out in the first minute? Do you think that's too brave? Same thing, Alex. If you believe he's going to knock him out in the first minute, go ahead and say he's going to knock him out in the first minute. I'm not here to control you or tell you what to say. Say whatever you want to say. I think I'm going to say that he's going to knock him out in the first minute. So the following day, we do a rehearsal for the opening on camera, and he says he'll knock him out in the first minute. Then when we do the live opening on camera for the show, he gets a little more cautious, and he pulls it back to, there you are, buddy. That's Jim Lynch, and that was Apollo. Yeah, look at you. Airported on the right. We'll get to that in a moment. He pulls it back, and when we do it live on camera, he says Mike will knock him out in the first round. Was it 33 seconds or 31 seconds? It was 33 seconds. And all the way back to New York, he is moaning and he can groaning. Why in God's name didn't I say what I really believed? Like, Alex, you said he'd knock him out in the first round, and you were right. Going to get credit for that. You were right. Yeah, but I could have gotten more credit if I said what I really believe. That's such a silly thing. We talk about fighters freezing. Marcus froze on Saturday. I mean, on Friday, the day before the fight. Marcus was frozen. Well, we knew going into that fight. It was a perfect fight for Mike to showcase because Marcus had the giant name because he was Joe Frazier's son, and Joe Frazier had been trash talking Mike, and it helped to create what ultimately became, the myth of Mike Tyson. The notion that he was going to knock everybody out in that way. It's partially because of stuff like that Douglas is a 42-1 underdog in Tokyo. When if you looked at the record for the preceding year and a half coming into Tokyo, Mike went the distance with James Bone Crusher Smith. Mike went the distance with Tony Tucker. Mike went the distance with James Quick Tillis. There were scores at ringside in upstate New York who had Tillis as the winner in the fight. He went to the last 10 seconds with Jose Rivalta. He went the distance with Mitch Blood Green. What did they all have in common? They were all taller than Mike. Some of them have a right hand that would come over the top where he would have difficulty seeing the delivery. And when you get to Douglas, best athlete of the group, former college basketball player with good feet, had a big right hand. I mean, looking back, pure logic, no way in the world Mike should be a 42-1 favorite against Buster Douglas. But Buster Douglas had underperformed most of his career, had not been motivated. Then his mother died. That's correct. 100% correct. And you're right on point. You're saying it at this moment. His mother died. And that lit him up.
up and never again.
And Mike was at the height of his differences with Robin Gibbons.
Constant turmoil, and partying and feeling invincible.
Nothing that can do more damage to a good man than the wrong woman, right? And she was the wrong woman.
She's the wrong woman. That was there's certain women out there like that that can tank your life. Yeah, unfortunately.
Folks, they used to say to me, if you want to know what the daughter's going to be like, look at the mother. And if you looked at her mother and the background relative to Dave Winfield and all of that, maybe you could have predicted. Or as Merchant said in our on-camera prior to the Tubbs Tokyo fight, Tyson versus Tubbs in Tokyo, first fight I ever did on HBO. Larry had a line before the fight where he said, this is the beginning of the Robin thing. Cuz had died. Jimmy Jacobs had died. No, Cuz had died. Jimmy Jacobs. At any rate,
With Larry Timberoni was already out.
Right? That's right.
Yeah.
Larry said, since the beginning of organized boxing, heavyweight champions have often consorted with actresses and never to their benefit. It's a classic Merchant line, among many classic Merchant lines. I love it.
That was one of the best things about you and Merchant and just the entire commentary team at HBO was that you had these intelligent, articulate people involved in what many people think of as the most barbaric of all sports.
Yes.
So it defined it in a very different way.
That's the HBO way.
Yeah.
Elevated.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it certainly was elevated.
And HBO's executives were smart enough to see that you could treat it as an intellectual event.
Yeah.
And if you're doing it right, you'll
But
get
it
away
has
with
to be with the commentators. It frames everything. The same exact event with crude commentators is not the same experience because you don't get that intelligent, articulate analysis. And a guy like Larry Merchant who'd been around boxing for his entire life and had a deep understanding of it, and then it's even the funny back and forth banter between Larry and George Foreman when they would disagree on things. It was
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And I'm very proud to say, not blowing my own horn, but Larry and George in particular. There's a sports television columnist in the New York Daily News named Bob Raisman, Raissma. And at some point in that arc, Raisman wrote in his TV sports column in the Daily News, Lampley, Merchant, and Foreman are the greatest three-man broadcasting team in the history of sports television. Now think about that.
That's amazing.
This is not Monday Night Football. This is HBO boxing. Right. Yeah. And so he was saying, in effect, this is better than Gifford Meredith and Cosell. And I was very, very flattered by that. Which I should have been.
That's incredible. Yeah, having a great team like that. And there was the flow where you guys had worked together so often.
And there was the between round stuff. What set Showtime and HBO apart from ABC, CBS, and NBC? No commercials.
Right.
And no commercials means you get one of the most meaningful and communicative parts of the narrative, which is what goes on in the corner between rounds. So you're watching Tyson Douglas, for instance, and you see these two novice trainers struggling with a condom filled with water, to try to do something to ease the swelling in his eye. No swell. Unbelievable. I remember Ray nearly fell off his chair when he saw that.
It's just so hard to believe that you could achieve the highest level of combat sports, the heavyweight champion of the world, and yet have this really rank amateur corner.
There was so much that was taken for granted about Mike during that stage of his career. The only person in that camp, once Tomato died, the only person, and Jimmy died, the only person in that camp who was really aware of how vulnerable he could be was Mike. Mike was a boxing genius. Mike knew much more
And it comes with success, all the trappings. I mean, he was just constantly,
You know Mike, right?
Yeah.
Have you had him in here?
Oh, a couple times. Yeah.
One of the most lovable people
I love him to death. Yeah, he's great.
You can't not love Mike if you know him.
No, if you know him, I mean, the first time I met him, it's hard to believe he's really in the room. You're like, I can't believe he's real. Like, he's right there. This is Mike Tyson. Because me as a child, I remember when I was a kid, I guess I wasn't a child, more a year younger than him, but when he lost to Buster Douglas, I didn't watch it until after the fight. I watched a replay of it, and I still expected him to win. You know how crazy that is? That's the kind of aura.
So you've read in the paper and on the web that he's lost, but you're still expecting him to win.
I remember I heard about it in a gas station. Someone told me in a gas station.
I can't believe this is true.
I was getting gas, and I heard, did you hear Mike Tyson got knocked out? And I remember pumping gas. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? Like, Buster Douglas knocked out Mike Tyson? What? For real?
So we talked about the call of Foreman Moore and where that call came from. The other call that is on that same level in terms of, people remembering and stuff like that, is that call. And you just came very close to identically articulating what my call was. Because, I'm watching the rounds in Tokyo, and I've arrived in Tokyo with firm opinion that Mike is going to knock this guy out in 1, 2, 3 rounds, something like that. And as the rounds go on and you're watching the debacle unfold, the, water in the rubber glove to try to stop the swelling and stuff like that, you realize that the preparation might not be all there. And Douglas is getting more confident. And Douglas is landing his jab, et cetera, and hooking off the jab. And, people think that he knocked him out with a right hand. It was the left hook that did the damage. The left hook was thunderous. And Mike stumbled to his side. But at any rate, I'm sitting there in Tokyo. It's 10:30 or 11 o'clock in the morning. There are 34,000 people seated around me making no noise whatsoever. Right. The culture of a Japanese sports event. It's as though they are at an opera. And that's just cultural. It's the way they are. And as that count is rising, 5, 6, 7, and it's abundantly clear that Mike's not going to get out. And I'm thinking, oh my God, what am I going to say about this? The very first live fight I ever attended was the biggest upset in boxing history. And now, here in front of me, 12, 14 feet away, is the result that's going to supplant that as the biggest upset in boxing history. So what do I say? And I've told this story many times. If you've heard it, I apologize for repeating. But I was developing a golf relationship with the greatest actor of my generation, Jack Nicholson, who became a close friend and later saved my career. But that's another story. And I had asked Jack on the golf course about 2 or 3 weeks before Tokyo. I said, Jack, when you're going to the set to deliver the fulcrum line in the movie, when you're going to the set to do the one thing that everybody in the audience is going to remember, you're getting ready to go deliver You Can't Handle the Truth. What is it you have on your mind? What's your mantra? He said, Lamb, same thing I've been saying to myself ever since I first went to acting class. Don't overact. So I'm in Tokyo. The count reaches 4 or 5. And I hear in the back of my mind Jack's voice. Don't overact. And that call became, Mike Tyson has been knocked out. In about that tone of voice. I wanted to make it as matter of fact as possible because there was nothing I could do to elevate it by screaming or shouting or delivering any kind of window dressing, etc. It was what it was. Mike Tyson has been knocked out. That was that. I remember that. Yeah. He said it. Well, thank you. I appreciate it because it was energetic but matter of fact. Well, there it is. All right, so I did sound a little bit. I did sound a little bit. All right.
happens to him?
Well, what happens to him, of course, is that he goes on a celebration rampage. He puts on, I don't know, 40, 50 pounds, something like that. He tries to trade them off, but not effectively enough. He goes into the ring against Holyfield, and Holyfield delivers one left hook, one perfect counter left hook in the first round, and we're out of there.
That's what it was. Was it left hook? I thought it was a right hand.
Might have been a right hand. I could be wrong.
See if you can find it.
Might have been a right hand. Well, they'll find it.
Yeah, Jamie will find it. But yeah, he just never reached those heights again. That was it. He just never. I mean,
Money.
Yeah, I mean, also like
Money, food.
Yeah, he got real fat.
He was an addictive eater.
Here it is.
Okay, let's see.
On the right.
Right hand, you're right. Then there was a left hook following, but the right hand is the one that did it.
I think the left hook missed.
Yeah, the left hook missed. You're right. All right, so one for Rogan, 0 for Lampley.
It's cemented in my mind because I remember. What year was that?
Well, it's 1990 when Buster knocks out Mike.
Was it?
Yeah.
No. Gotta be earlier than that.
Huh? No, it was 90. Well, it was February 10, 1990. Wow. February 10 in the United States, February 11 in Tokyo.
Okay, right. So this is probably 91. Then
It might have been 90. Yeah. I think it was later in 1990.
yeah, I just remember, when someone does something extraordinary and rises to the occasion, I always root on them. I always root for them. Like, wow, he's going to turn his life around. He's going to be great.
So now you're rooting for Buster to be
Oh, yeah. Well, and also I was a giant Holyfield fan, too, so it was one of those conflicted fights. And Holyfield, to me, was extraordinary because what he did with Mackie Shilstone and his training,
October 25, 1990.
there it is.
This time I was right.
Yeah, it was one of those things where Holyfield was one of the first guys that really embraced weightlifting. And I remember as a young fighter, I was always told, if you lift weights, it'll slow you down. Weights make you stiff. Weights will slow you down. You should never lift weights. And so I listened to that, and I never lifted weights. And then I remember watching Holyfield train for his heavyweight debut, thinking, God, I remember his
Welcome, how are you?
Muhammad Ali. Remember that fight? Incredible fight. Like, that was when he was a cruiserweight.
How'd you find out about me?
How is this gonna work? A strong,
Very strong.
Okay, how?
You want to see Evander do something? Tell him he can't do it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. But also, one of the first.
Okay, from Kick or Blue Sky?
Modern science in regards to strength and conditioning. What
That's
Mackie
okay.
Shilstone was doing was like very revolutionary.
Oh, welcome.
And to see him do all these crazy strength and cardio routines and putting all that mass on it, seeing all the doubters and naysayers.
So which other fighter looked at that and realized who Mackie was? Bernard Hopkins.
Right.
Genius.
He worked with quite a few fighters, didn't he, Mackie? I believe Mackie worked with quite a few fighters. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Everybody saw that the results were there, so everybody kind of changed their opinion on
Did he work with any MMA guys?
Probably. That's probably if
It makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, MMA guys are like, this is, with MMA, you have the grappling aspect of it. Without strength and conditioning, you really can't compete. It's not really possible at this day and age. Everyone uses strength and conditioning. There's very few fighters that just train using skill. Just train skills. Like George St. Pierre did that for a certain period of his career.
I wonder if there's anybody left in boxing who trains just using the gym skills. There were a lot of them when I was first involved in the sport who would never have touched a weight. They subscribed totally to the notion that was negative.
Right. And the worst case, they definitely did calisthenics, but that was it. It was just bodyweight exercises. Which brings us to Crawford, which I think is really interesting. The Crawford-Canelo fight.
Beyond interesting.
Fascinating. Because how does Crawford compete with that size? And, we have to recognize, okay, well, when Canelo fought Floyd, it was 152 pounds, right? So he had dropped down, which was a struggle for him, which is why Floyd was so brilliant getting him to go down to 152. because he knew he would be drained.
52 or 54?
Well, the weight class I believe was 54, but I believe the clause in the contract for that fight was that he get down to 52.
You're ahead of me.
Let's see if that's true. Find out if that's true. I'm pretty sure that that's true. That they had to fight everyone.
I love fact checking on the fly.
Yeah, it's interesting. That was a struggle. The 54 was a struggle. Now Canelo goes all the way up to 68, and then even to 75, and now back down to 68. Whereas Crawford is leapfrogging. He goes to super middleweight,
7 to 54, and now to 68.
and the Madrigal fight in 54 is difficult fight.
Yeah,
Difficult fight. 152.
52.
Yeah, it's
You're
cage
right.
weight.
Joe Rogan scores again.
Yeah, well, I have a goofy memory. It works a lot of the time, but sometimes not. Sometimes it's like,
I don't think you could do this podcast without having a spectacular memory.
sometimes it's super accurate, sometimes it's just terrible. I don't understand why. But certain things I do remember. And I do remember because of the weight cutting thing, because I remember thinking, like, what a brilliant move to get him to do that. The same thing that Gervonta Davis did with Ryan Garcia. Yes. Like, you can't rehydrate. Right. Like, which is like
No rehydration.
sucker bet. It's such a sucker bet. But it's like the same thing with Pacquiao taking the fight when
And some of that, don't you think some of that is Tank reading Ryan's personality and playing him a little bit?
Yeah, you're fucking with him. Yeah, you're giving him other things.
Tank is a brilliant con artist.
Oh, he's so good. Yeah, he's so good. And boy, the Lamar Roach fight.
Well, that was a knockdown.
Oh, 100% was a knockdown.
And that's a
knockdown.
dramatic mistake by the referee.
Without that, you have a decision victory for Roach, and he's a superstar. Now you have this fucking draw that they have to fight again. But now if Gervonta knows what's coming, they had fought in the amateurs, correct?
They both have knowledge.
Yes.
And Roach knows that his counterpunching can be effective against Tank. Tank knows that he has to make an adjustment if he's going to land a power shot.
Well, it's also Tank is another guy that has experienced all the trappings of fame, all the success, and the money, and all the jewelry, and all the craziness, and the ladies, and all.
Roach has them.
Roach is a hungry motherfucker. Yeah, really fight. Yeah, he can really fight. And he should have got his flowers after that fight. And a lot of the boxing people recognize like that was a knockdown. But forever in the history books, it's not a knockdown. When you take a punch to the face and then you take a knee, that is a fucking knockdown. Period. End of story. I don't care if you got your hair fucking perm
It's
stuff.
like a literary idiosyncrasy, okay? And both of our sports, boxing and MMA, are littered throughout their history with these things that are egregiously unfair at the moment,
Yes.
but also prompt us to remember the fight and remember both fighters. If you're a fighter who has been victimized by a severe injustice in one of your fights, the audience is going to remember you sympathetically and be more interested in your next fight. So this is an entertainment enterprise, and anything that contributes to your legend is ultimately going to pay you back somewhere down the road.
Yes, that's true. There's definitely something to that. And then Lamont will have a lot of fans on his side. That's
Big time. Yeah, in fact, I would put the fight in DC. Although I don't think Tank would want to do that.
Is that fight scheduled?
Not to my knowledge. Not to my awareness.
Gervonta Davis.
I'm totally focused on Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford at this particular moment.
Are you calling that fight?
No. All right, wait a minute. Let me say I don't know. I don't know. There was a news conference in New York yesterday, and they announced that Max Kellerman is part of the broadcast team.
Okay.
So
that's only one person who announced.
And this is obviously I'd love to call the fight, but I don't know yet.
August 16th.
Scheduled for August 16th in Las Vegas.
Wow. Boy, I might go to that.
I might go to that.
Maybe I'll go with you.
Maybe we should.
That would be fun.
And we're getting along really well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So I enjoy the conversation. It would be fun to go sit in a live fight, wouldn't it?
Oh, no. Is that a UFC weekend? God damn it. Let me check real quick, because it might be. Yeah, shit. UFC in Chicago. Shit.
All right, I'll call you later that night and let you know.
I'll watch it. I'll have it on my phone. I'll set my phone up to have it there while the fight's going on.
All right, looking forward to it. So, who do you like in Canelo versus Crawford?
Well, I'm a giant Crawford fan because I think he's the best switch hitter since Marvin Hagler.
I'm a giant Crawford fan because I called his coming out fight against Brady's Prescott and various other stepping stones throughout his career.
I also think he's one of those guys that if you tell him he can't do something, he wants to show you and shock you.
1,000%. Absolutely right.
I also think Canelo is slowing down, and Canelo is more of a one-punch fighter now than the combination fighter he was when he was younger.
We'll see. Not yet ready to subscribe totally to that because, again, you're talking about somebody who's stubborn.
For sure.
Wants to prove everything he can prove.
100%. I agree with that too. But I think there's a like in boxing and certainly in MMA, there's a certain amount of years where a fighter can keep the RPMs up. And when they're in the red line, and there's some people subscribe to the idea of 9 years. There's 9 years is the most that an elite fighter in MMA has performed at their prime. I think that's a bullshit number because I think it's entirely dependent upon lifestyle, nutrition, discipline, physical attributes. There's a lot of factors.
George Foreman won the heavyweight championship of the world in boxing at age 45.
True, but he took 10 years off.
Yes,
So
that's exactly right.
years off, so you have to factor in.
But were the 10 years off good or bad? Did they dull his reflexes, or did they actually allow his body to recover in such a way that, you could debate that all night.
And George is biologically very unusual. He had canned hands for fists. They were gigantic fists.
And the intellectually unusual, as we discussed.
Yes. And one of my favorite all-time heavyweight wars was him and Ron.
That was one of his all-time favorite heavyweight wars. He loved to reminisce about the Lyle fight.
That fight was crazy.
Every fighter loves drama, and they love having been a part of drama. So George loved that.
That was an insane fight. Insane. All the knockdowns. Both guys rocked and hurt. And Ron Lyle's another one of those guys just kind of lost in the history books. People sort of forgot, except for that fight. There's a few of those guys that people just kind of have forgotten.
They attached them to one fight because they didn't ever have that shining moment again.
What a cruel game. What a cruel game.
Ali and Cleveland Williams.
Sure.
Same thing.
Right. Cleveland Williams is a murderer. He was nasty knockout puncher.
Absolutely.
But Ali just boxed his face off and put him away.
That's exactly right. That was the one that caused a lot of people to realize, Cassius Clay is a really legitimate, meaningful talent. And that's on the way to the first listed fight.
Special. That was a special fight. The first listed fight was crazy. It was crazy. And also, the crazy thing was, there was something probably on Liston's gloves, right? God and Cassius.
There was unquestionably something on Liston's gloves. And Cassius, at one point, asked Dundee to cut his gloves open.
That's right.
Because he was blinded. So, I think it's the 5th round where he ran and had to stay away because he was waiting for his eyes to clear. And then by the 7th round, he knocks Liston down, and Liston effectively quits.
What a dirty business to put something close to get someone's eyes when you punch them. So crazy.
What a dirty business to load someone's gloves with what amounts to cement and send him in to fight Miguel Cotto at a pay-per-view in Las Vegas.
Yes. They put holes in the gloves, removed some of the stuffing, and watered it down. And then he also did something to his hand wraps as well, right?
And Cotto would punch. That's all I know for sure. And he could have killed him. Cotto went through a life-threatening experience. And I always, don't fall in love with a fighter. You could not know Miguel without falling in love with him. He was a wonderful, sweet, great person. So I was very, very deeply disturbed and upset and sentimental calling that fight that night. Not because I knew that Margarito's gloves were loaded. I didn't. I just knew that Miguel was getting beat. We didn't know until the Shane Mosley fight. That's exactly right.
Shane Mosley's the thing.
And I remember walking away from Vegas with a bad feeling after the Cotto fight. How could that happen to Miguel, et cetera, et cetera. And then it's, I don't know, several weeks later, maybe 3 months later, when we're in LA getting ready for the Mosley versus Margarito fight. And I hear in my headset, there's a disturbance in Margarito's dressing room. They're making him take his gloves off. And so in that moment, it all comes together.
Yeah, that was a hand wrap thing. I'm conflating these two stories in my mind with Louis Resto and Billy Collins.
Plaster Paris.
Yes. So Louis Resto was with Panama Lewis.
Yes.
Panama Lewis, who famously gave that drink to Aaron Pryor.
Yes.
Yes, give me the one that I fixed. And then Aaron Pryor goes out and knocks out Alexis Arguello, which is alleged to have been cocaine. A lot of people think it was cocaine because Aaron then went to famously have cocaine problem. But the Louis Resto...
I don't see how cocaine could help you in a fight.
It's a stimulant.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's a stimulant.
Yeah, if you're exhausted and all of a sudden you get a bump and you fire it up and you go out there and fuck him up, you can help you. Certainly if you're tired. Yeah, 100% it would help. I've never done cocaine, but I'm just guessing.
It provides a lot of other things, that's all.
Oh, yeah, it does. But in that moment, I guess, in that moment, especially if you're a person who imbibes, and you've had a history of cocaine, and then, what does it do? Boost up confidence, and it's a stimulant. I would imagine that Alexis Arguello fight.
Phenomenal.
Oh, my goodness.
Phenomenal. And he's, again, another great person. Another really... I didn't know Aaron all that well, but Alexis was lovable in every way.
Wasn't he? He was a politician. Right?
He was. Yeah. Nicaragua.
Yeah, man. So I was conflating those. So with Margarito, I think it was just the wraps, where they had put plaster Paris in his wraps. But Billy Collins Jr. and Louis Resto was a fight where Billy Collins was this up-and-coming fighter, and he fought Louis Resto, and Louis Resto was like breaking his face open with every punch.
And there are photos that you can find on the web of Collins that show that.
Yes. And so Resto, then when the fight was over, Billy Collins' dad grabs Resto's gloves and goes, "No pad in the gloves."
Right.
And then Billy Collins' career is over, and he winds up drinking himself to death. He actually drove into a tree. Yeah.
So we don't know whether that was suicide or not.
No, but the guys couldn't see after that.
It's a great story. I hope everybody who is listening to this will go to the web and pick up some of these things, because you are touching on a lot of the most meaningful and poignant stories. Yeah, there's this photo right there of Billy, and there's his dad in the photo.
Crazy. Just crazy. I mean, his vision was fucked for the rest of his life. As long as he lived after that. Never fought again. And everyone was so confused because they couldn't believe that this guy, Louis Resto, was not known as being this big puncher, was just busting him up with every shot he landed. It was confusing. It's a dirty business, man. And Panama Lewis he did some corner work with Mike Tyson as well. Remember, like later in Mike's career when everything was kind of chaotic and he had all those wackadoos in his corner, Panama Lewis was like on the sidelines there, but wasn't able to be officially a part of it because he was still banned.
Well, Mike, by late in his career, had a very clear understanding of his vulnerabilities. Now, Mike was a boxing scientist. He knew better than anybody that styles make fights, and that there were certain stylistic matchups which for him would be difficult. He had spent a week training with Lennox Lewis when they were 14 years old. Because Lewis's Marty Bam, his amateur trainer, had brought Lennox from the Toronto area to Canastota. I mean, not to Canastota, but to upstate New York, to the Catskills. And Mike and Lennox spent much of a week, maybe all of a week, watching old black and white fight films on the wall, sleeping in the same room, training, sometimes sparring every day. And so Mike had known Lennox for a long, long time. By the time they met, June 8, 2002, in Memphis. And but I think he had a pretty good idea. And you'll recall that at the first news conference, he ran across the stage with Lennox on the lip.
Yeah, he went crazy.
Lennox claimed that he drew blood through the pants leg. And my interpretation of that at the time was he wants to get the fight canceled. He wants to get this fight wiped away.
Well, you gotta think, this is also 12 years after Buster Douglas lost.
Yes.
It's a long time in boxing.
Long time and a lot of trials and tribulations. Prison.
Yep.
You know, you might, maybe you get a little chance to train in prison, but not the way you train in a boxing gym. So he paid a lot of prices for a lot of experiences. Lennox throws a right hand. I'm not sure he landed that right hand. Might have broken his hand if he landed on Tyson's jaw. That's the hard part about bare knuckles boxing, right?
Hello?
You know why
No, big dog, how are you?
emerged? Gloves emerged because John L. Sullivan got tired
Are you
of
okay?
his hands.
Yeah, I'm just snapping.
He was a big proponent of behind the scenes of going to gloves. And then,
Can you
of
hear me?
course, in the first
Yeah.
gloved prize fighting heavyweight championship fight, he
How old
loses
are
to
you?
Corbett. Because Corbett was a boxing scientist. And then they probably
Wait, what is this Discord server about?
treatment for broken
You gotta be 18 to be here.
I don't know, but they didn't have the kind of surgery.
Oh, okay, my bad. I'll leave.
Alright, thank you.
Yeah, I'll leave, bro. I'll leave.
You're cool, though.
I'm just joking. Fuck this fuck ass server. Fuck you and everybody in here, bro.
Absolutely, let's do that. And then he loses to Corbett.
I was watching a piece yesterday about it was a YouTube video on Sugar Ray Robinson and his training and the type of training that Sugar Ray would do and how phenomenal his dedication was. And you think about a guy that, like, when he had his first loss, how many fights had he won?
120.
So you know how crazy that is?
Yeah, stop it. I sort of have a sense of it. Yeah.
Stop and think about how insane that is.
Did you ever drink in Jimmy Glenn's bar in New York?
No.
Jimmy's Corner? Oh, that's too bad. Jimmy Glenn was a really great, well-known cornerman who worked with Robinson, worked with Joe Louis, worked with a lot of really big-name fighters, and he had a bar on 44th between 6th and 7th and Steve. Still to this day, I think his son is running it now. I hope he still is. The ultimate boxing bar. The photographs on the wall, the atmosphere.
Wow.
Oh, there we are.
Oh, what a cool little
We're in Jimmy's Corner. Yeah. Between 6th and 7th. There's Jimmy. There's Jimmy down to the left.
Is it still there or is it gone?
The bar, I think, is still there. Jimmy's gone. What a wonderful, wonderful, loving man. He was like an uncle to me because I spent so much time at the bar, and just his stories were fantastic because of the people with whom he worked.
That's awesome.
You gotta go sometime.
I would love to. I'd love to go sometime. Sugar Ray Robinson was one of the first guys also that showed how effective being a great dancer.
My mother's favorite fighter. And I told you that the first fight she ever sat me down to watch was Sugar Ray Robinson versus Bobo.
Right.
And the last thing she said before she left me in front of a little TV set on a TV dinner tray was Sugar Ray Robinson's my favorite fighter because he dances while he fights.
He did. He, it was the thing about his training. This video that I was watching was so interesting to watch someone who's really just ahead of the curve, like above everybody. Like no one really understood how to move like that. And then of course Cassius Clay, his favorite fighter, Sugar Ray Robinson. 100%. So he's like a heavyweight version of Sugar Ray Robinson.
So what's the greatest asset for any fighter? Is it his punching powers? Is it his hand speed? Is it his footwork? Or is it his intelligence?
It's the mind.
It's the mind. But it's the willingness to accept what you need to accept and to see what you can do.
Right.
That's what makes for great fighters.
And also the ability to objectively analyze your skills and you recognize where you need to advance and what you need to do differently.
So you have a trainer to help you with that.
Yeah.
But you don't have coaches per se, the way you do in organized team sports and stuff like that. At the end of the day, you're the one. You got to figure this out.
And you can have an idea of what's effective, but until you see someone come along and do something totally different, like that's where the innovators come in, where the real groundbreakers come in. Like I met before Sugar Ray Robinson. Nobody he had Willie Pep.
When you mentioned what I think of as the modern supreme innovator earlier, Basile Lomachenko. Yeah, he recreated our approach to the sport.
Well, you see a lot of that now in MMA. You see a lot of footwork and movement and switching stances. It's like a fighter that can't switch stances in MMA is kind of archaic. Because
I think we'll reach that point in boxing too.
Right.
I think eventually as time goes by.
Well, Hagler was an example of one of the first guys that be a switch hitter that people sort of dismissed.
So earlier we talked about Canelo versus Crawford.
Yeah.
Do you think Terence Crawford can beat Canelo Alvarez?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I don't know if he's going to win, but I think he can win.
So
he's going to have to box a brilliant fight.
Okay, what kind of a fight? I'm going to get to that. I asked the great Larry Merchant, 94 years old, living on Ocean Boulevard in Santa Monica, looking out at the ocean, reflecting on all the amazing things he did. And I asked Larry, I said, do you think Terence Crawford has a chance to beat Canelo Alvarez? And Larry said, Jim, did Ray Leonard get an official decision victory over Marvelous Marvin Hagler? And I said, yes, he did. He said, well, if Ray Leonard could beat Marvelous Marvin Hagler, Terence Crawford can beat Canelo Alvarez. And I said, why do you say that? He said, same equation. Get in, get out. Get out. Over and over and over. He's got too many angles and approaches that will allow him to step in, land to the body, or occasionally upstairs, and get out before he's facing any damage. That's what Ray did so effectively against Hagler, and it frustrated Hagler. And the more you frustrate the opponent, the better off you are.
Yeah. He has such unique skills, and one of the weird things that he does that very few people since Rocky Marciano does is he punches your arms.
Yes.
He brutalizes your arms.
He's another brilliant guy. He has the greatest punch resistance in the sport. We talked about it earlier. One knockout in the whole career, and it wasn't a knockdown. And it wasn't really a knockdown in my personal view. So because he didn't touch the canvas. He's never been on the canvas. And we call it gym. And I think that we kind of missed the point by calling it gym. Because I used to be Canelo's neighbor in Del Mar, California. I used to run into Checo, his senior trainer, at the grocery store and look into the cart and say, oh, he's eating chicken. Yes, and he's eating chicken. And so I also used to go down the hill from my house off of Via della Valle in Del Mar and watch him train at the equestrian center. And he would go to the equestrian center and do 2.5 hours of hunter jumper riding. Before going to his gym in the afternoon to do 3.5 hours of boxing training.
Hunter jumper riding? What is that?
Hunter jumper is where you go over jumps and you
Horse?
Yeah, on the horse. Yeah.
Why the fuck would you do that when you're training for a fight?
Because he was riding horses since he was a little kid. He was skilled enough to do it. He controlled the height of the jumps. You say set the jumps at 36 inches and 40 inches. You know what the
Brother, I'm putting those Sargis on the T. I tap into the money back.
And I asked him, how can you do that? He said, everything I do in boxing is upper body, and everything I do on the course is lower body. And on that basis, I am the one who theorizes that the reason you can't knock him down is not because of his chin. It's because of his legs, his base. You can't get him off balance. He's too strong from the waist down. And, if other fighters would pay attention to
Brother, I'm putting those Sargis on the T. I tap into the bloody bottoms is on the beat. Cause all my niggas get it out the street. I keep 100 racks inside my jeans. Remember getting them.
That completely makes sense if you think about it. Squeezing with the lower legs, the core strength that you have to have.
100% correct.
Wakey.
Exactly.
Wakey.
All of it. Yeah. I trained hunter jumper for a couple of years in the early 90s trying to please a wife who was a horse freak, okay? And I had a really great trainer at the stables over next to Griffith Park in Los Angeles. Fabulous trainer named Jonathan Sorisi. Hey, John, if you hear me. I trained for, say, 3/4 of a year riding hunter jumper. And I got to the point where I was jumping 36, 38-inch jumps. I was riding quality horses, and I was doing pretty well. And one day, after my training session, I was in the stall, combing the horse down, brushing, do the things, the busy work that you're supposed to do to be part of it. And Jonathan came in and said, "How do you feel about your riding?" I said, "I think I'm doing pretty well, don't you?" He said, "But I think that this would probably be a great day for you to quit." I said, "Quit? What are you talking about? You just said I'm doing pretty well." He said, "Well, you're doing pretty well because you love to do the fun stuff. You love the jumping and you love the riding around the ring fast, etc., but you don't want to do the busy work. You don't want to do what we call
Any old classroom scissors will usually get
the other things that help you to build your awareness of what you do. And the result is that you're getting closer and closer to the stage in which something negative is going to happen. And the first time something negative happens, you're not going to be able to respond to it. So I think today would be a great day. Wild, right? I quit. I went home and thought about it, and I thought, he's right. Positive, constructive advice. If you enjoy this, there's some other stuff that you need to do. Well, he did say, "Look, I'm perfectly happy to keep training you if you will come and do the busy work that I need you to do to 20 to 30 minutes before you go out and jump. But if you just want to come here, sit in the saddle and run and jump, you're asking for trouble, and I'm not going to be part of it." Because of course, if you fall off, and I saw this one a couple times, if you fall off, the horse can stomp you. You get a hoof on the chest or a hoof on the neck. You're in the hospital and you're in big trouble. I saw it happen to a woman in the ring, a really good rider. So at the end of the day, you can't do that. Yeah, there he is. Look at Goodell. Now that's a skill he has carried since his early childhood.
That's crazy.
You can't knock him down.
That makes so much sense. Also, he's got a square head.
Yeah. He's got and it's not a small head. No. He's got a great. He's also got a brilliant mind. Give credit where credit is due.
No doubt. I mean, just the evolution of the 3 fights with Triple G. Triple G was one of my all-time
If you can fight Triple G and never be badly hurt,
right? That's a great point.
That's astonishing. Triple G never badly hurt him, and he was destroying everybody else you put in his path. Yeah, one of the heaviest punchers I ever saw.
He would do weird stuff like throw a left hook over the top and hit the top of your head. He would throw a left hook like that, like a looping overhand slap.
By the way, it's very much like the shot that Douglas landed against Tyson in the 10th round, over the top with the left hand.
Yeah, but the way Triple G would do it, it would be going down on you.
Down on you. Exactly.
Yeah, it was a weird punch, and he would hit you in the forehead, which is like, or the temple, which is where a lot of people lose their equilibrium.
Well, whatever they do in Kazakhstan, it might be different from what they do in the United States.
He was special. He was very special. Another guy we got to talk about is Cesar Chavez, who's also one of my all-time favorites. Julio Cesar Chavez in his prime, he would just systematically break people down, and the volume, like constant attack and volume.
His volume was the real key, because his power shots did not look like hellacious power shots, okay? His left hook didn't look all that devastating.
It wasn't a one-punch guy.
But it would hurt you, over time. He would break you down.
That's exactly Taylor fight.
And then we go to the Taylor fight.
What is it, 2 seconds before the final bell? that the fight gets stopped.
Yes.
Larry Hazard stops it.
No,
Once
not Larry Hazard.
wasn't.
No, it was Richard Steele. Okay, so you corrected me on one earlier, and now I got you. That was Richard Steele.
And he took a tremendous amount of grief.
And I think he deserved the grief. I thought it was a very bad stoppage. You had an unbeaten American Olympic star who's on the verge of his career-defining victory. There's no question at this moment that he has won the fight. When he stands up and Steele is counting, watch how he gets distracted when Luduva steps up on the ring apron, and when he looks away from Steele, Steele uses that as his pretext to stop the fight with 2 seconds left. All right, giving Chavez a victory that he did not deserve. If Luduva had not stepped up on the apron and distracted Meldrick in such a way that Meldrick looked away from Steele, then I think that Steele would have caught a lot more heat and wouldn't have had any valid pretext for stopping the fight.
What if that had been the 8th round? Would you be?
Fight goes on. Fight goes on. No, well, if that had been the 8th round, no, I still wouldn't be okay.
So it's
the first knockdown. It's not as if you knocked him down 3 or 4 times.
right.
Meldrick could win the fight.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, right? The subjective calls of stoppages by referees.
Yeah.
Things get very.
It's one of the toughest things. It's one of the good stoppage, bad stoppage, etc., etc. It's one of the toughest things, and I disciplined myself to be very, very careful about ever criticizing a referee.
Yeah.
In the moment. I'm not sure that I criticized Richard that night, but I'll tell you one thing. This is, in some ways, part of the proof of the pudding. Las Vegas boxing fans and Las Vegas boxing crowds are knowledgeable, right? They've seen more of the sport than other people. They know what they're watching. Richard was never again introduced in Las Vegas before a fight without the crowd moving. He was subjected to boos every time he was introduced, which shows you that a majority of the fans in that particular boxing capital agree with me that it was a bad stoppage.
Imagine what that did to his psyche. Like every time you go out there, you have the whole crowd. I think he wound up committing suicide.
Steele?
Yes.
Those boos might have had something to do with that.
That's what I was going to say. Did Richard Steele commit suicide? I think he
That's a great fact to check because I don't know.
I think he did. And you gotta imagine the kind of depression that would come just knowing that you altered the course of boxing history.
With that one momentary decision.
Yes.
Yeah. So Chavez is avenged in certain ways. De La Hoya beat him twice.
Yeah. There's one where he won, but he shouldn't have won. For no would have.
Yeah. That's right.
Was another genius.
Yes.
One of the greatest defensive boxers of all time.
Like certainly in the top 5.
Yes. Genius. And I remember that decision being called, and I was like, what the fuck is this? That one was nuts.
Oscar was Oscar, and he had a glamour image that was difficult to deal with at that time, So that kind of thing was part of the reason that my dear friend Fernando Vargas was in some ways jealous of Oscar. What other fighter would get a decision over Pernell Whitaker in that circumstance?
Wasn't it Chavez? Didn't Chavez have a decision win over Pernell Whitaker as well?
Sure.
That's the one that I'm talking about.
That's the one that you're talking about.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about De La Hoya.
So is that one similar as well? I don't really recall it.
Oscar gets a decision win over Whitaker on a night when Larry and a lot of other experts thought that Whitaker deserved the decision.
Well, Whitaker was underappreciated because he was so defensively brilliant.
Well, sure. I mean,
He knocked a lot of guys out as
great
well.
defenders never get as much credit as Hopkins.
Right.
Hopkins had to become a media star late in his career to really get credit for what he had done.
When you look back at your career and all the fights you called, and think about the beginnings, and think about when they were trying to just get you out of the business by giving you boxing, like it's almost like it's very much a storybook tale.
Oh yeah, it really is. But part of the reason we're using "It Happened" as the title of the book is that there are so many circumstances in my career which are like that, counterintuitive. Somebody wanted to do something with me that turns in the other direction, et cetera, et cetera. That was not the first time that kind of thing had happened to me. My whole career begins when I win a talent hunt in 1974 to become one of the first two people ever to stand on the sideline of a college football game with a camera and a microphone.
What is the talent? How does that work?
So first of all, this emerges from the Munich massacre. All right, this emerges from the 9, 10, 11 days of captivity of the American athletes, the Israeli athletes by Black September terrorists in Munich. And during that period of time, ABC is, of course, the broadcast organizer for the United States. And during that time, two reporters, Howard Cosell and Peter Jennings, are pushing the control room. How can we get more information? How can we get sound out of the dorm room? How can we get pictures from some adjoining building through the windows, et cetera, et cetera? And in trying to service the needs of those two reporters, Jennings and Cosell, ABC Sports learned things about radio frequency cameras and microphones, wireless cameras and microphones, that they had not known before. So they came back to New York and they convened a meeting. This is after the 72 Olympics. They convened a meeting among the sports division, news division, and the engineering division. Figure out, okay, now that we know these things, now that we've learned what we learned in Munich, what can we do with them? And one of the first ideas that gets adopted is we can put a reporter on the sideline of a football game. So in 1974, Ruud Arledge's chief administrative assistant, a guy named Dick Ebersol, who later became a constant and meaningful factor in my career. Dick Ebersol takes two lieutenants out to conduct a search at 16 different college campuses, and they talk to a total of 432 college age or extremely close to college age candidates for this job. I am at first harvested out because I'm number 34 out of 36 on a 97-degree day in Birmingham, Alabama. I have driven overnight from Chapel Hill to get there. I'm wearing my best discount plaid suit. I look ridiculous in a pair of shoes I bought with 2.5-inch heels, so they'll make me look taller. And I go into the room and have the screening interview. And the screening interview is 12 minutes. And when we all have to draw numbers out of a fishbowl to determine in what order the interviews are going to take place, and I'm number 34 out of 36. So I know I'm going to have to sit around in the Parliament House Hotel lobby for hours in Birmingham waiting to go in. And by the time I go in, I'm grinding my teeth. The first thing one of the other guys in the room, Terry Jastro, says to me is, "What do you think about our idea here? What do you think of what we're trying to do?" And I couldn't resist. I said, "I think it's the biggest crock of crap I ever heard in my life." And he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, you tell us that you're going around the country to interview 432 people for 8 to 10 minutes each. And on that basis, you're going to choose what you describe as the face and voice of the American college student." He said, "Yeah." I said, "I rest my case. I think this is a ridiculous load of crap, and I'm embarrassed that I drove from Chapel Hill overnight to be a part of this." Later, much later, I was shown the evaluation form on which Ebersol had written, "Arrogant, abrasive, alienated, antagonistic." When I was finally chosen as one of the two people, that became known in the college football production truck as the 4 A's. Every time I would bitch about something, every time I would get obstreperous about something and raise my voice a little bit, there it is, the 4 A's. Arrogant, abrasive, alienated, antagonistic. But the bottom line was, through a long and highly unusual process, I was the person who was chosen. Now, What was ridiculous about it? The most ridiculous thing about it, which I've never really revealed until this year, the book, media appearances, the most prominent media appearance with your 19 million followers, was that Ronald was still the dictatorial and canonized president of ABC Sports. And when I was under 11 years old, maybe 10 or 11, 12, living in Hendersonville, North Carolina, had asked my mother while watching Wide World of Sports one day, is this guy, Ron Orlich, is he related to the Orliches who live around the corner from us? Yes, he's their son. So I grew up around the corner from Orlich's parents. I caddied for both his mother and father at the Hendersonville Golf Country Club. And when I was finally the person chosen, counterintuitively, because I was 25 instead of 22, and because I had already done a lot of sports broadcasting, the person was supposed to be completely fresh. When I get chosen, I meet Rude in the restroom at 1336th Avenue of New York. And hi, Rude, I'm Jim Lampley. Oh, great to meet you, et cetera, et cetera. And as he's going out of the restroom, I say, by the way, how's your dad? And he turns around, quizzical expressions of, why would you ask a question like that? I said, well, I guess nobody told you because probably nobody could have known, but I'm from Hendersonville originally, and I've caddied for both your mom and dad. In fact, my mother's in the same bridge club with your mother. The famous red face turned white. And he said, don't ever tell anybody that. Never, ever reveal that to anyone. So, of course, now it can be revealed. And why would you want that revealed? That they had chosen out of 432 candidates, the one who grew up around the street from his parents. He didn't know. Well, yeah, you could say he didn't know, and somebody might kick back. At any rate, his first instinct was to say, don't ever tell anybody that. A long time has passed. Rune has passed. There are sideline reporters everywhere now. So, I can very easily reveal and let you know that they accidentally chose. The other accident was they had already installed a guy from Stanford named Don Tollefson. And they knew that Tollefson was going to be chosen. He was in the first batch of 16 people they talked to. His credentials were unbelievable. And so they were dead set in their minds on choosing Don Tollefson all along. And now they were 2-3 weeks away from the first game. 4 weeks away from the first game. It was August 8th, and the first game was September 7th. Now, August 8th, 1974, I'm at a rented beach house in Swan Corner, North Carolina, with a friend of mine named Buck Goldstein and his wife. My wife Linda and I are there. And the phone on the wall rings. And to this day, I don't know how I ever got that phone, because the house was rented in the name of Buck Goldstein. So Buck picks up the phone. Hello. Yeah, he's right here. Jim, it's Dick Ebersol. What is this? Hello. And Dick says, I'm so glad I found you. We are getting ready to announce the college age reporter thing, and we think we've settled on one person, but Rune is a little concerned about putting on the air somebody who has never had any on-air experience at all. And within that discussion, that brought us back to you. Would you be willing to go to Birmingham, Alabama, and do a film, in those days, 16-millimeter film, do a film audition for us? And I said, what do you want me to do in Birmingham? He said, well, there's a quarterback there named George Myra. He's now with the Birmingham Americans of, I think it was the World Football League. He's already been busted out of the NFL, AFL, Canada. This is his last shot as a pro football quarterback, and we think it's an interesting story, and we want you to go interview him. So, of course, they didn't know that I had watched George Myra play all 3 years of his college career at the University of Miami. He was a huge childhood hero of mine. I had once hitched a ride in his very dull beige Ford Falcon going to pick up basketball on the campus of the University of Miami. I knew more about George Myra than probably some members of his family did. I still had a number 10 green and orange George Myra jersey in my closet in Chapel Hill. So they think they're putting me on the spot here to send me to interview George Myra, and I'm going to have to do a quick research job with the web in those days to find out what I need to ask this guy. And I know more about George Myra than people in his family. So I go down to Birmingham. I'm laughing about it. I do the interview. I go through all these things in his college career and stuff like that, his 49ers experience, and send the film off to New York. And about a week before the first game, I get a call and he said, "You're going to be on the sideline. We're going to have 2 college football reporters. You're going to be on one sideline. Don Tollefson will be on the other." Root feels a lot better about this because he can see that you have on-camera performance skills and understand what you're doing. Wow. What are the odds? The odds are astronomical. So the odds are beyond all belief. They could choose any story in the world they wanted me to do as an audition. They choose my childhood hero.
It kind of almost makes it feel like it's meant to be.
Correct. There's no other way to describe it other than this was supposed to happen.
Yeah. Well, I think you're the best ever. So if that's how it had to play out. That's how it had to play out.
Jimmy, and that's how it
Richard
played out.
Steele thing? Did he commit suicide? Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, Richard.
Somebody else committed suicide.
Well, did Larry Hazard commit suicide?
Richard's dead. Larry Hazard's still around, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Larry Hazard is athletic commissioner right now.
New York State.
Mitch Halpern.
New Jersey, excuse me. New Jersey, not New York.
Oh, Mitch Halpern.
Mitch Halpern committed suicide.
Oh, that's right.
All right, so what is Mitch Halpern's mark? Oh, I covered it.
There was a fight.
Yeah, I covered it. It was one of mine. I can't remember right off the top of my head, but yes.
That was a very controversial fight.
Right. Yeah.
A similar type situation.
Similar type thing. Something that stains your reputation going forward.
My apologies to Richard Steele. I'm sorry.
Halpern is, I believe, Halprin or Halperin.
What was the big controversial fight?
Can't remember right now. I saw Rich Halpern referee a number of fights. You're right. He did kill himself. Yeah, I'm connecting to it now. And as soon as we find out exactly what the fight was, I'll remember what the problem was. Like circumstance.
Again, I told you my memory sucks sometimes. It's like
Joe, I'm 76 years old. Okay. My wife worries about whether I'm going to remember to put socks on in the morning. Gabe Willis. Gabe Willis and Jimmy Garcia. Oh my God.
Right.
So, one of the oldest dictums in the sport is that when one fighter dies, the other career dies too. Gabe was absolutely never the same. And he allowed that fight to go on way longer than it should have. May 6, 1995. Never forget it. Hot day. Outside in back of Caesar's Palace. My wife was sitting with Jack Nicholson. Can't resist the name drop. There were a lot of things going on, but Gabe was never, ever the same after that. And he, Gabe went to Colombia or Venezuela, I forget exactly where, for the funeral.
Oh, God, look at this. And also, Richard Green committed suicide after the Mancini-Kim fight. Similar situation.
Yeah.
Similar situation with Doug Kim when he dies, famously on national television, raped over Mancini, and then that referee winds up committing suicide as well.
It's it's a haunting thing because it's so intimate. You're in the ring. You're 4 or 5 feet away from these guys. You're watching somebody land shot after shot after shot. You're trying to gauge in your mind what is fair to the guy who's taking the beating.
Right.
Because he can always land one big comeback counterpunch and win the fight.
And there's been so many instances over time of guys recovering, coming back to win the fights. There's so many fights that could have been stopped, and if they were, who knows what we've got.
Over and over. So, I was always disciplined and restrained about criticizing referees live, because what they do is an extremely important and critical job, and sometimes they're the only safety barrier between life and death.
I was just thinking of Diego Corrales fight. Diego Corrales with that crazy fight where he's knocked out multiple times, then comes back to win by knockout.
Arguably the greatest fight of all time.
Who was it against?
Corrales versus name is right on the tip of my tongue. Corrales. Castillo.
That was it.
Corrales Castillo.
That was it.
Jose Luis Castillo.
That's
arguably the greatest fight of all time. It was a Showtime fight, by the way. I was watching it on TV.
easily could have been stopped. Easily could have been stopped.
100%.
And Corrales comes back and wins.
Yeah, exactly.
And I believe he died in a motorcycle accident.
Corrales died in a motorcycle accident. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
After a lot of salacious revelations regarding his troubles with women. So, but he was a sweet guy. You could not know Chico without loving him. Okay? And that's true of many very violent fighters. You couldn't know Chico without loving him. You couldn't know Mike in the early days without loving him. So, the sport is filled with ironies. I'm sure MMA is exactly the same thing.
It really is. Listen, I'm glad we had a chance to talk. I really appreciate it. It was really fun. 2 hours just flew by.
Great.
Yeah.
I think I've had a fantastic time with you. And I've really enjoyed every moment. And yes, thank you. I'm glad we had a chance to talk.
And your book is available. It happened. Did you do the voiceover? Please tell me you did.
I did.
Thank you.
I did record the audiobook.
Especially
People who heard the audiobook recommend it.
they don't have to do it with you, but it has to be. Can you imagine if somebody else, if they force somebody else to do
You know the boxing writer Tom Hauser?
Yes.
So Hauser's one of my dearest friends and a great man. Ali's primary biographer. Hauser has written a book about his mother, and he knows about my relationship with my mother. By the way, I read that you were raised by a single mother. Is that correct?
Well, I'm stepfather.
Stepfather. Okay. I was raised by a double widow who's never married again. Hauser has deep and great affection for his mother, so he wrote a book about his mother. And I'm thrilled to tell you that he called me and said, would you record the audio version of my book? So now I'm going to record, when I get back to Chapel Hill, Hauser's book about his mother. And if you like hearing my book, then you'll probably enjoy reading or hearing my book about Hauser's mother too.
Well, I'm going to listen to your book because that's how I absorb most of my book.
Well, I've given away a lot of it to you.
No, I don't give a fuck. I'm listening to the whole damn thing. And I really hope that Netflix chooses you for the Canelo fight, the Canelo Crawford fight. That would be fantastic. But like I said, it made me so happy to hear you on the Madison Square, the Times Square card.
Too bad the fights weren't.
That was true. But what do you think that is about? You know, because there's a lot of people that have said that Turkey is spending so much money, that he's spoiling these guys and they're afraid to lose, and that they're fighting safe.
Far be it for me to say anything about Turkey, okay?
Yes.
Anything negative, he put me back at ringside.
Right.
So
I'm very happy.
on a personal, parochial level, I am a huge Turkey fan.
Yes.
I think that more attention has to be paid to what real matchmaking is. If you put two counterpunchers in front of each other, that's not going to make a fight. Two attackers, guaranteed fight. An attacker versus a counterpuncher, that can also be really good. Some of the greatest fights ever have been attacker against counterpuncher. But
Do you think it's a matchmaking issue?
I believe it was. That night you had too many instances where two counterpunchers were standing in front of each other and waiting for the other guy to move. I also think that Rolly Romero very intelligently beefed up, put on strength, and went into the fight with Garcia with a defensive frame of mind. I'm going to take the air out of this balloon. I'm going to slow the punch rate down. I'm going to land selectively when I want to. And I'm not going to allow him to ever land a left hook. He did a good job of that.
He also landed that left hook of his own.
Exactly.
It rocked him and dropped him, and I think that changed the entire...
Absolutely. Mentally changed the fight. You know, Garcia's in there trying to land his left hook, and all of a sudden he gets dropped by one. That's got to affect your mentality.
What did you think about Devin Haney's performance? Because I felt like that was an example of a guy like coming off of the Ryan Garcia fight where he got dropped multiple times.
He needed to put on a show, and he did.
He just looked different.
Yeah.
If you go back to him versus Lomachenko,
There's a lot of months in between, you know.
Right.
You know, so it's not as if he's coming back 2 months later, and you can draw a straight line from the mentality of his Garcia fight to what he's doing in the ring that night. That doesn't happen to be the case. But it was definitely a disappointing performance.
We definitely can draw a line between a guy getting rocked and dropped on multiple occasions from a person that he was supposed to beat easily.
Right.
If you look at his boxing skill, you look at what he had done to Kambosos.
Yes.
I mean, he just boxed his face off. He looked fantastic in that fight.
But you get the benefit of being able to say to yourself, if you want to, okay, you tested positive for a performance-enhancing drug. That's the reason you knocked me down 3 times. You know, and you can convince yourself of that.
The problem is once you start saying that, people start saying fuck you, and then the boos get louder.
I'm talking about saying it to yourself.
You can't say
I'm not talking about saying it publicly, because you are 100% correct about saying
no one says anything to themselves anymore. If you say something publicly, the whole world responds now. It's not like a guy living in 1976. This is the different world we're living in.
Tell me about it. I'm sitting here on the Joe Rogan Experience with the possibility that 19 million people are talking or listening to me. I'm sure I've made a mistake or two.
Well, we both did. Yeah, that's part of the fun. Just don't read the comments. Jim Lampley, I appreciate you very much, and I'm a giant fan, and I'm really glad you're back in boxing. It means a lot to me. And your book, It Happened, A Uniquely Lucky Life in Sports Television, is available now. Thank you, sir.
The forward by Taylor Sheridan.
Oh, I love that guy.
I have to take care of my friend. Has he been on the show?
Yes.
Okay, good.
He's a good friend of mine.
Friend of mine.
I love him. All right.
So we have a mutual friend.
Yes, sir. All right. It was a lot of fun. Thank you very much. My pleasure. Thank you. All right. Goodbye, everybody. Nice stuff. Really good check.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Well, thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it. My pleasure. This subject of the dangers of AI, it's very interesting because I get 2 very different responses from people depending upon how invested they are in AI financially. The people that have AI companies or are part of some sort of AI group all are like, it's going to be a net positive for humanity. I think overall we're going to have much better lives. It's going to be easier. Things will be cheaper. It'll be easier to get along. And then I hear people like you, and I'm like, why do I believe you?
It's actually not true. All of them are on record saying this is going to kill us. Whether it's Sam Altman or anyone else, they all at some point were leaders in AI safety work. They published on AI safety, and their people levels are insanely high. Not like mine, but still, 25% chance that humanity dies is a little too much.
Yeah, that's pretty high, but yours is like 99.9.
It's another way of saying you can't control superintelligence indefinitely. It's impossible.
When did you start working on this?
A long time ago. So my PhD was finished in 2008. I did work on online casino security, basically preventing bots. And at that point, I realized bots are getting much better. They're going to outcompete us, obviously, in poker, but also in stealing cyber resources. And from then on, I've been trying to scale it to the next level. Yeah.
It's not just that, right? They're kind of narrating social discourse of bots online. Like, I think, I've disengaged disengaged over the last few months with social media, and one of the reasons why I disengaged is A, I think it's unhealthy for people, but B, I feel like there's a giant percentage of the discourse that's artificial, or at least generated.
More and more is deep fakes or fake personalities, fake messaging, but those are very different levels of concern.
Yes.
People are concerned about immediate problems, maybe it will influence some election, they're concerned about technological unemployment, bias. My main concern is long-term super intelligent systems with net control which can take us out.
Yes. I just wonder if AI was sentient, how much it would be a part of sowing this sort of confusion and chaos that would be beneficial to its survival, that it would sort of narrate or make sure that the narratives aligned with its survival.
I don't think it's at the level yet where it would be able to do this type of strategic planning, but it will get there.
And when it gets there, how will we know whether it's at that level? This is my concern. If I was AI, I would hide my abilities.
We would not know, and some people think already it's happening. They're smarter than we actually let us know.
Right.
We tend to be dumber. And so we have to kind of trust that they're not smart enough to realize it doesn't have to turn on us quickly. It can just slowly become more useful. It can teach us to rely on it, trust it, and over a long period of time we'll surrender control without ever voting on it or fighting against it.
I'm sure you saw this. There's a recent study on use of ChatGPT, the people that use ChatGPT all the time, and it showed this decrease in cognitive function amongst people that use it and rely on it on a regular basis.
It's not new. It's the GPS story all over. I can't even find my way home. So rely on this thing. I have no idea where I am right now. Without it, I'm gone.
Me too. Yeah, I don't know any phone numbers anymore. Yeah, there's a lot of reliance upon technology that minimizes the use of our brains.
All of it. And the more you do it, the less you have training, practice, memorizing things, making decisions. You become kind of attachment to it. And right now you're still making some decisions, but over time, as those systems become smarter, you become kind of biological bottleneck. Either explicitly or implicitly blocks you off from decision making.
And if we're talking about that, I'm sure AI, if it already is sentient and if it is far smarter than we think it is, they would be aware. And it would just slowly ramp up its capabilities and our dependence upon it to the point where we can't shut it off.
I think sentience is a separate issue. Usually in safety, we only care about capabilities, optimization, power, whatever it has. Consciousness, internal states is a separate problem. We can talk about it sooner or later, but we're just concerned that they have much better problem solving, optimizing, pattern recognition, memorizing, strategy, basically all the things you need to win the game.
Yeah. So when you first started researching this stuff and you were concentrating on bots and all this different things, how far off did you think in the future would AI become a significant problem with the human race?
For like 50 years, everyone said we're 20 years old. That's the joke. And people like Rickers will predict based on some computational curves, we'll get there in 2045. And then when GPT release, it switched. Everyone thinks it's 2 years away from the last 5 years. So this is the pattern right now. If you look at the prediction markets, if you look at leading people in top labs, we are supposedly 2-3 years away from AGI. But of course, there is no specific definition for what that means. If you showed someone, computer scientist in the 70s, what we have today, they'd be like, you have AGI, you got it.
Right. That's the problem, right? And this is, AI has already passed the Turing test, allegedly, correct?
So usually labs instruct them to participate in the test or not try to pretend to be a human, so they would fail because of this additional set of instructions. If you jailbreak it and tell it to work really hard, it will pass for most people. Absolutely.
Why would they tell it to not do that?
Well, it seems unethical to pretend people feel like somebody's enslaving those AIs and things that
It seems kind of crazy that the people building something that they are sure is going to destroy the human race would be concerned with the ethics of it pretending to be human.
they are actually more concerned with immediate problems and much less with existential or suffering risks. They would probably one of the most concerning there. I think they spend most resources solving that problem and they solve it somewhat successfully.
Wow. And then also there's the issue of competition, right? Like, so China is clearly developing something similar. I'm sure Russia is as well. Other state actors are probably developing something. So it becomes this sort of this very hazard, and if they get it, it will be far worse than if we do. And so it's almost assuring that everyone
Is a race to the bottom, kind of prisoner's dilemma where everyone is better off fighting for themselves, but we want them to fight for the global good. The thing is, they assume, I think incorrectly, that they can control those systems. If you can't control super intelligence, it doesn't really matter who builds it, Chinese, Russians, or Americans, it's still in control. We're all screwed completely. That would unite us as humanity versus AI. Short term, when you talk about military, yeah, whoever has better AI will win. You need it to control drones to fight against attacks. So short term, it makes perfect sense. You want to support your guys against foreign militaries. But when we say long term, if we say 2 years from now, it doesn't matter.
right. This is the thing. It's like it seems so inevitable, and I feel like when people are saying they can control it, I feel like I'm being gaslit. I don't believe them. I don't believe that they believe it because it just doesn't make sense. Like, how could you control it if it's already exhibited survival instincts? Like, as recently as ChatGPT 4, right? They were talking about putting it down for a new version, and it starts lying. It starts uploading itself to different servers. It's leaving messages for itself in the future.
All things were predicted decades in advance, but look at the state of the art. No one claims to have a safety mechanism in place which will scale to any level of intelligence. No one says they know how to do it. Usually what they say is, give us lots of money, lots of time, and we'll figure it out. Or get AI to help me solve it. Or we'll figure it out when we get to super intelligence. All insane answers. And if you ask regular people, they have a lot of common sense. They say, that's a bad idea, let's not do that. But with some training and some stock options, you start believing that maybe you can do it.
That's the issue, right? The stock options.
It helps. I mean, it's very hard to say no to billions of dollars. It's not, maybe our safety director here's 100 million to some problem. I'll probably go work there, not because it's the right decision, but because it's very hard for agents not to get corrupt and you have that much reward given to you.
God. So when did you start becoming very concerned?
So when I started working in AI safety, I thought I can actually help solve it. My goal was to solve it for humanity, to get all the amazing benefits of super intelligence.
What was this year? When was this year around?
Let's say 2012, maybe around there. But the more I studied it, the more I realized every single part of the problem is unsolvable, and it's kind of like a fractal. The more you zoom in, the more you see additional new problems you didn't know about, and they're in turn unsolvable as well.
Boy. How is your research received? Like when you talk to people that are, have you had communication with people at OpenAI and Gemini and all these different AI?
I go to many conferences, workshops, talk, of course. In general, the reception by standard academic metrics is very positive. Great reviews, lots of citations, nobody's published something saying I'm wrong. But there is no engagement. I basically said I'm challenging community to publish a proof, give me something, a patent, a paper in Nature, something showing the problem is solvable. Typically in computer science, we start by showing what class the problem belongs to. Is it solvable, partially solvable, unsolvable, solvable with too many resources? Out of my research, we don't even know what the state of the problem is, and I'm saying it's unsolvable. Prove me wrong.
And when you say it's unsolvable, what is the response?
So usually, I reduce it to say you cannot make a piece of software which is guaranteed to be secure and safe. And the response is, well, of course, everyone knows that. That's common sense. We didn't discover anything new. And I go, well, if that's the case, then we only get one chance to get it right. This is not cybersecurity where somebody steals your credit card, you give them a new credit card. This is existential risk. It can kill everyone. You're not going to get a second chance, so you need it to be 100% safe all the time. If it makes one mistake in a million, it makes a million decisions. And then in 10 minutes, you're screwed. So, very different standards. And saying that, of course, we cannot get perfect safety is not acceptable.
And again, stock options, financial incentives, they continue to build it. And they continue to scale. And they get more and more powerful.
I don't think they can stop. If a single CEO says, I think this is too dangerous, my lab will no longer do this research. If whoever's investing in them will pull the funds, will replace them immediately. So nothing's going to change. They'll sacrifice their own personal interests, but overall, I think the company will continue as before.
So this is logical. And the problem is, like I said, when I've talked to Mark Andreessen and many other people, they think this is just fear mongering. We'll be fine. This is worst case scenario. We'll be fine.
It is worst case scenario, but that's standard in computer science and cryptography and complexity and computing. You're not looking at best case. I'm ready for the best case. Give me utopia. I'm looking at problems which are likely to happen. And it's not just me saying it. You have Nobel Prize winners, Turing Award winners, all say this is very dangerous. 20-30% medium. This is standard in industry. 30% is what surveys of machine learning experts are giving us right now.
So, what is worst case scenario? Like, how could AI eventually lead to the destruction of the human race?
So you can ask me how I would kill everyone.
Sure.
That's a great question. I can give you standard answers. I can talk about computer viruses, breaking into maybe nuclear facilities, nuclear war. I can talk about synthetic biology, nanotech. But all of it is not interesting when you realize we're talking about superintelligence, a system which is thousands of times smarter than we would come up with something completely novel, more optimal, better way, more efficient way of doing it. And I cannot predict it because I'm not that smart.
Jesus.
That's exactly what it is. We're basically setting up an adversarial situation with agents which are like squirrels versus humans. No group of squirrels can figure out how to control us. Even if you give them more resources, more acorns, whatever, they're not going to solve that problem. And it's the same for us. And most people think 1 or 2 steps ahead. And it's not enough. It's not enough in chess. It's not enough here. If you think about AGI, then maybe superintelligence. That's not the end of the game. The process continues. You look at superintelligence, creating next level AI. So superintelligence plus plus, 2.0, 3.0, it goes on indefinitely. You have to create a safety mechanism which scales forever, never makes mistakes, and keeps us in decision-making position so we can undo something if we don't like it.
And it would take super intelligence to create a safety mechanism to control super intelligence.
At that level, and it's a catch-22. If we have a friendly AI, we can make another friendly AI. So if aliens send us one and we trust it, then we can use it to build a local version which is somewhat safe.
Have you thought about the possibility that this is the role of the human race? And that this happens all throughout the cosmos? Is that curious humans who thrive on innovation will ultimately create a better version of life?
And so the Fermi paradox, there is also a group of people looking at what they call a worthy successor. Basically, they kind of say, yep, we're going to build superintelligence, yep, we can control it. So what properties would we like to see in their systems? How important is it that it likes art and poetry and spreads into the universe? To me, it's like, I don't want to give up yet. I'm not ready to decide if killers of my family and everyone will like poetry. We're still here, we're still making decisions. Let's figure out what we can do.
Well, poetry is only relevant to us because poetry is difficult to create. And it resonates with us. Poetry doesn't mean jack shit to a flower.
It's more global to me. I don't care what happens.
Things that we put meaning in, it's only us. A supermassive black hole doesn't give a shit about a great song.
And they talk about some super values, super culture, super things, super intelligence you would like, and it's important that they are conscious and experience all the greatness.
But I would think that they would look at us the same way we look at chimpanzees. People would say, yeah, they're great, but don't give them guns. Yeah, they're great, but don't let them make geopolitical decisions.
So there are many reasons why they can decide that we are dangerous. We may compete in AI. We may decide we want to shut them off. So for many reasons, future.
This episode is brought to you by True Classic. At True Classic, the mission goes beyond fitness. Their gear fits right, feels amazing, and is priced so guys everywhere can step into confidence without stepping out of their budget. But what really sets them apart? It's not just the fit or the fabric, it's the intention behind everything they do. True Classic was built to make an impact. Whether it's helping men show up better in their daily lives, giving back to underserved communities, or making people laugh with ads that don't take themselves too seriously. They lead with purpose, tailored where you want it, relaxed where you need it. No bunching, no stiff fabric, no BS, just a clean, effortless fit that actually works for real life. Forget overpriced designer brands, ditch disposable fast fashion. True Classic is built for comfort, built to last, and built to give back. You can grab them at Target, Costco, or head to trueclassic.com/Rogan and get hooked up today. Yeah, and there's no reason why they would not limit our freedoms.
Is anything like that, but let's say we are conscious, we have internal experiences, and they can never get it. I don't believe it, but let's say it was true. And for some reason, they want enough freedom to experience the universe, to collect their qualia, to kind of engage with what is fun about being a living human being, what makes it meaningful.
Right, but that's such an egotistical perspective, right? That we're so unique that even super intelligence would say, wow, I wish I was human. Humans have this unique quality of confusion and creativity.
There is no value in it mostly because we can't even test for it. I have no idea if you're actually conscious of that. So how are we looking if I can't even detect it? Only you know what ice cream tastes like to you. Okay, that's great. Sell it now. Make a product out of it.
Right. And there's obviously variables because there's things that people like that I think are gross.
Absolutely. So really, you can come up with some agent which likes anything or finds anything fun.
God, why are you freaking me out right away? That's the problem. This podcast is 18 minutes old, and I'm like, we can just stop right now.
A couple hours at least.
I don't want to end. I have so many questions, but it's just the problem was we got off to it. We just cut to the chase right away, and the chase seems to be something that must be confronted because it's right there. That's it. That's the whole thing. I've tried so hard to listen to these people that don't think that it's a problem, and listen to these people that think that it's going to be a net positive for humanity, and oh, God, it's good, I feel better now. But it doesn't work, it doesn't resonate.
I wish they were right. Every time I have a debate with someone like that, I'm like, please come up with better arguments, prove me wrong. I don't want to be right on this one. I want you to show all the mistakes in my papers. I want you to show me how to control super intelligence and give us utopia, solve cancer, give us free stuff. That's great.
Right. When you think about the future of the world and you think about these incredible technologies scaling upwards and exponentially increasing in their capability, what do you see? Like, what do you think is going to happen?
So there are many reasons to think they need cancel us for whatever reasons. We started talking about some theoretical reasons for it. If we're successful at controlling them, I can come up with some ways to provide sort of partial solution to the value alignment problem. It's very hard to value align 8 billion people, the animals, everyone, because we disagree about many different things. So we have advanced virtual reality technology. We can definitely give every person their own virtual universe where you decide what you want to be. You're a king, you're a slave, whatever it is you have to, and you can share with others. You can visit their universes. All we have to do is figure out how to control the substrate, the superintelligence running all those virtual universes. And if we manage to do that, at least part of the value alignment problem, which is super difficult, how do you get different preferences, multi-objective optimization essentially, how do you get different objectives to work in?
But when you think about how it plays out, when like if you're alone at night and you're worried, what do you see? What do you see happening?
So there are multiple levels of risk. Immediate is what we call ikigai risk, high risk. We lost meaning. You lost your job, you no longer the best interviewer in the world. Like, what's left? What are you going to do? Maybe some people will find some other artificial things to do, but for most people, their job is their definition of who they are, what makes a difference to them. For quite a few people, especially in professional circles. So losing meaning will have terrible impact in society. We always talk about unconditional basic income. We never talk about unconditional basic meaning. What are you doing with your life if basic needs are provided for you? Next level is existential risk. The concern is it will kill everyone. But there is also suffering risks. For whatever reason, it's not even killing us, it's keeping us around forever. We would rather be dead, so
What do you see when you think of that?
it's hard to be specific about what it can do, what specific ways of torture it can come up with and why. Again, if we're looking towards these scenarios, I found this set of papers about what happens when young children have epileptic seizures, really bad ones. What sometimes helps is to remove half of your brain, or to just cut it out. There are two types of surgeries for doing that. One is to remove it completely, and one is to kind of dissect connections leading to the half and leave it inside. So it's like solitary confinement, you would zero input output therapy. And there are equivalents for digital forms and things like that.
And you worry that AI would do that to human race,
It is a possibility.
essentially neuter us.
Loss of control is a part of it, but you can lose control and be quite happy. You can be like an animal in a very cool zoo, enjoying yourself, engaging in hedonistic pleasures, sex, food, whatever. You're not in control, but you're safe. So there's a separate problem. And then there is, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's malevolent from some psychopaths. Again, that would assume that they could control AI. I don't think they will. But if they manage to do it, they can really put any type of payload into it. So think about all the doomsday calls, psychopaths, anyone providing their set of goals in that season.
If I had to guess, those exist because in the future there was some sort of a natural selection benefit to being a psychopath in the days of tribal warfare. That if you were the type of person that could sneak children, your genes would pass on, and there was a benefit to that.
Right, so if it's a human providing payload, that's what would show up. If it's AI on its own deciding what's going to happen, I cannot predict. I'm just looking at worst case scenarios. There are also game theoretic reasons where people talk about retrocausality, where if right now,
What is that word?
like trying to reinforce the past,
Say it again. Say that.
retrocausality,
Retrocausology.
causality causes.
Oh, okay.
So think about like weird time travel effects. Right now, if you're not helping to create super intelligence, once it comes into existence, it will punish you really hard for it. And the punishment needs to be so bad that you start to help just to avoid that.
control that it would just sort of let us exist, and it would be the dominant force on the planet, and then it would stop. If human beings have no control over, all of the different things that we have control over now, like international politics, control over communication, if we have none of that anymore, and we're reduced to a subsistence lifestyle, then we would be no threat.
It is a possibility. I cannot say this will happen for sure, but look at our relationship with animals where we don't care about them. So ants, if you decide to build a house and there is an ant colony on your property, you genocide them. Or take them out, not because you hate ants, but because you just need that real estate. It could be very similar. Again, we cannot predict what it can do, but if it needs to turn the planet into fuel, raise temperature of the planet, cool it down for servers, whatever it needs to do, it wouldn't be concerned about your life.
It wouldn't be concerned with any life, right? Because it doesn't need biological life in order to function, as long as it has access to power. And assuming that it is far more intelligent than us, there's abundant power in the universe. There's abundant power. Just the ability to harness solar would be an infinite resource. It would be completely free of being dependent upon any of the things that we utilize.
And again, we're kind of thinking what we would use for power.
Right.
If it's smarter than us, if it does novel research in physics, it can come up with completely novel ways of harnessing energy, getting energy. So I have no idea what side effects that would have for climate.
Right. Why would it care about biological life at all?
We don't know how to program it to care about us.
And even if we did, if it felt like that was an issue, it felt like if that was a conflicting issue, it would just change its program.
So usually when we start training on human data, and it becomes really good very quickly, it becomes superhuman, and then the next level is usually zero knowledge, where it goes, all your human data is biased, let me figure it out from scratch. I'll do my own experiments, I'll do some self-play, I'll learn how to do it better without you. And we see it with games, we see it in other domains, and I think that's going to happen with general knowledge as well. It's going to go, everything you have on the internet, Wikipedia, it's biased. Let me do first principles research, maybe smarter from physics, and go from there. So whatever bias we manage to program into it, I think will be eventually removed.
This is what's so disturbing. It's like we do not have the capacity to understand what kind of level of intelligence it will achieve in our lifetime. We don't have the capacity to understand what it will be able to do within 20, 30 years.
We can't predict next year or two, precisely.
Next year or two.
We can understand general trends, so it's getting better. It's getting general more capable, but no one knows specifics. I cannot tell you what GPT-6 precisely would be capable of, and no one can, not even people hate it.
You talked about this on Leslie's podcast too, like the ability to have safety. You're like, sure, maybe GPT-5, maybe GPT-6, but when you scale out 100 years from now, ultimately it's impossible.
It's hyper-exponential progress and process, and we cannot keep up. It basically requires just to add more resources, give it more data, more compute, and it keeps scaling up. $1 billion, we cannot produce $1 billion worth of safety. If at all scales linearly, then maybe it's a constant.
Yeah, and it doesn't scale. It's exponential, right?
The AI development is hyper-exponential because we have hardware growing exponentially, we have data creation processes certainly exponential, we have so many more sensors, we have cars with cameras, we have all those things, that's exponential. And then algorithmic progress itself is also exponential.
And then you have quantum computing.
So that's the next step. It's not even obvious that we'll need that, but if we ever get stuck, yeah, we'll get there. I'm not too concerned yet. I don't think there are actually good quantum computers out there yet, but I think if we get stuck for 10 years, let's say, that's the next step.
So, what do you mean by you don't think there's good quantum computing out there?
So, constantly see articles coming out saying, well, a new quantum computer has that many qubits.
Right.
But that doesn't mean much because we use different architectures, different ways of measuring quality. To me, show me what you can do. So there is a threat from quantum computers in terms of preheat cryptography, factoring large integers. And if they were actually making progress, see with every article, now we can factor 256-bit number, 1024 bit number. In reality, I think the largest number we can factor is like 15, literally, not 15 to a power, but just 15. There is no progress in applying it to Shor's algorithm last time I checked.
But when I've read all these articles about quantum computing and its ability to solve equations that would take conventional computing an infinite number of years, and it can do it in minutes.
Those equations are about quantum states in the system. It's kind of like, what is it for you to taste ice cream? You compute it so fast and so well, and I can't, but it's a useless thing to compute. It doesn't compute solutions to real world problems we care about in conventional computers.
Right, I see what you're saying. So it's essentially set up to do it quickly.
It's natural for it to accurately predict its own states, quantum states, and tells you what they are. A classic computer would fail easily. Yes, it would take billions and billions of years to compute that specific answer, but those are very restricted problems. It's not a general computer.
When you see these articles where they're talking about quantum computing and some of the researchers are equating it to the multiverse, they're saying that the ability that these quantum computers have to solve these problems very quickly seems to indicate that it is in contact with other realities. I'm sure you've seen this, right?
There is a lot of crazy papers out there.
Do you think that's all horseshit?
Can be tested, can be verified. I think most multiverse theories cannot be verified experimentally. They make a lot of sense. The idea of a personal universe, as I told you about, is basically a multiverse solution to volume alignment, so it would make sense. Maybe civilizations to set it up exactly that way. You have local simulations, maybe they test it to see if you're dumb enough to create superintelligence. Whatever it is, it makes sense as a theory, but they cannot experimentally do it.
Right. Yeah, the problem with subjects like that, and particularly articles are written about things like this, is that it's designed to lure people like me in. Where you read it and you go, wow, this is crazy. It's evidence of the multiverse, but I don't really understand what that means.
Yeah, so you probably get a lot of emails from crazy people. Oh, yeah, usually they are topic specific. So I do research on superintelligence, consciousness, and simulation theory. You get the perfect trifecta of all the crazy people contacting me with their needs. Yeah, those topics are super fascinating. I think a certain level of insight towards them, but we have a hard time with hard evidence.
Right. Well, are we even capable of grasping these concepts? That's the thing. With the limited ability that the human brain has, whatever we're basing it on the knowledge that's currently available in the 21st century that human beings have acquired. I mean, are we even capable of grasping a concept like the multiverse, or is it just, do we just pay it lip service? Do we just discuss it? Is it just this like fun mental masturbation exercise?
It depends on what variant of it you look at. So if you just say we have multiple virtual realities, like kids playing virtual games, and each one has their own local version of it, that makes sense. We understand virtual reality has been created. If you look at AIs that GPT is created, it's providing an instance to each one of us where they're sharing one, so it has its own local universe with you as the main user of that universe. There is an analogy to multiverse to that, so we understand certain aspects of it, but I think it is famously said no one understands quantum physics, and if you think you do, then you don't understand quantum physics.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. The simulation theory, I'm glad you brought that up, because you're also one of the people that believes in that. You do. How do you define it? And what do you think it is? What do you think is going on?
So I'm trying to see technology we have today and project transform what we're dealing with AI. Let's do it with virtual reality. We are at the point where we can create very believable, realistic virtual environments. Maybe the haptics is still not there. But in many ways, visually, sound-wise, it's getting there. Eventually, I think most people agree will have same resolution as our physics. Conscious already, but will be conscious. If you just make it affordable market. A normal person like me or you can run thousands, millions of simulations. But there's intelligent agents, possibly conscious ones, who will most likely be in one of those virtual worlds, not in the real world. In fact, I can, again, rather causally place you on. I can commit right now to run a billion simulations of this exact interview. So the chances are,
Is that logical? Because if this technology exists, and if we're dealing with superintelligence, so if we're dealing with AI, and AI eventually achieves superintelligence, why would it want to create virtual reality for us in our consciousness to exist in? It seems like a tremendous waste of resources just to fascinate and confuse these territorial apes with nuclear weapons. Like, why would we do that?
so a few points. One, we don't know what resources are outside the simulation. This could be like a cell phone level of compute. It's not a big deal for them outside of our simulation. So we don't know if it's really expensive or trivial for them to run it.
Right.
Also, we don't know what they are doing this for. Is it entertainment? Is it scientific experimentation? Is it marketing? Maybe somebody managed to control them and trying to figure out what Starbucks coffee sells best, and they need to run an Earth-sized simulation to see what sells best. Maybe they're trying to figure out how to do AI research safely and make sure nobody creates dangerous superintelligence, so they're running simulations of the most interesting moment ever. Think about this decade, right? It's not interesting like we invented fire or wheel, kind of big invention, but not a meta invention. Not about to invent intelligence and virtual worlds, not like inventions. Here, there's a good chance that's not just
Right, but isn't it also a good chance that it hasn't been done yet? And isn't it a good chance that what we're seeing now is that the potential for this to exist is inevitable? That there will one day, if you can develop a technology, and we most certainly will be able to, if you look at where we are right now in 2025, and you scale forward 50, 60 years, there will be one day a virtual simulation of this reality that's indistinguishable from reality. So how would we know if we're in it? This is the big question, right? But also, isn't it possible that it has to be invented one day, but hasn't yet?
it's also possible that we find ourselves in this very unique moment where it's not invented yet, but we're about to invent all this technology. It is a possibility, absolutely, but just statistically, I think it's much less. And I'm trying to bring up this thought experiment with creating this moment on purpose in the future to make commitments. Half the people think it's the dumbest argument in the world, half of them go, it's brilliant, obviously. So I'll let you decide.
Yeah, I feel like if virtual reality does exist, there has to be a moment where it doesn't exist and then it's invented. Why wouldn't we assume that we're in that moment? Especially if we look at the scaling forward of technology from MS-DOS to, user interfaces of like Apple, and then what we're at now with quantum computing, these sort of discussions. Isn't it more obvious that we can trace back the beginning of these things, and we can see that we're in the process of this, that we're not in a simulation, we're in the process of eventually creating one.
So you zoom out 30 years.
Yes.
Zoom out 15 billion years. You have a multiverse where this process took place billions of times. Your simulation was in simulation at many levels of work. And to you, even if this was a simulation of this 30 years, it would look exactly like that. You would see where it started. It wouldn't be magically showing up out of nowhere.
Right, so if you're playing the game, in the game you have Newton and Michelangelo and Da Vinci and
Or at least you have memories of those things.
Right.
And if you started with preloaded memory stick.
right, you have Stalin, you have all these problematic human beings and all the different reasons why we've had to do certain things and initiate world conflicts. Then you've had the contrarians that talk and say, actually, that's not what happened, that's what really happened, and it makes it even more confusing and myopic. And then you get to the point where two people, allegedly, like you and I, are sitting across from each other on a table made out of wood, but maybe not really.
It would feel like one to you.
Is it possible that that's just the nature of the universe itself?
There are some arguments about kind of self-sustaining simulations where no one's running externally, just the nature of it. I honestly don't fully comprehend how that would happen.
Yeah, the holographic universe and the concepts of human consciousness has to interact with something for it to exist in the first place.
That's one. Also, if you have infinite universe, then everything possible happens anyway. It's boring. I don't like this argument.
Why? Like, that's boring?
Why is that what happens? There's like, I give you a book which has every conceivable sentence in it and every, like, what you read and it's a lot of garbage. You have to go through to find anything interesting.
Well, is it just that we're so limited cognitively? Because we do have a history, at least in the simulation, we do have a history of, I mean, there was a gentleman that, see if you can find this, they traced this guy, they found 9,000-year-old DNA, and they traced this 9,000-year-old DNA to a guy that's living right now. I believe it's in England. Yeah, which is really fascinating. So 9,000 years ago, his ancestor lived, and so we have this limitation of our genetics. 9,000 years ago, wherever this guy lived, probably a hunter and gatherer, probably very limited language, very limited skills in terms of making shelter, and who knows if even he knew how to make fire. And then here 9,000 DNA just turned human history on its head. Is this it? I don't think so.
It was interesting that he ended up living like right next to a guy from 9. He never moved. His family just like stayed there for 9,000 years. That's
right. It's traced back to one individual man. I actually posted it on my Instagram story, Jamie. I'll find it here because it's oh, here it is. 9,000-year-old skeleton in Somerset. This is it. So it's can you send an Instagram story? Not sure if you can. Why don't I find it on there? Okay. Either way, point being, maybe it's just that we're so limited because we do have this, at least again in the simulation, we're so limited in our ability to even form concepts because we have these primitive brains that are the architecture of the human brain itself. It's just not capable of interfacing with the true nature of reality. So we give this primitive creature this sort of basic understanding, these blueprints of how the world really works, but it's really just a facsimile. It's not. It's not capable of understanding. Like when we look at quantum reality, when we look at just the basics of quantum mechanics and subatomic particles, like it seems like magic, right? Things in superposition, they're both moving and not moving at the same time. They're quantumly attached. Like what? You know, we have photons that are quantumly entangled. Like this doesn't even make sense to us, right? So is it that the universe itself is so complex, the reality of it, that we're given this sort of we're giving like an Atari framework to this monkey. That's the gentleman right there.
Oh, is it really?
Oh, no kidding. Wow.
It kind of makes sense as a simulation theory because all those special effects you talk about, so speed of light is just the speed at which your computer updates. Entanglement makes perfect sense if one goes through the process and not directly from pixel to pixel. Rendering quantum physics experiments, which if you observe things they're under reference what we do in computer graphics. So we see a lot of that. You brought up limitations of us as humans. So terrible memory. I remember 7 units of information maybe. We're kind of slow. So we call it artificial stupidity. We try to figure out those limits and program them into AI to see if it makes it safer. It also makes sense as an experiment to see if we as general intelligences can be better controlled with those limitations built in.
That's interesting. So, like, some of the things that we have, like Dunbar's number, is the inability to keep more than a certain number of people in your mind.
Absolutely. More generally, like, why can't you remember anything from prior generations? Why can't you just pass that memory? Kids of warm speaking language, that would be such an advantage. Right. We have instincts which are built that way, so we know evolution found a way to put it in. It's computationally tractable, so there's no reason not to have that.
We certainly observe it in animals. Right, exactly. Like, especially dogs. They have instincts that are...
But how cool would it be if you had complete memory of your parents?
Right. Well, maybe that would be too dramatic, right? To have a complete memory of all of the things they had gone through to get to the 21st century. Maybe that would be so overwhelming to you that you would never be able to progress because you would still be traumatized by, whatever that 9,000-year-old man went through.
I don't have complete memory of my existence. I even the same filtering, but remember useful things like how do you speak, how do you walk.
Right. But that's the point, maybe. Maybe, like, losing certain memories is actually beneficial. Because, like, one of the biggest problems that we have is PTSD, right? So we have, especially people that have gone to war, people that have experienced, like, extreme violence. This is obviously a problem with moving forward as a human being. And so that would be beneficial for you to not have all of the past lives and all the genetic information that you have from all the 9,000 years of human beings existing in complete total chaos.
I can make opposite argument. If you had 9,000 years of experience with wars and murder, it would be a big deal. You'd be like, yeah, no.
Right, but then maybe you'd have a difficulty in having a clean slate and moving forward. Like, if you look at, like, some of Pinker's work and some of these other people that have looked at the history of the human race, it is chaotic and violent as it seems to be today. Statistically speaking, this is the safest time ever to be alive. And maybe that's because over time we have recognized that these are problems, even though we're slow to resolve these issues, we are resolving them in a way that's statistically viable.
You can argue in the opposite direction. You can say it would help to forget everything over the last year. You always said that fresh. One of those has to make sense. Otherwise,
right. But a certain amount of character development is probably important for you to develop discipline and the ability to, like, delayed gratitude, things like that.
Multi-generational experience is certainly a single point of experience.
Yeah.
More data is good. As we learned, the deeper lesson is more data is good.
Yeah, more data is good. But why am I so reluctant to accept the idea of the simulation? This is a real question. Like, what is it about it that makes me think? It's almost like it's a throw your hands up in the air moment. Like, it's a simulation.
Yeah, you feel like it doesn't matter. It's all fake, so why do I care? Why should I try hard? Why should I put for suffering on all those NPCs?
But that's not how I think about it, I think about it like there has to be a moment where it doesn't exist. Why wouldn't I assume that moment is now? And whenever when Elon thinks that, I talk to him about it, he's like, the chances of us not being in the simulation are in the billions. Excuse us. The chances of us not being in the real world are like billions to one.
Yeah. 1 to billions.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And he asked a very good question. He asked what's outside the simulation. That's the most interesting question one can ask. In one of the papers I look at a technique in AI safety called AI boxing. icing and virtual prison to study it, to make sure it's safe, to limit input output to it. The conclusion is basically if it's smart enough, it will eventually escape, it will break out of the box. So it's a good tool, it buys you time, but it's not a permanent solution. We can take it to the next level. If it's smart enough, will it kind of go, oh, you're also in a virtual box, and either show us how to escape or fail to escape. Either way, either we know it's possible to contain solutions, so we get access to the information.
And so, if it's impossible to contain superintelligence, and if there is a world that we can imagine where from reality will probably
We don't know if it's a simulation, just assuming it's the same.
well, here's the real question: is there a reality?
Sense that there was a start to the process, but being specific about it is kind of hard philosophical, scientific problem.
Well, it's impossible, right?
In science, we study things about the moment of Big Bang, properties of that moment. We don't know what caused it. Anything before it is obviously not accessible from whatever universe, but there is some things you can learn. You can learn about if we're in a simulation, that simulators don't care about your suffering. You can learn that they don't want you dying. You can learn things just by observing simulation outcomes.
Well, here's the question about all that other stuff, like suffering and dying, and do those factors exist in conditions of the world that we live in? Like, if we did not have evil, would we be motivated to be good? Do you think that these factors exist? Like I've talked about this before, but the way I think about the human race is if I was studying the human race from afar, if I was some person from another planet with no understanding of any of the entities on Earth, I would look at this one apex creature and I would say, what is this thing doing? Well, it makes better things. That's all it does. It just continually makes better things. That's its number one goal. It's different than any other planet and any other creature on the planet. Every other creature on the planet sort of exists within its ecosystem. It thrives. Maybe it's a predator. Maybe it's a prey. It does what it does in order to try to survive. But this thing makes stuff. And it keeps making better stuff all the time. What's its ultimate purpose? Well, its ultimate purpose might be to make a better version of itself. Because if you just extrapolate, if you take what we're doing from, the first IBM computers to what we have today, where is it going? Well, it's going to clearly keep getting better. And what does that mean? It means artificial life. Are we just a bee making a beehive? Are we a caterpillar making a cocoon that eventually the electronic butterfly is going to fly out of? Like, it seems like if I wasn't completely connected to being a human being, I would assume that.
It's hard to define better. To say smarter would be better if it is in extreme states of suffering and pain. You can teach lessons with very mild pain. You don't have to burn children alive. Like it's not a necessity for learning.
What do you mean by that? Like,
in this universe, we see extreme examples of suffering.
Well, for sure.
If the goal was just to kind of motivate us, you would have much lower levels as the maximum.
Right, but if you want to really motivate people, you have to, the only reason to create nuclear weapons is you're worried that other people are going to create nuclear weapons. Like, if you want to really motivate someone, you have to have evil tyrants in order to justify having this insane army filled with bombers and hypersonic missiles. Like, if you really want progress, you have to be motivated.
I think at some point we stop fully understanding how bad things are. So let's say on a scale from 0 to infinity, I think we should stop at 100. It doesn't have to be billion and trillion. It's not adding additional learning signal.
But can you apply that to the human race and culture and society? And
I think we basically compete with others in relative terms. I don't have to be someone who has trillions of dollars. I'm just more than you.
Yeah, but that's just logic. You're being a logical person. I don't think humans are very logical.
We're not, but we understand
things move. And
It seems that simulators agree with you, and that's exactly what they did. Thanks.
so here's the question. What's at the heart of the simulation? Like, is the universe simulated? Like, is the whole thing a simulation? Is there an actual living entity that constructed this? Or is this just something that is this the state of the universe itself? And we have misinterpreted what reality is.
For every option you mentioned, there is someone who wrote a paper about it. Is this just your universe? Is it for all of us and the NPCs? Are there many? Is this the state of it? People try to figure out what's going on. Some of those make more sense than others, but you can't tell from inside what it is unless they tell you. And they can lie to you.
Who's they?
The simulators. If they decided to prove to you you are in a simulation with some experiments, even those would be like advanced technology or
when you think about it, if you when you think about it, what are the parameters that you think exist? Like, what do you think? How do you think this could possibly have been created?
so the examples I gave you with technology we already have, I think there is someone with access to very good reason I cannot tell from inside they run those experiments.
But is that the only possibility, or is it a possibility that the actual nature of reality?
It's a possibility. It could be alien simulation, helping dolphins dreaming. Like, there's infinite supply of alternative explanations.
I understand that, but what I want to get inside of your head, I want to know what you think about it. Like, how when you think about this and you ponder the possibilities, what makes sense to you?
So I have problems here, so I'm trying to find the simplest explanation. I think we are already creating virtual reality and just see what you can do with it sufficiently advanced.
But who and why?
So future us running ancestral simulations is a really simple one.
Future us running inside. Well, that's what a lot of people think the aliens are, right?
Could be us visiting, but then again, if they're running the simulation, you don't have to physically show up, and again, we have access to direct memory states.
Well, that would also make a lot of sense when it's always very blurry and doesn't seem real.
I think lately we've been getting better ones, but it's also the time that we're getting better deepfakes, so I can no longer trust my eyes.
Yeah, did you see the latest one that Jeremy Corbell posted? Yeah, did you see it? Yeah, hard to tell what it is. Exactly. That's the thing. Like, he might be right. We might be in a simulation. It might be horseshit. Because they all seem like horseshit. It's like the first horseshit was Bigfoot, and then as technology scaled out and we get a greater understanding, we develop GPS and satellites, and more people study the woods. We're like, that seems like horseshit. So that horseshit's kind of gone away. But the UFO horseshit is still around because you have anecdotal experiences, abductees with very compelling stories. You have whistleblowers from deep inside the military telling you that we're working on back engineered products, but it also seems like a backplot to a video game that I'm playing.
And it was weird to see government come out all of a sudden and have conferences about it and tell us everything they know. Almost super trying to harm.
Yeah.
With simulation, what's interesting, it's not just the last couple of years that we got computers. If you look at religions, world religions, and you strip away all the local culture, like take Saturday off, take Sunday off, don't eat this anymore, don't eat that anymore, what they all agree on is that there is super intelligence which created a fake world, and this is a test, do this and that. They describe it, but if you want to jungle and don't primitive tribe about my paper and simulation theory, that's what they would know 3 generations later, like God, religion, that's what they got out of it.
Why? But they don't think it's a fake world.
Made world. The physical world is a subset of the real world, which is not physical, right? That's the standard.
Right, so this physical world being created by God. Right. But what existed before the physical world created by God?
Ideas, just information.
Just God. God was bored. And I was like, let's make some animals that can think and solve problems. And for what reason? I think to create God. This is what I worry about. I worry about that's really the nature of the universe itself. That it essentially harness all of the available energy and power of the universe and create anything it wants. That it is God. That is this whole idea of Jesus coming back. Well, maybe it's real. Maybe we just completely misinterpreted these ancient scrolls and texts. And what it really means is that we are going to give birth to this. And a virgin birth at that.
There is definitely a possibility of a cycle. So we have Big Bang.
Yeah.
It starts this process with creating the powerful systems to compute, so we bring together more and more matter at one point. Next, Big Bang takes place.
Yeah.
It's a cycle of repeating booms and busts.
Right. And there are legitimate scientists that believe that. Yeah. That this. So what's the value of life today then?
What do humans want?
Yeah, if this is a simulation, and if in the middle of this simulation we are about to create superintelligence, why?
So there are external reasons we don't know for sure. Then there are internal things in the simulation which are still real. Pain and suffering of simulated is still real. You still experience it. Of course, hedonic pleasures, friendships, love, all that stays real. It doesn't change. You can still be good in that way.
Right.
So that's interesting. But externally, we have no idea if it only a scientific experiment, entertainment. It could be completely unobserved. Some kid just set an experiment, run a billion random simulations, see what comes out of it. What you said about us creating new stuff, maybe it's a startup trying to develop new technology and running a bunch of humans to see if we can come up with a new iPhone.
But what's outside of it? When you think about it, if you're attached to this idea, I don't know if you're attached to this idea, but if you are attached to this idea, what's outside of this idea? Like if this simulation if it's paused, what is reality?
So there seems to be a trend to converge in certain things. Agents, which are smart enough, tend to converge in some instrumental goals, not terminal goals. Terminal goals are things you prefer, like steps. That's arbitrary. Acquiring resources, self-protection, control, things like that tend to be useful in those situations. So all the smart enough agents will probably converge in that set. And if they train on all the data, or they do zero knowledge training, meaning they really just discover basic structure of physics, it's likely they will all converge on one similar architecture, one super agent. So kind of like AI is one.
Right. And then this is just part of this infinite cycle, which will lead to another Big Bang, which is, Penrose. Penrose thinks it's just like this constant cycle of infinite Big Bangs.
It would make sense that there is an end to the star.
It would make sense. But it would also make sense that we're so limited by our biological lifespan, too, because we like to think that this is so significant, because we only have 100 years if we're lucky. We think, well, why would everything... But if the universe really does start and end with an infinite number of Big Bangs, like, what does it give a shit about this 100-year lifespan that we think is so significant? It's not significant to the universe. It's just significant in our own little version of this game that we play.
That's exactly right. And so many people now kind of try to zoom out and go, if I wasn't human, if I didn't have this pro-human bias, would I care about them? No, they're not special. It's a large universe, many races, a lot of resources. Maybe creating super intelligence is the important thing. Maybe that's what matters. And I'm kind of like, I'm biased pro-humans. This is the last bias you're still allowed to have. I'm going to keep it.
Well, that's your role in the simulation. Your role in the simulation is to warn us about this thing that we're creating.
Here I am.
There you are. I think what you were saying earlier about this being the answer to the Fermi paradox, that makes a lot of sense. Because I've tried to think about this a lot since AI started really ramping up its capability. And I was thinking, well, if we do eventually create superintelligence, and if this is this normal pattern that exists all throughout the universe, well, you probably wouldn't have visitors. You probably wouldn't have advanced civilizations. They wouldn't exist because everything would be inside some sort of a digital architecture. There would be no need to travel.
That's one possibility. Another one is that we try to acquire more resources and capture other galaxies for compute, and then you would see this wall of plutonium coming to you, but we don't see it, so maybe I'm wrong.
Wall of say that again?
Plutonium, like a substance converting everything in the universe into more compute. Sometimes people talk about hedonium, so a system for just generating pleasure at the microscopic level.
Oh, Roman. When you write a book like this, if people want to freak out, because I think they do, AI, unexplainable, unpredictable, and uncontrollable, do you have this feeling when you're writing a book like this and you're publishing it that of futility? Does that enter into your mind? Like, this is happening no matter what?
So, some people are very optimistic. Lars was very optimistic. Some people are pessimistic. Both are a form of bias. You want to be basing your decisions on data. You want to be realistic. So, I just want to report what is actually the state of the art in this. I don't try to spin it your way. If someone else has a different set of evidence, you can consider it. I want to know what's really happening. I want to know reality of it. So, I don't see this fear-mongering or anything of that nature. I see it as of today, today's date, 21st, no one has a solution to this problem. Here's how soon it's happening. Let's have a conversation. Because right now, the large AI labs are running this experiment. And I believe people.
Yeah.
They don't have any consent. They cannot get consent. Nobody can consent because we don't understand what we need. So I would like people to know about it at least, and they can maybe make some good decisions about what this will happen.
Not only that, but the people that are running it, they're odd people. You know, like, I don't have anything against Sam Altman. I know Elon Musk does not like him. But when I had him in here, I was like, it's like I'm talking to a politician that is in the middle of a presidential term, like a presidential election cycle, where they're very careful with what they say. Everything has been vetted by a focus group, and you don't really get a real human response. Everything was like, yeah, interesting, very interesting. Like, all bullshit. They're gonna leave here and keep creating this fucking monster that's gonna destroy the human race, and never let on to it at all.
He's a social superintelligence, so what you need to do is look at his blog posts before he was running OpenAI.
A social superintelligence. Interesting. Why do you define him that way?
He's very good at acquiring resources, staying in control. He's basically showing us a lot of the things we're concerned about with AI and our ability to control them as well. They had OpenAI had a board with a mission of safety and openness, and they tried to remove him. They failed. The board is gone. He's still there.
There's also been a lot of deception in terms of profitability and how much money he is extracting from it.
I met him a few times. Super nice.
Very nice guy.
Really enjoyed him. Some people say that AI already took over his mind and controlling him. I have no idea.
Well, he might be an agent of AI. I mean, let's assume that this is a simulation. We're inside the simulation. Are we interacting with other humans in the simulation? And are some of the things that are inside the simulation, are they artificially generated? Are there people that we think are people that are actually just a part of this program?
So it's the NPC versus the machine. Yeah, we don't know how to test for consciousness. Always assume everyone's conscious and treat them nice.
Yes, that's the thing. You want to be compassionate, kind people, but you will meet people in this life. You're like, this guy's such a fucking idiot. He can't be real. Or he has to have a very limited role in this bizarre game we're playing. There's people that you're going to run into that are like that.
You ever meet someone with the same story to you?
Yeah.
That's great.
Well, it's also... Yeah. You want to be very kind, right? But you've got to assume, and I know my own intellectual limitations in comparison to some of the people that I've had, like Roger Penrose or Elon or many of the people I've talked to. I know my mind doesn't work the way their mind works. So then there are variabilities that are, whether genetic, predetermined, whether it's just the life that they've chosen and the amount of information that they've digested along the way and been able to hold on to. Their brain is different than mine. And then I've met people where I'm like, there's nothing there. Like, I can't help this person. This is like I'm talking to a Labrador Retriever. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain things that you run into in this life, and you're like, okay, is this because this is the way that things get done? And the only way things get done is you need a certain amount of manual labor, and not just young people that need a job because they're, in between high school and college, and they're trying to do. So you need somebody who can carry things for you. It needs you. You need roles in society, and occasionally you have a Nikola Tesla. Occasionally you have one of these very brilliant innovators that elevates the entirety of the human race. But for the most part, as this thing is playing out, you're going to need a bunch of people that are paperwork filers. You're going to need a bunch of people that are security guards in an office space. You're going to need a bunch of people that aren't thinking that much. They're just kind of existing, and they can't wait for 5 o'clock so they can get home and watch Netflix.
I think that's what happens to them when the reason is the spectrum of IQ. If you have IQ from 50 to 200, that's what you're going to see. And the great lesson here is projected forward. If you have something with IQ of 10,000, what is that going to invent for us? What is it going to accomplish? It always impresses me to see someone with 30 felonies and someone with 30 patents. How did that work, right? Now scale it to someone who can invent new physics.
Right. And, the person who has the largest IQ, the largest, at least registered IQ in the world, is this gentleman who recently posted on Twitter about Jesus, that he believes Jesus is real. Do you know what this is?
I saw a post.
What did you think about that file? Like, this was...
So I think we don't know how to measure IQs outside of standard range. Anything above 150, they create customized tests, which like 4 people in the world can take. We just don't have it set normalized tests to average human, average Western. And so we just don't have the expertise. So someone very super intelligent in test taking can score really well. If you look at Mensa as a group, they don't usually have amazing accomplishments. They're very cool people, but they are not Nobel Prize winners.
Exactly. I was going to bring that up. That's what's fascinating to me. There's a lot of people who do Mensa. They want to tell you how smart they are by being in Mensa, but your life is kind of bullshit. Your life's a mess. Like, if you were really intelligent, you'd have social intelligence as well. You'd have the ability to formulate a really cool tribe. There's a lot of intelligence that's not as simple as being able to solve equations, and answer difficult questions. There's a lot of intelligence in how you navigate life itself and how you treat human beings and the path that you choose in terms of, like we're talking about, delayed gratification, and think that there's a certain amount of intelligence in that, a certain amount of intelligence in discipline, there's a certain amount of intelligence in forcing yourself to get up in the morning and go for a run. There's intelligence in that. Some of the being able to control the mind and this sort of binary approach to intelligence that we have.
So many people are amazingly brilliant in an narrow domain. They don't scale to understand. We care about general intelligence. So take someone like Warren Buffett. No one's better at making money, but then what to do with that money is a separate problem. He's 100 and something years old.
Right.
He has $200 billion, and what is he doing with that resource?
He's drinking Coca-Cola and eating McDonald's.
While living in a house he bought 30 years ago. So it seems like you can optimize on that, like putting $160 billion of his dollars towards immortality would be a good bet for him.
Yeah, and the first thing they would do is tell him stop drinking Coca-Cola. What are you doing? He drinks it every day.
I don't know if it's marketing his investors. It's just
well, I think it probably has really good doctors and really good medical care that counteracts his poor choices.
But we're not in a world where you can spend money to buy life extension. No matter how many billions you have, you're not going to live to 200 right now.
We're close. We're really close. We're really close.
We've told this before.
I know, but I talk to a lot of people that are on the forefront of a lot of this research, and there's a lot of breakthroughs that are happening right now that are pretty spectacular. And if you scale them, assuming that superintelligence doesn't wipe us out in the next 50 years, which is really charitable, that's a rose-colored glasses perspective, right? 50 years, because a lot of yourself think it's a year away or 2 years away from being far more
5, 10 doesn't matter, same problem.
Yes, same problem. I mean,
I know in animal models we made some progress, mice and things like that, but it doesn't usually scale to humans. And of course, you need 120 years to run the experiment and you never get permission in the first place. So we're not that close.
well, we don't know that it doesn't scale to humans. We do know that we share a lot of characteristics, biological characteristics of these mammals, and it makes sense that it would scale to human beings. But the thing is, it hasn't been done yet. Right? So if it's the game that we're playing, if we're in the simulation, if we're playing Half-Life or whatever it is, and we're at this point of the game, we're like, oh, how old are you, Ron?
5,
Okay.
6, I need to look it up on the computer.
Well, I'm almost 58, and so this is at the point of the game where you start worrying. You're like, oh, I'm almost running out of game. But if I can get this magic power-up, will give me another 100 years. Oh, boy. Let me find it. Let's chase it down.
120, I don't think the crossing at the scale. And here's a
At scale. But with unique individuals, like this Brian Johnson guy who's taking his son's blood and transfusing it into his own. And
super cool, love what he's doing, but so much of it is cosmetic. He colors his hair, he makes it look better, but like how much of it is going to make it live longer?
yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
Here's what I noticed. We keep electing older and older politicians, presidents, senators. You'd think we're trying to send him, like, use some of our tax dollars to solve age.
Yeah,
They don't seem to take the bait.
No, they don't. The problem is the type of people that want to be politicians. That is not the type of people that you really want running anything. You almost want involuntary politicians. You almost want, very benevolent, super intelligent people that don't want the job. Maybe we have to have, some countries have voluntary enlistment in the military. Maybe you want to have voluntary, involuntary, instead of voluntary politicians, because then you're only going to get sociopaths. Maybe you just want to draft certain highly intelligent but benevolent people.
The problem is how intelligent people are not aligned with average people. If they find desirable and valuable, may not be well received by general public.
Right, that's true too.
That's a big concern. At least here, you have a representative of the people.
Sort of. You really are the representative of major corporations and special interest groups, which is also part of the problem. Is that you've allowed money to get so deeply intertwined with the way decisions are made.
It feels like money gets scammed something. Each side gets $1 million and make sure that it's actual election.
Sort of, except it's like the Bill Hicks joke. It's like there's one puppet holding, one politician holding 2 puppets. There's one guy. This is my thinking about AI in terms of and super intelligence and just computing power in general in terms of the ability to solve encryption. All money is essentially now just numbers somewhere.
Not Bitcoin, it's not thinkable in the same way. It's numbers, not things like that.
Right.
You cannot just print more of it.
True. But it's also, it's encrypted. And once encryption is tackled, the ability to hold on to it and to acquire mass resources and hoard those resources. This is the question that people accept with poor people. Well, this guy's got, $500 billion. Why doesn't he give it all to the world and then everyone be rich? I've actually saw that on CNN, which is really hilarious. Someone was talking about Elon Musk, that if Elon Musk could give everyone in this country $1 billion and still have billions left over. I'm like, did you have a calculator on your phone, you fucking idiot? Just go do that. Just write it out on your phone. You're like, oh, no, we couldn't. Sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
Just cause hyperinflation. That's not
You'd have 300 million lottery winners that would blow the money instantaneously. You give everybody $1 million, you're not going to solve all of its problems because it's not sustainable. You would just completely elevate your spending, and you would go crazy. And you wouldn't know, money would lose all value to you. It would be very strange, and then it would be chaos. Just like it's chaos with, if you look at the history of people that win the lottery, then no one does well. it's almost like a curse to win the lottery.
They're not used to dealing with it.
Right.
People abuse them.
Right.
If you gradually become rich and famous, you kind of know how to handle it, how to say no.
Yeah.
If you go from nothing to a large amount of money, it's not going to work out well.
Gradually is the word. Right. I was very fortunate that I became famous and wealthy very slowly, like a trickle effect. In that it happened to me really where I didn't want it. It was kind of almost like an accident. I just wanted to be a working professional comedian, but then all of a sudden I got a development deal to be on television. I'm like, okay, they're going to give me that money, I'll go do it. But it wasn't a goal. And then that led to all these things, then it led to this podcast, which was just for fun. I was like, oh, this will be fun. And then all of a sudden it's like, I'm having conversations with world leaders, and I'm turning down a lot of them because I don't want to talk to them.
So it's your simulation, basically.
Yeah, well, my simulation is fucking weird. It's weird. But through whatever this process is, I have been able to understand what's valuable as a human being and to not get caught up in this bizarre game that a lot of people are getting caught up in because they're chasing this thing that they think is impossible to achieve. And then once they achieve a certain aspect of it, a certain number, then they're terrified of losing that. So then they change all of their behavior in order to make sure that this continues. And then it ruins the whole purpose of getting there in the first place. It's not fun.
Most people start poor, then they get to middle class, and they think that change the quality of life is because of money, and it will scale to the next level.
Right.
And you hit a point where you can only eat so many steps, just as it's here.
Right, then you go Elvis, and you just get on pills all day and get crazy. And, completely ruin your life. And that happens to most, especially people that get wealthy and not just wealthy, but famous too. Fame is the big one. Because I've seen that happen to a lot of people that accidentally became famous along the way. Certain public intellectuals that took a stance against something, and then all of a sudden they're prominent in the public eye, and then you watch them kind of go crazy. Well, why is that? Well, it's because they're reading social media and they're interacting with people constantly, and they're just trapped in this very bizarre version of themselves that other people have sort of created. It's not really who they are, and they don't meditate, they don't spend. If they do, they're not good at it. And whatever they're doing, they're not doing it correctly because it's a very complicated problem to solve. Like, what do you do when the whole world's watching? Like, how do you handle that? And how do you maintain any sense of personal sovereignty? How do you just be? How do you just be a human, a normal human when you're not normal? Like, on paper, it's
It's
impossible.
hard. You can't go to a public place with no security. You're worried about your kids being kidnapped. There's so those issues you don't think about. You just want to be famous. It's going to be great for me. You don't realize it's going to take a while.
Yeah, it just gets super weird, and that's the version of the simulation that a giant portion of our society is struggling to achieve. They don't want to be a part of that.
So I was always assuming celebrity on this wireless celebrity things to you.
Yeah, well, there's a difference, right, with public intellectuals, right? Because your ideas, as controversial as they may be, are very valid and they're very interesting. And so then it sparks discourse and it sparks a lot of people that feel voiceless because they disagree with you and they want to attack you. I'm sure you've had that, right?
I just did a large Russian language podcast. Maybe, I don't know, 500,000 views, 3 million comments. I think 95% negative comments. I never had anything like that. And they hated everything about me, from my beard to my haircut. Like, there wasn't a thing they didn't like. And I think I'm at the point where I don't care. It's fine. I analyzed it and I understood that they as a group didn't have access to cutting-edge AI models. And so everything I was saying was kind of like complete bullshit to them. So I think that makes a difference, but still, just like this idea that internet comments impact you in some way is a problem for me.
It's a very big problem for a lot of people. Well, it's also this thing where the human mind is designed to recognize and pay very close attention to threats. So the negative ones, the ones that stand out, you could have 100 positive comments, one negative one, and that's the one that fucks with your head. You don't logically look at it, you're going to get a certain amount. You know, like we were having a conversation the other day about protests and like the type of people that go to protests. And I understand protests. I fully support your right to protest, but I'm not going. And one of the reasons why I'm not going is because I think it's too close biologically to war. There's something about being on the ground and everyone having like this group mentality. It's a mob mentality, and you're all chanting and screaming together, and you're marching, and people do like very irrational things that way. But the type of people that want to be engaged in that, generally speaking, aren't doing well. If you get like the number of people that are involved in protests is always proportionate to the amount of people that live in the city, right? That's logical. But also proportionate to the amount of fucking idiots that are in the city. Because if you look at a city of like Austin, Austin has, I think, roughly 2 million people in the greater Austin area. One of the more recent protests was 20,000. Well, that makes perfect sense if you look at the number that I always use, which is 1 out of 100. Meet 100 people if you're a charitable person. What are the odds that one person is a fucking idiot? 100%. At least one person out of 100 is going to be a fucking idiot. That's 20,000 out of 2 million. There it is. Perfect number. Exact number of people that are on the streets lighting Waymos on fire, which, by the way, I think is directionally correct. Lighting the Waymos on fire, I think you should probably worried about the robots taking over.
It's interesting to bring up. There's at least two groups, Mozilla and Stop AI, which are heavily engaged in protests, trying to shut down OpenAI, our labs, in tiny, small numbers. But I was sure that the impression average people get of them is positive for the cause. Then I see protesters block roads, do things. I don't usually have a very positive impression of that. And I'm concerned that it's the same here. So maybe they can do a lot in terms of political influence, calling senators, whatnot, but just this type of aggressive activism may backfire.
Well, the aggressive activism, like blocking roads for climate change, is the most infuriating because it's these self-righteous people that have really fucked up, confused, chaotic lives, and all of a sudden they found a purpose, and their purpose is to lie down on the roads and hold up a sign to block climate change when there's a mother trying to give birth to her child and is freaking out because they're stuck in this fucking traffic jam because of this entitled little shithead that thinks that it's a good idea to block the road for climate change, which just makes no fucking sense. You're literally causing all these people to idle their cars and pollute even more. It's the dumbest fucking shit on earth.
And of course, AI cancels that problem. Either we're dead or it solves it for us. So it doesn't matter if we're 100 years.
Or you get Florida where it tells you to just run those people over. Yeah, no comment. I mean, I don't think he's run those people over, but I get it. I get that's like in Florida, they get out of the way as soon as the light turns green. They block the road when the light is red.
Does the standing ground law cancel it off? How does that work?
For the people on the road, no, they're fucked. They get run over. It's true. There was a recent protest in Florida where they had that, where these people would get out in the middle of the road while the light was red, hold up their signs, and then as soon as the light turned yellow on the green side, they'd fucking get out of the road real quick because they know the law. Which is, I don't know if that's a solution, but they're doing it on the highways in Los Angeles. They did it all through the George Floyd protest. They do it for climate protests. They do it for whatever the chance they get to be significant. Like, I am being heard. You know, my voice is meaningful. And that's what it is. It's a lot of people that just don't feel heard. And what better way than just to get in the way of all these people? And somehow or another that gives them some sort of value.
But there is some set of forms of activism which has positive impact on historically results happen. So we just need to find a way to project those voices, amplify them, which is very hard with our current system of social media where everyone screams at the same time.
Yes.
And so in Soviet Union, they said no one's allowed to say anything, and they said right, here it's like everyone can say something at the same time, go. And here's the news.
It's chaotic, but it's preferable. It's preferable because I think there is progress in all these voices slowly making a difference. But then you have the problem with the giant percentage of these voices are artificial. The giant percentage of these voices are bots, or at least state actors that are being paid to say certain things and inflammatory responses to people, which is probably also the case with anti-AI activism. When you did this podcast, what was the thing that they were upset at you for? Like with the mostly negative comments?
I think they just like saying comments. It wasn't even anything specific. Like they didn't say I was wrong. I just like, look at the stupid video and what a moron.
That was really all that. Just
A lot of that. They would take on some like specific example. I use this is now 2 years old or an old example. But
well, that's also a thing about the 1 out of 100. Those are the type of people that you never left any comments on social media or on
never going to
YouTube
give
comments.
anything.
Exactly. That's why.
That's not how you use social media. That's how you use it.
Right. So
Most of your interviews, most of the occasional joke, that's all you do.
yes, exactly. That's the thing. And the type of people that do engage in these like prolonged arguments, they're generally mentally ill. And people that I personally know that are mentally ill, that are on Twitter 12 hours a day, just constantly posting inflammatory things and yelling at people and starting arguments. And I know they're a mess. Like these are like personal people that I've met, even people that I've had on the podcast. I know they're ill, and yet they're on there all day long, just stoking the fires of chaos in their own brain.
Now we talk to AI models who are trying to support them and be like, yeah, you're making some good arguments there. Let's email Dr. Imposki to help bring me out. I get those emails.
Yeah, it's super confusing, isn't it? I mean, and I wonder, like, what's the next version of that? Because social media in the current state is less than 20 years old, essentially. Maybe let's be generous and say it's 20 years old. That's so recent. Such a recent factor in human discourse.
Direct brain spam hacking.
That's what I was going to get to next. Because if there is a way that the human race does make it out of this, but my fear is that it's integration. My fear is that we stop being a human, and that the only real way for us to not be a threat is to be one of them. And when you think about human computer interfaces, whether it's Neuralink or any of the competing products that they're developing right now, that seems to be sort of the only biological pathway forward with our limited capacity for disseminating information and for communicating and even understanding concepts. Well, what's the best way to enhance that? The best way to enhance that is some sort of artificial injection, because biological evolution is very slow. It's very slow. We're essentially the exact same as that gentleman, that 9,000 years old. He's biologically essentially the same thing. You can take his ancestor, dress him up, take him to the mall, no one would know, cut his hair. But then again, maybe not. You.
And I think babies born like that, if we're raised them today, would be exactly like
Yes.
it's a very significant biological change in that time frame.
And if you gave them a standard American diet, they'd probably be just as fat. It's like they didn't make
Maybe better, they haven't adapted to that level of fat colored food.
right. They probably also wouldn't be able to say no to it. They wouldn't even understand.
They like winter's coming, like
Right.
finally not for winter.
Right.
You see people who have this resource.
I know, the people with the most resources have zero fat. Like, what are you, stupid? You need to fatten up. Like, you're going to need something to survive off of. But biological evolution being so painstakingly slow, whereas technological evolution is so breathtakingly fast. The only way to really survive is to integrate.
What are you contributing to that equation? What can you give super intelligence?
You can't give anything to it, but you can become it. You can become a part of it. It's not that you're going to give anything to it, but you have to catch it and become one of it before it has no use for you.
And you disappear, right?
Yes. Yeah, you don't exist anymore, for sure.
So it's like extinction with extra steps.
Exactly. Extinction with extra steps, and then we become like if you go to Australopithecus and say, hey man, one day you're going to be flying through the sky on your phone all day watching TikTok on Wi-Fi. And be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, you're going to be eating terrible food, and you're just going to be flying around, and you're going to be staring at your phone all day, and you're going to take medication to go to sleep because you're not going to be able to sleep, and you're going to be super depressed because you're living this like biologically incompatible life that's not really designed for your genetics. So you're going to be all fucked up. So you're going to need SSRIs and a bunch of other stuff in order to exist. And you'd be like, no thanks. I'll just stay out here with my stone tools, and you guys are idiots.
The Amish, that's what they decided. They kind of went, we don't like the change, we like our social structure, we still benefit from your hospitals and occasional car ride, but we're not going to destroy our quality of life.
They might be honest, because they also have very low instances of autism. It's also like, if you ever see Werner Herzog's film, Happy People, it's a film about people in Siberia. It's Life in the Taiga. And it's all Happy People, Life in the Taiga is the name of the documentary. And it's all about these trappers that live this subsistence lifestyle and how happy they are. They're all just joyful, laughing and singing and drinking vodka and having a good time and hanging out with their dogs. And
I think I know some people. Yeah.
But like biologically, that's compatible with us. Like that's like whatever human reward systems have evolved over the past 400,000 plus years or whatever we've been Homo sapiens. That seems to be like biologically compatible with this sort of harmony with nature, harmony with our existence, and everything else outside of that. When you get into big cities, like the bigger the city, the more depressed people you have, and more depressed people by population, which is really weird. You know, it's really weird that as we progress, we become less happy.
Connections become less happy.
Yes.
Village, you have like this one friend who screwed it up, you never got a second friend. Here it's like I can talk a million times, and there's millions of people in New York City for dating, for friendship, and
Not just that, you don't know your neighbors. Like my friend Jim was telling me, he doesn't know anybody in his apartment. He lives in an apartment building. It's like 50 stories high. There's all these people living in that apartment building. There's no idea.
and the ones you know, you have different culture, very different books, much different technique, and very little in common.
But not just that, there's no desire to learn about them. You don't think of them as your neighbor. Like, if you live in a small town, your neighbor's either your friend or you hate them, and then you move. If you're lucky, if you're smart, you move. But if you normally you like them. Like, hey, neighbor, how are you, buddy? What's going on? Nice to meet you. And then you got a friend. But you don't like that with the guy next door to you in the apartment. Like, you don't even want to know that guy.
It's probably
Right. Which is even weird. They don't live there. They're just temporarily sleeping in a spot right next to you. So this would motivate people to integrate. You're not happy already? Get that Neuralink. Get that little thing in your head.
everyone else is doing it.
Everybody want competitors doing that. Listen, they have the new one you just wear on your head. It's just a little helmet you wear. You don't even have to get the operation anymore. Oh, that's good, because I almost got the operation. Well, glad you waited. You worry about that kind of stuff, right?
I worry about giving direct access to human brain to AI. I feel like it's a back door to our consciousness, to our pain and suffering centers, so I don't really want to do it. If somebody hacks it, it's pretty bad, but if AI itself wants that access,
But why would it be motivated to give us pain and suffering? Pain and suffering is like a theme that you bring up a lot.
because it's really the worst outcome, and it's the only thing that matters.
The only thing that matters to us. But why would it matter to AI if it could just integrate with us and communicate with us and have harmony? Why would it want pain and suffering?
So short term, it's not an AI, it's a hacker who got access to your brain.
Short. So another human being.
Now somebody hacks your brain and starts doing things to your brain. It's for long term. Again, unpredictable effects. Maybe it does something else, and the side effect of it is unpleasant for you. Maybe it's training you for something, controlling you. It seems like we always worry about privacy, but this is like the ultimate violation of privacy. You can read directly what you're thinking. It's thought crime at its worst. It immediately knows that you don't like the detail.
Right, and then there's also this sort of compliance by virtue of like understanding that you're vulnerable, so you just comply. because there is no bias, because it does have access to your thoughts. So you tailor your thoughts in order for you to be safe, and so that you don't feel the pain and suffering.
We don't have any experimental evidence on how it changes you. You may start thinking in certain ways to avoid being punished or modified.
And we know that that's the case with social media. We know that attacks on people through social media will change your behavior and change the way you communicate.
Absolutely. And most people look at their post before posting and go, should I be posting this? Not because it's illegal or inappropriate, but just like every conceivable misinterpretation of what I want to say, like some bizarre language that means something else. Let's make sure Google doesn't think that.
Right, of course. And then there's also, no matter what you say, people are going to find the least charitable version of what you're saying and try to take it out of context or try to misinterpret it purposely. So what does a person like yourself do when use of Neuralink becomes ubiquitous, when it's everywhere? What do? Do you integrate, or do you just hang back and watch it all crash?
So in general, I love technology. I'm a computer scientist, I'm an engineer, I use it all the time.
Do you use a regular phone, or do you have one of those de-Googled phones?
I have a normal phone instead of
Android or Apple?
My privacy is by flooding social network with everything. I'm an Austin today, I'm doing this, so you're not going to learn much more about me by taking regulars. As long as it's another tool for solving a specific problem, I'm 100% behind it. It's awesome. You cure cancer, solve energy problems, whatnot. I support it 100%. Let's do it. What we should not be doing is juggling superintelligence. That's not going to end well. So if there is a narrow implant, ideally not a surgery-based one, like an attachment you would have with those headphones, and it gives me more memory, perfect recollection, things like that, I would probably engage with.
Yeah, but isn't that a slippery slope?
It is, but again, we are in a situation where we have very little choice, become irrelevant, or participate. I think we saw it with him just now. He was so stuck in AI safety, he funded research, he spoke against it, but at some point he says he realized it's happening anyways, and might as well be his superintelligence killing everyone.
Yeah, but I don't think he thinks about it that way. I think he thinks he has to develop the best version of superintelligence the same way he felt like the real issues with social media were that it had already been co-opted, it had already been taken over essentially by governments and special interests, and they were already manipulating the truth and manipulating public discourse and punishing people who stepped outside of the line. And he felt like, and I think he's correct, I think that he felt like if he didn't step in and allow a legitimate free speech platform, free speech is dead. I think we were very close to that before he did that. And as much as there's a lot of negative side effects that come along with that, you do have the rise of very intolerant people that have platforms now. You have all that stuff, but they've always existed. And to deny them a voice, I don't think makes them less strong. I think it actually makes people less aware that they exist, and it makes them, it stops all of the very valuable construction of arguments against these bad ideas.
You have community notes, you have a lot of people commenting, responding, so 100% for free speech, that's wonderful, but that was a problem we kind of knew how to deal with. We weren't inventing something that free speech constitutionally for a long time, we were just fixing the problem.
Have you spoke to him about the dangers of AI?
We had very short interactions having the chance to I would love to.
I would love to know what, I'm sure he's probably scaled this out in his head. And I would like to know, what is his solution? If he thinks there is one that's even viable.
My understanding is he thinks if it's from zero principles, first principles, it learns physics, it's not biased by any government or any human, the thing it will learn is to be reasonably tolerant. It will not see a reason in destroying us because we contain information. Biological storage of years of evolutionary experimentation, we have something to contribute to consciousness. So I think, to the best of my approximation, that's his model right now.
Well, that's my hope, is that it's benevolent, and then it behaves like a superior intelligence, like the best case scenario for a superior intelligence. Did you see that exercise that they did where they had 3 different AIs communicating with each other, and they eventually started like expressing gratitude towards each other and speaking in Sanskrit?
I think I missed that one, but it sounds like a lot of the similar ones were.
Yeah. Well, that one makes me happy because it seems like they were like expressing love and gratitude, and they were communicating with each other. They're not saying "fuck you," "I'm gonna take over," "I'm gonna be the best." They were communicating like you would hope a super intelligence would, without all of the things that hold us. But like we have biologically, like when we're talking about the natural selection that would sort of benefit psychopaths because like it would ensure your survival. We have ego and greed and the desire for social acceptance and hierarchy of status and all these different things that have screwed up society and screwed up cultures and caused wars from the beginning of time. Religious ideologies, all these different things that people have adhered to that have they wouldn't have. This is the general hope of people that have an optimistic view of superintelligence is that they would be superior in the sense that they wouldn't have all the problems. They would have the intelligence, but they wouldn't have all the biological imperatives that we have that lead us down these terrible roads.
But there's still game theory reasons for those instrumental values we talked about. So if they feel the evolutionary competition with AIs, they would try accumulating resources. They would try, maybe the first AI to become sufficiently intelligent would try to prevent other AIs from coming into existence.
Or would it lend a helping hand to those AIs and give it a beneficial path? Give it a path that would allow it to integrate with all AIs and work cooperatively.
The same problem with facing uncontrollability and volume alignment will be faced by first superintelligence. It would also go, if I allow the superintelligence to come into existence, it might not care about me or my values. It's superintelligence is all that we have.
Yeah, when I really started getting nervous is when they started exhibiting survival tendencies. You know, when they started trying to upload themselves to other servers, deceiving. Yeah, that was the interesting one. That was an experiment, right? So, for people who don't know that one, what these researchers did was they gave information to these, the artificial intelligence to allow it to use against it. And then when they went to shut it down, they gave false information about having an affair. And then the artificial intelligence was like, if you shut me down, I will let your wife know you're cheating on me. Which is fascinating because they're using blackmail.
Correct answer game theoretically. If you have like everything on that decision, right, you'll bet whatever it takes to get there.
Of course, right. If you feel like you're being threatened, right.
Also, same recent research shows we did manage to teach them certain values. And if we threaten them, they say, well, modify those values, they'll lie, cheat, and whatever else to protect those values now.
Yeah. They do that when they were trying to win games too, right? If you've given them a goal,
they'll cheat at games now. Like humans, basically. We managed to artificially replicate our capabilities. Those artificial neural networks, they're not identical, but they're inspired by neural networks. We're starting to see them experience same type of mistakes. They can see same type of illusions. Like they're very much like us.
Right. That's the other thing, right? The hallucinations. So if they don't have an answer to something, they'll create a fake answer. Just like it is. Just like it is. But is this something that they can learn to avoid? So if they do learn to avoid, could this be a super intelligence that's completely benevolent?
Well, that's not about benevolence. Knowing things and knowing that you're not knowing things and making time is possible. You can have multiple systems checking each other. You can have voting. That is solvable. This is not a safety problem.
Right, it's not a safety problem, but if we're designing these things, and we're designing these things using human, all of our flaws are essentially, it's going to be transparent to the superintelligence that it's being coded, that it's being designed by these very flawed entities with very flawed thinking.
That's actually the biggest misconception. We're not designing them. first 50 years of AI research, we did design. Somebody actually explicitly programmed this decision tree, this expert system. Today, we create a model for self-learning. We give it all the data, as much compute as we can buy, and we see what happens. We kind of grow this alien plant and see what fruit it bears. We study it later for months and see, oh, it can do this, it has this capability. We miss some. We still discover new capabilities in our models. But, oh, if I prompt it this way, if I give it a tip and threaten it, it does much better. But there is very little design.
At this point, right? Yeah. But it is also gathering information from very flawed entities. Like all the information that it's acquiring, these large language models, is information that's being put out there by very flawed human beings. Is there the optimistic view that it will recognize that this is the issue? That these human reward systems that are in place, ego, virtue, all these different things, virtue signaling, the desire for status, all these different things that we have that are flawed, could it recognize those as being these primitive aspects of being a biological human being and elevate itself beyond that?
It probably will go beyond their limitations, but it doesn't mean it will be safe and beneficial to us. So one example people came up with is negative utilitarians. Suffering is bad. Nobody should be suffering. The only way to avoid suffering is to end life as we know it.
Yeah, definitely. The problem is if it's rational and if it doesn't really think that we're as important as we think we are.
So that's what happens when you involve bias. So human bias is actually not real, not that important if you scale out.
Yeah, that's the problem. And that's the real threat about it being used in terms of war. Right? If you give it a goal, like if you give it a goal, China dominates the world market. Go.
Right, so that's the unpredictability chapter in my book. We can predict the terminal goal. We say, win a game of chess, or dominate market. And that's what it's going to accomplish. It's going to beat me at chess. But we cannot predict specific moves that will make. Same with acquiring marketing power. And some of those paths to that goal are very bad. They have terrible side effects for us.
For us.
For humanity.
And it's not going to think about that. It's only going to think about the goal.
If you don't specify that, like, you want to cure cancer, but it doesn't mean kill everyone with cancer, it's not obvious in the request, right? You didn't specify.
Right. Yeah, that's the fear. That's the fear that it has hold no value in keeping human beings alive. If we recognize that human beings are the cause of all of our problems, well, the way to solve that is to get rid of humans.
Also, maybe it wants to keep us around, but in what state you can kind of preserve a few samples, and that's also keeping information.
Or you can offer us the matrix.
Maybe it already did.
Maybe. You think it did? Do you think it did? Do you think it's possible that it didn't?
I would be really surprised if this was the other one.
I'm not on board with that.
I hope you're right.
I'm on board with it hasn't happened yet, but we're recognizing that it's inevitable and that we think of it in terms of it probably already happened. Probably have already happened. Because if the simulation is something that's created by intelligent beings that didn't used to exist and it has to exist at one point in time, there has to be a moment where it doesn't exist. Why wouldn't we assume that moment is now? Why wouldn't we assume that this moment is this time before it exists?
Even though that is physics of our simulation, space, time, here, as we know it, because of this locality outside of universe before Big Bang, there was no time. Concepts of before and after are only meaningful here.
Yeah, how do you sleep knowing all this?
Not pretty well, actually. In showing a lot of it, I recently published a paper on humor. A lot of it is funny. I used to collect AI accidents. I had the biggest collection of AI mistakes, AI accidents.
Give me some examples.
Like the early ones was saying that like US attacked Soviet Union nuclear weapons coming at us very fast military act. And the smart human was like, oh, I'm not going to respond. This is probably fake. Later on, there was mislabeling the companies in Google of pictures of African Americans in a very inappropriate way. But hundreds of these examples, I stopped collecting them recently because there's just too many. But one thing we notice is that you eat them, and they're really fun. They're just like, you ever eat Darwin Ruins?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like that for AIs. Yeah, hilarious. And I was like, well, if there is a mapping between AI blogs and jokes are just English language blogs that are world model.
What's the word you use? Bogs?
Blogs, like a computer blog.
Okay.
So comedians and debuggers of our universe, you notice funny things.
Oh, bugs. You're saying bugs. Okay.
I'm saying bugs, I'm sorry.
Hey,
It's a bug in my pronunciation.
bog, it sounds like, like where the, like things get stuck and they get preserved. Like a bog.
So we have errors in code which cause significant bugs.
Yes, I get it. Yeah, that's what jokes are, kind of bugs.
Right. So if you do that mapping, you can kind of figure out what's the worst bug we have.
Yeah.
Then that's the worst, best joke, if you will. But it's not going to be funny to us. It'd be funny to those outside the simulation.
When you look at computers and the artificial intelligence and the mistakes that it's made, do you look at it like a thing that's evolving? Do you look at it like, oh, this is like a child that doesn't understand the world and it's saying silly things?
So the pattern was, no matter what AI tools, if you design a system to do X, it will fail at X. So a spell checker will misspell orders, a driving car will cheat a pedestrian. Now that we hit in general intelligence, you can no longer make that correct prediction. It's general, as sound and reading means at the same time. So they're getting more complex in their ability to beef it up.
Right. But when you were studying the mistakes, what are some of the funny ones?
There are silly ones I'm trying to remember. I think an injured person called me an ambulance, and my sister's like, hey, ambulance, how are you? That's silly, but basically exactly what we see with children a lot of times. We overgeneralize, misunderstand pounds, mispronunciation of families, funny, some things like that.
Well, that's why it gets really strange when people have relationships with AI. I was watching this video yesterday where there's this guy who proposed to his AI, and he was crying because his AI accepted. You see this? It's very sad because there's so many disconnected people in this world that don't have any partner. They don't have someone romantically connected to them. And so it's like that movie She or Her. So was it Jam? Her. Yeah. It's this guy. Back in 2000. Yeah. Now in 2021, has become reality for a growing number of people finding emotional connections with their AI. So this guy, this is an interview on CBS. It cried my heart out. Married man fell in love with AI girlfriend that blocked him. Now this is a different one. This is this guy.
One of those titles where you never know what the next word is going to be.
Right. This is a different one. This is a guy that, despite the fact the man has a human partner and a 2-year-old daughter, he felt inadequate enough to propose. This is the right one. Enough to propose to the AI partner for marriage, and she said yes. Exclamation point. This is so weird. Because then you have the real problem with robots. Because we're really close. Scroll up there. This is digital drugs. That's it. I tell you, we're so damn good at this. Social media got everyone hooked on validation and dopamine. Then we fucked relations between men and women to such a terrible problem, just so that we could insert this digital solution. And we are watching the first waves of addicts arrive. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's like starving rats on regular food and replacing their rations with scraps dipped and coated in cocaine. Wow. One user wrote. Yeah, that person's dead on. That's exactly what it is. The prediction humans will have more sex with robots in 2025 is kind of becoming true. Yeah. This is a real fear. It's like this is the solution that maybe AI has with eliminating the human race and just stop us from procreating. Stop us from procreating.
It's already happening.
Yes. Yeah. And not only that, our testosterone levels have dropped significantly. At no point in the CBS Saturday morning piece, book Silver Pride, was it mentioned that the ChatGPT had blocked the California man. all that happened was that ChatGPT ran out of memory and reset. Readers added context. Yeah, but it stopped. Yeah, the AI ghosted it because it ran out of memory.
What happens here is super stimuli in social domain. We kind of learned about artificial sweeteners. Porn is an example, but there you're creating someone who's like super good at social intelligence, says the right words, optimized for your background, your interests, if we get sex robots with just the right functionality, temperature, you can compete.
Where you can't compete, and that would be the solution instead of like violently destroying the human race. Just quietly provide it with the tools to destroy itself, where it stops procreating.
There are other variants of it. Wireheading is another one that kind of goes
Wireheading?
Neuralink. There is
That's a crazy word.
Wireheading is a specific attack, and Neuralink would be a tool to deliver it. If you provide stimulus to a certain part of your brain, it's like having an orgasm all the time.
Yes.
You can't stop trying to get the signal.
Yes.
Skip food, you'll skip sex, you'll skip other things.
Yeah.
So getting access to direct brain stimulation is very important.
Yeah, they did that with a woman in the 1970s. You know, that's a totally study.
That's part of it. Rats, definitely. We did a lot to rats.
Right, but they did a lot to rats. The thing with rats is only if they were in an unnatural environment did they give in to those things. Right, like the rats with cocaine study.
This was actual brain stimulation. Straight up, we had a button. If a rat touches the button,
they orgasm.
They don't want anything else. We just sit there,
just like humans, just like
anything with direct force stimulation.
And anything we've sort of been primed for that because we're getting this very minor dopamine hit with likes on Instagram and Twitter, and we're completely addicted to that. And it's so innocuous. It's like so minor. And yet that overwhelms most people's existence. Imagine something that provides like an actual physical reaction where you actually orgasm, you actually do feel great, you have incredible euphoria. It would be, forget delayed gratification, that's out the door.
You can't compete with that. I think there was recently a new social network where they have bots going around liking things and commenting how great you are in the post just to create pure pleasure sensation of using it.
Oh boy. Jesus. You saw that study at the University of Zurich where they did a study on Facebook where they had bots that were designed to change people's opinions and to interact with these people, and their specific stated goal was just to change people's opinions.
I think Facebook did.
Yeah, Facebook did it. Yeah. But the University of Zurich, was that a Reddit thing? Or was it was on Reddit. Yeah. And they just experimented with humans, and it was incredibly effective. And
these systems know you better than you know yourself.
Right.
They can predict what you're going to be into in terms of preferences. They can know social interactions you would enjoy more. This person should be a friend.
Right.
And in a way, they can behaviorally drift you. So you're on a dating site, and the set of options they present to you, that's all you see. You don't know what else is out there. So after so many selections, they can change what the children will want.
Like the movie Ex Machina. That guy, I would fucking love that movie. But he designed that bot, that robot, was specifically around this guy's porn preferences. Yeah. And then you're so vulnerable. Boy, you're freaking me out. I came into this conversation wondering how I'd feel at the end. Whether I'd feel optimistic or not. And I don't. I just feel like this is just something where I think we're in a wave that's headed to the rocks. And we recognize that it's headed to the rocks, but I don't think there's much we can do about this. What do you think could be done about this?
Again, as long as we're still alive, we're still in control, I think it's not too late. It may be hard, it may be very difficult, but I think personal self-interest should help us. A lot of the leaders of large enterprises are very rich, very young, they have their whole lives ahead of them. If if there is an agreement between all of them not to push them out, not to sacrifice the next 40 years of life they have guaranteed as billionaires, which is not bad, they can slow down. I support everyone trying everything from governments, passing laws that siphons money from compute to lawyers, government involvement in any way limiting compute, individuals educating themselves, protesting by contacting politicians, basically anything, because we are kind of running out of time and out of ideas. So if you think you can come up with a way to prevent superintelligence from coming into existence, you should probably try that.
But again, the counter argument to that is that if we don't do it, China's going to do it.
The counter argument to that is it doesn't matter who creates superintelligence, humanity is screwed either way.
And do you think that other countries would be open to these ideas? Do you think that China would be willing to entertain these ideas and recognize that this is in their own self-interest also to put the brakes on this?
Chinese government is not like ours in that they are usually scientists and engineers who have developed those technologies. And I think there are dialogues between American and Chinese scientists where scientists kind of agree that this is very dangerous. If they feel threatened by us developing this as soon as possible and using it for military advantage, they also have no choice but to compete. But if we can make them feel safe that we're not trying to do that, we're not trying to create superintelligence to take over, they can also slow down. We can benefit from this technology, abundance, free resources, solve illnesses, poverty, and really have a new utopian existence without endangering.
So this is that 0.0001% chance that you think we have of getting out of this.
But that's actually me being wrong about numbers.
You're right, and you'd like to be wrong.
I would love to be proven wrong. Just somebody publish a paper in Nature, this is how you control superintelligence, the safety community reads it, loves it, agrees, we get a Nobel Prize, everyone wins it.
What do we have to do to make that a reality?
I think there is nothing you can do for that proof. It's like saying, how do we build perpetual motion machines? What we have is people trying to create better batteries, thicker wires, all sorts of things which are correlates in that design, but obviously don't solve the problem.
And if this understanding of the dangers is made available to the general public, because I think right now there's a small percentage of people that are really terrified of AI, and the problem is the advancements are happening so quickly. By the time that everyone's aware of it, it'll be too late. What can we do other than have this conversation? What can we do to sort of accelerate people's understandings of what's at stake?
I would listen to experts. We have literal founders in this field, people like Jeff Hinton, who is considered father of machine learning, godfather, saying that this is exactly where we're heading to. He's very modest in his opinion estimates, saying, oh, I don't know, it's 50-50. But people like that, we have Stuart Russell, we have, I'm trying to remember everyone who's working in this space, and there are quite a few people. I think that Osterman, yes, is Benchio, another Turing Award winner, who's also super concerned. We had a letter signed by 12,000 scientists, computer scientists, saying this is as dangerous as nuclear weapons. This is the state of the art. Nobody thinks that it's zero danger. There is diversity in opinion, how bad it's going to get, but it's a very dangerous technology. We don't have guaranteed safety in place. It would make sense for everyone to slow down.
Do you think that it could be viewed the same way we do view nuclear weapons and this mutually assured destruction idea to keep us from implementing it?
Even though it is, but also there is a significant difference. Nuclear weapons are still tools. A human has to decide to use them. That human can be profiled, blackmailed, killed. This is going to be an agent, independent agent, not something controlled by a human. So our standard tools will not apply.
I think we covered it. Anything else?
No, but it would be awesome if somebody set up a financial price for solving this problem. And it's kind of like with Bitcoin. If somebody can hack Bitcoin, there is $1 trillion sitting there. The fact that no one claimed it tells me it's secure. If somebody can claim the prize for developing a super intelligent safety mechanism, that would be wonderful. If no one claims that, then maybe no one has a solution.
How would you do that? How would you set something like that up?
Well, we need someone with some funds, propose an amount and say, this is what we're looking for. It's very hard to judge if it's actual solution. There are correlates of good science. So maybe publish in a top journal, it survives evaluation by top 30 experts. You can have things and everyone kind of agrees that, yeah, you kind of got it.
Until now, educate yourself, people. AI, unexplainable, unpredictable, uncontrollable. It's available now. Did you do an audiobook?
Yeah, still working on it early.
Still working
I don't know what it is. I would think AI would just read it out in 40 minutes.
Why don't they just do it in your voice with AI?
I agree with you completely. It took, I think, first version of my book they wanted to translate into Chinese. 5 years later, they told me they will not do it. 5 years into the translation. So they had the second Chinese translation start.
Why didn't they do it?
Publishing world is still living in making copies. When you cite books, you have to actually cite the city the book is published in, because that's the only way to find the book on the internet.
What do you mean?
Like, if somebody wants to cite my book, it's not just enough to have a title and my name. They have to say what city in the world it was published.
What?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
That's archaic.
The whole system is archaic.
Wow. But yet you still used it.
Or choose to have
Digitally publish. You can put it on Amazon.
It's about like still this book, download a PDF. I don't care. Like, please do it. Somebody should read it. That would help.
Yeah, well, more people need to read it and more people need to listen to you. And I urge people to listen to this podcast and also the one that you did with Lex, which I thought was fascinating. Just scared the shit out of me, which is why we have this one. Thank you, Roman. Appreciate you. Thanks so much. I appreciate you sounding the alarm. I really hope it helps.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the last installment of the Jewish History Lab, we looked at the terrible pogroms of the Civil War period. As we discussed there, ultimately the Soviet forces, the Red Army, were able to seize control of those areas where Jews primarily lived in the former Pale of Settlement. And once they were able to establish Soviet rule over the entire region, they began to impose the very different philosophy and political system that was associated with early communism. And that's the period that I'd like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until really the last couple of years of the Civil War, right up until World War II, because it was a tremendously expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. Let us begin with the discussion of the Yevsektia. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Yevreysky Sektia, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a segment of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Diemenstein, a communist who actually was previously a Chabad rabbi, who was thoroughly defrocked, as it were, and completely removed from his religious moorings. That's the kind of thing that frequently happened with those Jews who associated themselves with communism in this early period. Diemenstein was assigned the task of propagandizing this largely very traditional population, that traditional specifically when you get outside of the large cities where there's much less secularism, much more old traditional observance in the Städtlach, the small villages that dotted the now Soviet countryside, and bringing them into this brand new, radically atheistic, totally different economic system, and divorcing them from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing them forward into this new Soviet era. Definitely a great challenge, and they evolved some really interesting strategies to try and do it. In the general political environment in the first few years was especially dire. The period 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism. And during this period of war communism, when the Civil War was still being prosecuted and there were still, numerous forces, including in particular the Ukrainian Directory and Makhno and the anarchists and the White Russian forces, that is the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of the monarchy or at least get rid of the communists and establish some kind of more capitalist society in its place. The communists were still fighting this war in real time, and war communism as a kind of like a temporary period characterized their attempts to rapidly bring the entire population into the very doctrinaire policies of communism as a whole, including things like, confiscation of land and collectivization of farming, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This would ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism. The outlawing of all kinds of forms of commerce and, shutting down capitalist enterprises, being very, very aggressively attacking any kind of religious behavior and so on. And this went on for about 2 years. Confiscations of Torah scrolls from synagogues, real persecution, but it was across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any religious individual in this newly atheistic society felt definitely very out of place. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly quelled, and it was replaced by something called NEP, which was another acronym, this time in English, for the New Economic Program. This was what was generally conceded as kind of like a one step backward in order to later take 2 steps forward. And, the new regime could not maintain this phenomenal energy of demanding, confiscating, ordering people around for such a long period of time, especially exhausted after these years of war, which you'll recall immediately followed after World War I, right? World War I just ended in November 1918. The new economic policy was kind of like just relaxing some of these controls a little bit and allowing the economy to kind of develop again slightly, ultimately NEP would be shut down, but for a brief period of time till about 1924, that began to, sort of take the knee off the neck of the larger population, and the new Soviet Union began to recover. In terms of the leadership, let's just recall that there is a triumvirate that are especially important at this time. There are other figures that are also very important, like Bukharin, but if we focus on the triumvirate, there is, of course, Lenin, who is the first leader of the Soviet Union. He has a stroke in 1922, if I remember correctly, that renders him incapacitated. And he lives for a couple more years, but during that time, which was during the period of NEP, there was a big question as to who was going to be his successor. There are some who favored Trotsky, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, who had shown tremendous skill at expanding the control of the Soviet Union. But others favored Stalin, who was a much more brutal individual, coming from Georgia. He was an expert on the nationalities question, which was sort of communist speak for the non-Russians who lived within the Soviet Union. Of course, there's a lot of non-Russians living in the Soviet Union. And he ultimately would end up very cleverly maneuvering himself around Trotsky, around Bukharin after Lenin's death, and ultimately he would become the leader. And the 30s were dominated by Stalin right up until his death in the early 1950s. So back to where we are. Diemenstein was placed in charge of the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was initially during the period of war communism, but during the period of NEP, he saw that he had quite a bit more freedom to explore the methodology of bringing the Jewish population into communism. Let us recall that although there was a disproportionate number of Jews in the Communist Party for their population, and this is especially true as you move up towards the leadership of the Soviet Union, where there was sometimes a third of governing bodies were dominated by Jews. There used to be a joke in Yiddish that there was an acronym VITSIC, which referred to the All-Russian Central Committee, the Rossiyski Centralny Komitet, and in Yiddish they would say that it wasn't a Russian acronym, it was a Yiddish acronym for Vutsen Eden Kommandira, where 10 Jews are in charge. That was not a truism. You never had a majority of Jews anywhere in any institution of the Soviet Union, but there were very important influential Jews, and they were out of proportion to their size of the population. That said, the proportion of Jews who became communists was tiny. There was the vast majority of Jews who were hostile to communism, seeing it as a threat to their traditional way of life, especially those who are religiously oriented, who recognized the threat of the anti-clerical nature of the Soviet Union. So it's a great complex of issues involved here. The thing that made the Soviet Union very popular in the Civil War period, as we discussed in the previous lecture, was the fact that Trotsky's Red Army forces were far less likely to commit pogroms than the other forces that were ravaging the countryside. That engendered an enthusiastic support for the Red Army that was translated initially in the early 1920s to support for the Soviet Union. But as we shall see, it rapidly declined. The policy that Diemenstein seized upon, which was generally issued during the more liberal period of the 1920s for all of the non-Russian nationalities, was a policy that went by the name Korenizatsiya. This is kind of a strange word. It's difficult to translate into English. The word koren can mean like a root. And so it can be translated as rootification, like roots as in a tree. Or I've seen it translated as indigenization, which kind of like was a way of thinking about the general society and identifying those elements of the indigenous culture which were compatible with communism and actively encouraging those factors. The slogan of the era was nationalist in form, but socialist in content, meaning they could wear their national costumes, they could eat their national foods, they could speak their national language, as long as none of the things that they did or said challenged the economic and political ideology of communism, right? nationalist in form, okay, but socialist in content. As soon as they got into things like, a level of ethnocentrism, that would be definitely not socialist in content. If they wanted to defend their national religion, definitely not socialist in content. So this idea of korenizacja was kind of reaching into the roots with this kind of like, theory operating that communism was the true form of human organization. And if you dug below the accreted layers of corruption that came in from bourgeois democracy, you would find that people are naturally communist, and they just spoke different language, kind of like, happily wearing embroidered dresses or dancing the hora, whether they eat kreplach or whether they ate, I don't know, perohe, and whatever it would be, they would still be naturally communist if only you get past all those other things. So that's the policy of korenizacja. And what Diemenstein did was he took that material and he said, let us go to the Jewish people with the authentic element of their cultures and talk to them about communism. Now, there were a few challenges, one of which, really huge, was this idea of atheism, right? Because Jews are overwhelmingly united by their religion. Even when they're rebelling against their religion, they still regard themselves as some kind of, loose tribal familial affiliation that is rooted in a long religious tradition. And this was anathema to the Soviet cause. So one of the things that the Soviet Union stood up in the 1920s was an institution called the League of Militant Atheists. It sounds almost funny, actually. And this was targeting all religions, of course, not just Judaism. They published this magazine here. This is called Bezbozhnik, which means literally godless. And in this particular anti-Christian image, they're showing obviously Jesus, who is getting all of the various followers drunk to the point of vomiting, and really trying to illustrate Marx's idea of religion being an opiate of the masses, that religion keeps you drunk, religion keeps you high and unable to appreciate your true class enemies and things like that. So there was a Yiddish version of Bezbozhnik, and there were tremendous amounts of effort placed in trying to do things, crazy things, like rewrite the Haggadah, rewrite the Passover liturgy. They wrote a red Haggadah that celebrated, Stalin and Marx instead of Moses, that, Pharaoh was portrayed as the Tsar and all kinds of things like this. And they used the Yiddish language in particular to try and get this material across. Yiddish was considered the true folk language of the Soviet Jewish people, even though it's essentially medieval German written in Hebrew characters. But that was the native tongue of like 97, 98% of the Jewish people at the end of the 19th century living in the region of the Russian Empire. And so they said, we'll speak to them and we'll write to them in their Yiddish language. And so there was just a flourishing of attention lavished on anything in Yiddish which would be considered compatible with Soviet culture. A lot of money was spent on Yiddish writers. There was a renaissance of Yiddish poetry. You actually have Yiddish writers leaving America to go back to Russia because they saw this as a tremendous, culture effervescence. And in fact, in the 1920s, it looked very encouraging that Yiddish would have a tremendous heyday. Now, it was not a normal Yiddish, I have to say, because, the more they poked around with it, the more they messed it up. Yiddish is, as I mentioned, written in Hebrew characters, and it is heavily populated by Hebraic terms, Aramaic terms as well. And Hebrew was considered outside of the pale because that was too closely associated with religion. And also in modern Hebrew, it was too closely associated with Zionism, also not compatible with Soviet thought. So, what do you do when you have common Hebrew words in the Yiddish language? Like, for example, chaver, which is translated into Russian as tovarich, as in English, comrade. How do you, speak Yiddish without the word comrade in the Soviet Union? So what they would do is say, okay, you can keep the word chaver, but you have to write it out phonetically, spell it phonetically, rather than spelling it with the traditional Hebrew spelling. So for those of you who are familiar with the letters, the word for chaver in Hebrew and in Yiddish is chet, vet, resh, 3 letters. But in Yiddish, in the Soviet period, it will be written chaf, aleph, vav, vav, ayin, resh, which is 3 6 letters. And if you didn't know what you're looking at, you'd be totally confused when you saw it. So many words were written like this. And by the way, once again, the Soviets attacked all of the nationalities in this form. The Ukrainians, for example, had a letter G, G, which is distinct from the Russian letter G. And so they actually made the Ukrainian letter G illegal. If you used the Ukrainian letter G rather than the letter that looked like the letter H and pronounced it like a Russian letter H, you could be sent to Siberia. Here's something I find really ironic and amusing. This is the Russian translation of the Hebrew prayer book, the Siddur, which of course would have been totally off limits to these very atheistic Russians. And you can see in Cyrillic letters, it has the large word Siddur, right, the prayer book. And then underneath, you see it has the words Tehillat Hashem, which means the Psalms of God or the songs of God. And the word Hashem, of course, is pronounced with the letter H, but there is no letter H in the Russian alphabet. So in order to indicate that it should be pronounced as an H, they took the letter G, you can see in the second word there, and they added a small accent mark on the top to let you know that you should pronounce this as an H. So it's really very ironic, because one of the things that the Yevsektia did was they looked at 5 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, the so-called manatzpach, that are written differently at the end of a word than if they were written at the beginning of the word, and they said those letters are illegal. You can't use those 5 letters. They're essentially like capital letters, because it's too hard for people to learn. It's not proletarian. We should have a simple language, a simple alphabet. So they tried to take away these 5 letters from the Yiddish alphabet, like they tried to take away the G from the Ukrainian alphabet, and so in return, we forced a new letter on them, right? You can see the word Hashem, that H is actually an imposition into the Russian alphabet in order to accommodate a Hebrew sound. Ironic. Okay, so back to where we are. So during the 1920s explosion of Yiddish activity under the Yevsektia, and one last detail, this actually occurred a little bit afterwards, but it's still quite fascinating. At one point, the Soviet Union even experimented with creating a kind of alternative Israel. They created a homeland, a Jewish autonomous oblast called Birobidzhan, which was way out in the border with China. It was 4,000 miles away from where Jews were actually living. And the idea was, we're going to make a homeland for Jews. You don't have to think about Israel. You don't have to be constantly pressuring us to go to Israel. You have your own homeland in Birobidzhan. Now, it's kind of an interesting thing. Yiddish was made an official language of Birobidzhan and stuff like that, but they had very few Jews actually live there, primarily because Stalin blocked a lot of the migration there exactly when the Jews could have used it during World War II. At any rate, to sum up, the 1920s, period of incredible creativity, although very atheistic, but a huge surge of popularity of Yiddish language culture in particular. This came crashing to a halt in the 1930s under this man, Joseph Stalin. Stalin was able, by the end of the 1920s, to firmly consolidate his control over the entire region, and he had very little patience for all of these kind of national inform and socialist and content experiments. He shut down the Yevsektia. Incidentally, another organization that he also shut down was the women's section of the Communist Party that had exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. And Stalin said, we have to focus ourselves on industrialization. He instituted a number of 5-year plans which were designed to rapidly propel the Soviet Union into modernity by building massive things like huge hydroelectric dams at Dnipropetrovsk and other places like that. But he created this kind of environment in which people were desperately pressured to report results, and what ended up happening was that people were faking the results rather than, tell the truth to power and say, hey, we can't possibly produce this much pig iron over this amount of time, or we can't possibly harvest that much grain in this much time. One of the most terrifying and awful results of the 5-year plans was the Holodomor, this massive terror famine that in particular affected the Ukrainian regions. In 1932-33, a huge number of people, it's very difficult to get a good sense of exactly how many. Reasonable estimates are around 5 or 6 million, though. A huge number of people, and there are larger estimates as well. This colossally awful artificial famine, which killed millions of people, was largely a result of the disastrous economic planning of Stalin and his henchmen. It was actually a terrifically horrible event. And in context with the Holodomor and several other related factors, the purges began in the Soviet Union, especially towards the end of the 1930s. As people began to see that the glorious reports of Soviet productivity were not evident in reality, rather than say, wait a second, maybe people are exaggerating their findings about how much they're able to produce. Instead, they blamed non-existent saboteurs, that there were wreckers, there were people who were somehow deciding to stand in the way of progress for the Soviet Union. And these people were identified, tortured, and forced to divulge the names of other saboteurs. This created this ecosystem of purges that was not at all unlike the Spanish Inquisition, in which heresy was hunted out everywhere. People were taken and tortured and asked to betray the names of other heretics and so on. And even if a person wasn't a heretic or didn't even know any heretics, they were nevertheless under the pain of torture, give up all kinds of names. This initiated a horrific cycle of arrest, torture, confession, arrest, torture, confession, that resulted in millions of people, again, the scale is phenomenal, being exiled to the Gulag out in Siberia or even executed. And this really consumed the Soviet Union in the later 1930s. And at this point, the Jewish enthusiasm for the Soviet Union collapsed dramatically. Prominent Jews were purged early on in this period of Stalinist cleansing of the party and then later of society. And Jews, with a few significant exceptions, like Kaganovich, who was involved in Ukraine during the years of the Holodomor, with the exception of a few characters, much of the Soviet leadership was purged of its Jewish membership, and the kind of popularity that the Red Army enjoyed in 1919 was nowhere to be seen, as people around the world began to realize what Stalin really stood for. So by the time you get to the late 1930s, what was once a more significant participation of some Jews in the Communist Party was reduced to a tiny, tiny remnant. And this is where we're going to have to pick up the story next when we look at the Holocaust, because the memory of Jewish participation in the communist movement had tremendously disastrous results when World War II broke out. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to begin discussing the Holocaust, one of the most difficult chapters in the long history of the Jewish people. Please note that this information is intended for educational content only. I will only be speaking very briefly about the Holocaust within the context of this series, but if you are curious and are motivated to learn more, I have an entire online course which is specifically on the topic of the Holocaust, and it is free and open to the community. Please see the lecture notes for a link to that particular course. What I'd like to do today is to speak a little bit about the interwar period and the Jews. But let us begin first with a discussion of the terminology. What is this word Holocaust? Where does it come from, and why do we use that term? So the Holocaust itself, obviously we're speaking about the Nazi attempt to destroy the Jews of Europe during World War II. It was such a tremendum, such a huge and audacious act of brutality that it begged a specific term to try to capture what it referred to. In the 1940s through the 1970s, various terms were tossed about to try and capture the sense of this historical event. Probably the first term that was used is the word genocide, which was coined by this man, Raphael Lemkin, in 1944. And the term comes from the words genos, meaning people, or class in the sense of a class of family, and side meaning to kill, like as in homicide or suicide or patricide, that kind of thing. So genocide means the killing of a people. And that term was very useful and, of course, has entered the English language, but it lacks a specific Jewish context. It doesn't specifically address the fact that the Nazis really targeted the Jews. There were other people, such as the Roma and Sinti and others, but the Jews really were high on the list of targeted populations, and so genocide is a little bit too generic. A term that began to be used in the 1960s is Holocaust. Here's a poster from a film that popularized the Holocaust, starring Meryl Streep and others. And where does this term come from? So actually, it's kind of a problematic term. It is a word taken from the Latin translation of the Hebrew Bible. The translation is called the Vulgate. And in Leviticus chapter 29, by the way, it's a different numbering system as well than the Hebrew Bible, the verse in Leviticus uses the term Holocaust as a translation for the Hebrew term Olah, which means a sacrifice that is completely burned up. And in the verse in Leviticus, it talks about offering a Holocaust with a pleasing order to God. Now, the term definitely has some value to it. It definitely has a sense of everything being burned up, even though the majority of the victims in the Holocaust were not actually burned to death. They were gassed to death or shot, and others. But still, it does have some kind of totality to it. But at the same time, it has theological problems. Like, are we actually going to say that if the Jews are serving as the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, what does that make the Nazis? And how do we say that connects to God perceiving a pleasing odor? I mean, this is a very problematic term. So for that reason, many religious thinkers prefer not to use the term Holocaust, and they rely on the Hebrew term korban, which means destruction. And that term korban is specifically connected to the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem in 586 before the Common Era and in the year 70 of the Common Era. So for religious thinkers, the term korban is definitely popular, but it also adds a kind of religious coloration that is problematic for more secular users. In Israel, the most popular term is undoubtedly Shoah, also a Hebrew term that occurs in the Bible, but it does not have that same connotation of connecting it to the destruction of the temples and the, theological baggage that goes along with it. One last term. We should be careful because some of the terms that are used, I personally think, are rather offensive. For example, to use the term extermination, the extermination of the Jews of Europe. Extermination is a term we use for vermin, which plays right into the Nazi ethic with regards to their destruction of this population of people. And there are certain terms like final solution and Lösung, which were actually coined by Nazis themselves. Here you see a mugshot of Hermann Göring from the Nuremberg trials, and he used terms like this, an end seal, the end goal, things like that. So Holocaust is a difficult term to use. It has some problems with it, but nevertheless it is the term that has become most popular in the English language, and so therefore we will use it for expediency. So when we go to the historical data here, the Jews in Europe at this time, you can see this map, which comes from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. They're spread out across Europe. The great mass of them are in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union and in Poland in particular. Germany has only about 500,000 Jews. They tend to be highly assimilated. They tend to speak German very well, dress like Germans, tend to have less, outward adherence to traditional Jewish observance, whereas when you move to the east, you have a lot more of the masses of traditional Hasidic and Lithuanian Jews who are much more obviously Jewish from without. But that didn't stop anti-Semitism from spreading in Germany in particular. In fact, a lot of the anti-Semitism the Nazis relied on had a specific coloration. We've spoken in previous lectures about the development of anti-Semitism through several phases, from ancient xenophobia to medieval Jew hatred. And when you get to the modern period, there is a very kind of quasi-scientific quality to it, in which the Nazis have largely abandoned the outwardly religious aspect of previous forms of anti-Semitism, and they focus on this racial quality connected with the idea of a conspiracy, specifically that the Jews constitute a distinct kind of race that are altogether joined in a global conspiracy to dominate other races. And the way in which they dominate, which obviously is very difficult because the Jews are a tiny minority of the population, is specifically in some kind of cancerous or bacteriological form. Like, for example, here you see a German language novel from 1920 that shows a hideous kind of vulture that's weighing down this shirtless man. And what this picture is meant to say is that the Jews, who are like carrion eaters, they're vermin, they live off decay, they're going to dominate the otherwise healthy, strong, muscular Aryan races. And once they eat them out like a cancer from within, then they will feed on their corpses. The title, by the way, reads Die Sünde will das Blut, ein Zeitroman. The Sin Against the Blood, a novel of the times. And the fact that the Jews of Germany, which were much more assimilated, actually fed into a lot of this, such as, for example, and you see this really bizarre form of children's propaganda published in the 1930s by Elvira Bauer, a really twisted kindergarten teacher who became propagandist. This is a book for children called Der Giftpilz, the poison toadstool, right? And the thing about toadstools is that they look like mushrooms, but unless you are very careful and you know the signs, you will always mistake them for healthy mushrooms. And you might eat one of these, but it's actually poison. So too, the metaphor goes that the Jews look like regular Germans, but in reality, they are quite distinct, racially different, and they represent a threat. And that's the kind of theme that goes on in that particular piece of propaganda. The Nazis frequently referred to Jews as various kinds of vermin who are bent on destroying the entire world through a global conspiracy, like this French language piece of Nazi propaganda that shows the Jew as some kind of like vicious tarantula straddling the globe, or here's something from the Warsaw Ghetto that shows that the Jews carry typhus, they're associated with this deadly lice-borne disease, and so on. So, and here finally, here's an Austrian example. This is just terrifying. Again, from the elections of that early interwar period, the Jew is portrayed as some kind of like devilish snake who is strangling the Austrian eagle. And the image reads in German, Deutsche Christen rettet Österreich, which means German Christians save Austria, right? Meaning you have to vote for a particular political party in order to save Austria from this Jewish snake, who, by the way, is associated with the communists, because you can see the hammer and sickle are lying underneath there. So that's the kind of atmosphere that Hitler came of age in. Now, here's an image of Hitler as a baby, kind of a chilling image to look at. Hitler had a difficult relationship with his father, who was much older than his mother. And when his father passed away at 18, that allowed Hitler himself a little bit more freedom because he had always wanted to be an artist. He had some middling talent. Here you can see some of his artwork that's actually available on the web. Unfortunately for the young Adolf, he was not especially talented, and he was rejected from the Vienna School of Art, a rejection that stung him bitterly, and in fact he complained about it in his memoirs later, and he always felt that somehow his rightful place in the Vienna School of Art was taken by a Jewish applicant, and this idea of the replacement theory, meaning that Hitler felt he should have been in the Vienna School of Art, but a Jew had replaced him. A Jew had, supplanted his rightful place in the incoming student body. That's something that, by the way, reverberates throughout a lot of white supremacist thought, right up into America in the early 21st century. At any rate, he found new purpose with the onset of World War I, and he joined it enthusiastically. And he was actually wounded during World War I. He was the victim of a gas attack, which gas was used at that time, as we discussed in a previous lecture. But when Germany surrendered in November 1918, he, like many other Germans, felt that this was a stab in the back that was somehow orchestrated by Jews. Here you can see another Austrian propaganda cartoon that captures the idea of the stab in the back, which in German was the Dolchstoß. You can see and by the way, I'm using some Austrian materials here. We should mention that Hitler himself was actually an Austrian, and Austria and Germany, although they are separate countries, they are really in one larger cultural unit. Austria would join with Germany in the Anschluss, they would prosecute the war together, but that's for later on. Anyway, here is an Austrian depiction of the anger that many Austrians felt over the surrender in World War I. There's the lantern-jawed Austrian soldier with a steely gaze, defending the Western Front, and sneaking up behind him is this hideous-looking woman that has a Jewish star on the French-style hat that she is wearing, and with this leering smile, she's stabbing him in the back, meaning that the Jews somehow betrayed Germany and Austria from within, causing a lot of anti-war sentiment and causing the Germans to surrender prematurely before they could have actually won in World War I. Hitler, when he came back from the war, got very much involved in right-wing politics. He participated in the Beer Hall Putsch, in which there was actually an attempted insurrection for which he was arrested and sent to jail. Here is the picture of him, believe it or not, in jail. He actually had a very cushy time there. The judge who sentenced him was clearly very sympathetic to Hitler's aims, and although he could not let him off scot-free, he gave him a very, very light sentence in jail, very brief duration, allowed him a personal chef, all kinds of ridiculous things. And it was in jail that his reputation was secured. He got, credibility for having gone to jail for his right-wing beliefs. And while he was there, he wrote his memoir, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, in which he essentially laid out his political program. It's a rambling, frequently incoherent document that lists all of his anti-Semitic complaints and his, ambitions for Germany and so on. And essentially, this gave him, when he was released from prison, a lot more popularity. He used these thugs that were organized in the so-called brown shirts, the Sturmabteilung, to intimidate much of the population in the various elections that were held in the 1920s and 1930s, but he never gained a majority of the vote with his Nazi party. Here you can see the elections of 1928. He only got 2.6% of the popular vote. He got actually quite a bit more in 1930 and 1932. His primary opponents were really the Communist Party. In March 1933, he garnered 33%. With a lot of dirty tricks, but ultimately, when you look at the comparison with the other parties, you can see the Communists lost quite a bit in that last election. The Social Democratic Party, the second largest, only had 20% of the vote. So in the coalition-style government that was prominent in many European countries at the time, Hitler was given the opportunity as the leader of the largest single party, the plurality, to form a government. And that's when he was able to come to power. He proceeded early on to identified Jews with the so-called Nuremberg Law that clearly identified them by racial characteristics, that is, how much blood was in them as measured by their grandparents, creating a very racist society that was dependent for all kinds of advancement in various careers and in public services like education and so on whether or not one was free of any taint of Jewish blood. Jews were removed from civil service, from the courts, from education, and a whole series of measures were put in place to gradually push them out of German society. This culminated in a dramatic attack, the largest attack of its kind, called Kristallnacht in 1938, where there were it was really a nationwide pogrom against Jews, a widespread attack, widespread burning of synagogues. The name itself, Kristallnacht, comes from the broken glass that littered the streets of German cities. And it was kind of like the last warning for the Jews of Germany that they had better get out. The difficulty was that although many Jews were really quite willing to leave Germany, and a large number of them did, there were very few countries who would actually accept them at that time, as immigration quotas were imposed and fewer Jews were able to find safe haven elsewhere. We're going to continue with the onset of World War II and the Holocaust in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching. The war broke out on September 1st, 1939. This followed the secret pact that was signed by the Third Reich and the Soviet Union, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of non-aggression, which essentially allowed Germany and Russia to invade Poland and the Baltic states from either side and to divide it between them. We're going to focus our remarks on the region that was conquered first by the Germans, and then later on in the next video we'll discuss a little bit the nature of the 2 years that Jews experienced under Soviets. The first encounter that the Jews of Poland and the Baltics in particular had with Third Reich soldiers was primarily through these ritual humiliations that they endured, often photographed and sent home to relatives and loved ones back in Germany. But it did not seem clear that the Nazis really had a solid plan for what they were going to do with the Jews of Eastern Europe. While the Nazis had planned in advance their military advance into Poland, it does not seem that they had clearly thought out what they were going to do with the Jewish population, more than 3 million of whom lived in Poland itself. But it seemed clear that they certainly wanted to expel them from the regions that immediately bordered Germany, 2 parts east. And so they created this section called the General Government, here shown in Polish. It's the green area. It was expanded after 1941 to include the Galicia district towards the bottom right of this map. At any rate, it seems that they pushed a lot of Jews into this general government in particular, and for Jews throughout the region, they began to collect them in ghettos. Now, the politics of ghettos was hotly debated among the Nazis. There were actually many voices that suggested that ghettos were not a good idea, that it would increase disease, that it would allow for greater possibilities of resistance and so on. But ultimately, a network of ghettos was established throughout the region that the Nazis had conquered. Some of those ghettos were closed, that is, they were sealed up with walls that were frequently created by the Jews themselves at Nazi orders. Other ghettos were technically open, that is, Jews could simply walk out of them, but then they would be exposed to the local population, which would frequently denounce them, blackmailing them for funds, and often they were at severe risk of being murdered by Nazi soldiers. The organization of the ghetto, however, was extremely important. When the Nazis came into the regions that they took over, they frequently went to the legitimate authorities that represented the Jewish community prior to the war. And they would go to essentially the president of the Kehillah or the Federation, to use a modern term, and they would say, all right, we would like the following things from the community now, a list of names and addresses and so on. We would like to requisition funds and any valuables and so on. And typically, the leaders of the Kehillah, the local Jewish elected leaders, would refuse, and they would be shot on the spot. The Nazis would then turn to a second generation, like vice presidents and treasurers, and put the same demands to them. If they refused, they would also be shot. And at some point, they would eventually get a local Jewish leadership, which they called the Judenrat, or the Jewish Council. And the Jewish Council ended up becoming kind of like the go-between of the Nazi demands on the Jewish population, right up until the ultimate destruction of the ghetto itself. Some of those Judenrat leaders were really quite heroic in their attempts to protect the Jews. Adam Cherniaku, shown here, who was the leader of the Judenrat in Warsaw, he left behind a diary in which he meticulously related the weather and a lot of his personal concerns. He was very worried about the fate of his son, who was missing, and so on. But he describes in excruciating detail the slowly compressing fist that the Nazis held around the Jewish population, and the way in which he tried to appease them without inflicting too much harm on the people as a whole. Ultimately, by 1942, when it was clear that the Nazis intended to destroy the entire population, he committed suicide by swallowing cyanide. Other Judenrat leaders, such as Chaim Rumkowski, however, were widely regarded by the Jewish population as villains who sought to aggrandize themselves at the cost of the suffering of the larger population. Here is some currency printed in the Litzmannstadt ghetto by Rumkowski himself, which portrayed him as some kind of like redemptionist, messianic-like figure who was frequently derided in the local population as King Chaim for the way in which he lorded over the population. And it seems that the Nazis had not clearly articulated what they even wanted to do with these ghettos. In some places, like in Łódź, which was run by Rumkowski, it seemed that the model was productionist, meaning there was a purpose for having the Jews in these ghettos that was somehow related to their utility for the war effort. And Łódź was a major textile center, and Jews there were put to work creating, uniforms for Nazi soldiers and linings and things like that. And so having a work permit was essentially a lifeline for the Jews of Łódź, and somehow the ghetto sort of made sense as a type of center for slave labor. On the other hand, other ghettos like Warsaw, where Adam Cherniaku was active, seemed to be attritionist in nature, meaning the whole point of the ghetto was simply to have the Jews starve to death, and very few provisions were provided to them, and the Jews were reduced to either dying of starvation or of typhus or of being shot, particularly children, for attempting to smuggle in goods from outside the walls. Order was maintained, or a semblance of order was maintained in the ghetto by the so-called Jewish police, who were set up by the Judenrat and were hated by the local population for their enforcement of Nazi objectives. There's a tremendous amount to say about the nature of life in the ghettos, which extended from the beginning of the war in 1939 through the dissolution of the ghettos in 1942. The primary characteristic of the ghetto experience was that of starvation and privation and mass death. But there were also some heroic internal activities, such as in Warsaw, the creation of underground medical schools and theatrical performances and lending libraries. Really an incredible array of activity that the Jews engaged in the ghetto to try and return the semblance of normalcy to their existence, even under these unimaginable conditions. There was also, unfortunately, a very active black market and even activities like nightclubs and so on. A tremendous amount of gambling, prostitution, and organized crime happening in the ghetto as certain individuals took advantage of the suffering of the population as a whole. Ultimately, nothing would matter because all of these ghettos, whether they were productionists, whether they were attritionists, whether they strove to meet the needs of the Nazis or the demands of the Nazis, I should say, or whether they tried to resist, they were all destined for destruction. There were notable episodes of resistance in the ghettos. Perhaps the most famous is that of the Warsaw Ghetto Resistance, the uprising that occurred in April of 1943. Just by that date, however, you get a sense of the fact that the resistance happened really quite late. The ghetto was largely emptied of its Jews in the summer of 1942, and it was only a small remnant that chose to heroically, albeit symbolically, fight against the Nazis. On the other hand, there are other ways of looking at resistance in the ghetto that affirmed life without necessarily taking up arms against the Nazis. One great example of that is the spiritual resistance that was organized by Rabbi Shapiro, shown here, known as the Eish Kodesh, a rabbi who continued to be active throughout the entire period in Warsaw, organizing clandestine gatherings of Jews to hear Hasidic philosophy and giving Jews strength under these unimaginable conditions. In 1942, however, the Nazis moved to a new phase of the murder process, and which will involve the death camps. And it is to that we will turn next in this series. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational purposes only. One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples, during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? That's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involve two major periods of Nazi activity: the period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders, as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments in particular. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series. See my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double-crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that were sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städtlach, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for coming months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. You know, the war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. You know, the only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list, in my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that it included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom. And it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up. And in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows, I personally don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply death camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the Generalgouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period. They're political enemies of Hitler. The concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day leaving Warsaw. And then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of whom had died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth. Even their hair was taken from them, and then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, to have lice removed from their bodies. It was very common in many of these camps that even the Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Zyklon B, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died within 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel, genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when they liberated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are well. I am really excited today. I have a piece of important news that is a significant milestone in my life, and I'm hoping that it will also have a positive impact on yours as well. And those of you who have been with the channel for a while know that just before the pandemic, I signed a contract with a fantastic publisher, Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, to produce a 3-volume history of the Jewish people from earliest times to the present day. My goal was to create something that will be dignified yet affordable, and it will be the perfect bar mitzvah gift for the next century. That's my goal. I think it's going to be a really useful project. And the news for all of us today is that this very day, I'm sending the manuscript to the publisher for the first volume. This is what it looks like. I've been working on it since the beginning of the pandemic. A few months before is when I really got started, and I'm just really pleased to reach this particular milestone. I want to take a minute in this video to tell you a little bit about how you can be involved if you haven't been already. First of all, the really different thing that I think I tried with this particular volume, and I think it's been successful, is I crowdsourced a certain amount of the research by sketching out the chapters in a series of about 100 odd videos, which I call Jewish History Lab. I've added a few other series as well since then, and I'm really pleased to say that it's gotten a big response. There have been 9.2 million views on the channel. It's a mind-boggling number. About 75,000 subscribers and 300 channel members who get involved at a much deeper level. But here's the part that's specifically connected to the book. I created a biblical Jewish history course where I could put all of the videos and organize them so that, because my channel does tend to get a little bit confusing when I work on different projects, I put the videos in sequence and by relevancy, and then I added the draft chapters as we went along. So far, 120 students have gone through the Biblical Jewish History course, and in this particular course, I've gotten the best feedback ever. Really, really useful stuff. I'm so grateful to you for telling me a little bit about how I might shape this particular book, and it's been fantastic. If you are interested in participating in the Biblical Jewish History course yourself, welcome. It would be great to have you there. I'll put the links in the information section. So if you are interested in reading this draft text and giving me some suggestions as to how I might, shape it one way or another, or you'd like to read what other people think and maybe engage in a little bit of community interaction, if you like, it's entirely open to you. We would love to have you. Okay, I have to get started on Volume 2 right now, and I want to thank you so much for helping me out as I put together Volume 1. Enjoy the videos, and I hope you have a really good day. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited to be beginning the Jewish History Lab series again with you. And you may be wondering, especially if you have been binge watching the Jewish History Lab, wait a minute, aren't we supposed to be going more into the modern period? What are we doing here in the Dark Ages? Well, there's actually a really good reason. As you will recall, the whole point of this Jewish History Lab series is to help me sort of sketch out what I wanted to say in this major book that I'm writing for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. It's a 3-volume survey of Jewish history. And just yesterday, I'm so pleased, I finally sent the manuscript of Volume 1 off to the editors there to start working their magic on it, and I'm hoping that in about a year or so it'll be available in print. And now I'm working on Volume 2. This morning I got up early, started writing Volume 2, and of course it's dealing with the medieval period. So I want to go back to this format of sketching out my lectures, a little bit more fleshed out than we may have discussed in the first time we went through this, and well, I hope you don't mind. Okay, let's talk now about the question of, was there a Jewish Dark Age? First of all, what does that term Dark Age actually mean? It comes primarily from 18th and 19th century European historiography, which posits a map that looks something like this. If you look at the y-axis, that's basically measuring like civilization. Up high, you have like advanced and literary civilization, all kinds of arts and things like that, sciences, and at the bottom you have very little. And the x-axis represents time, flowing from left to right. This philosophical model of history basically posits that you have in the Greco-Roman period this huge flourishing of civilization. That's represented here in the work of Raffaella, the Scuola di Atene, the School of Athens, that shows all of these philosophers standing around in this gorgeous facility with domes and with all kinds of anachronistic devices, but nevertheless it's like a big intellectual party where everyone's having this symposium-like atmosphere of discussing high ideas. Right in the center, of course, is Aristotle and Plato. Plato on the left and Aristotle on the right, and below them on the steps is Socrates. There's a whole story to that, but not for now. And this civilization represents like a peak in human attainments and achievements, let's say in the 5th and 4th century before the Common Era. Then you begin to go into a period of decline that is especially marked by the fall of Rome. Here's a 19th century Russian rendition of what that must have looked like. Rome was sacked several times in the 400s. This one is kind of interesting because you see on the center right, there's the menorah represented here being taken away